It's relevant for any community that's been impacted, and it really validates the need for us to be thinking more about the long-term needs of those impacted by any tragedy. Our focus on preparedness began, as the film referenced, when we didn't call it lobbying in those days, but lobbying for the establishment of the 9/11 Commission. Like many victims' families, I guess there are 12 of us that were working on advocating for the commission. But after the loss of our son Brad, I wanted to be sure that our government was taking the necessary steps to ensure that our loved ones' lives were not lost in vain. Frank and I became involved with Linked AA over a decade. We've lost count, really, of how many years it's been. And we continue to be inspired by their dedication, camaraderie, and seamless sharing of information. They are change champions, helping to guide, navigate, and accelerate change by working collaboratively to share lessons learned that help communities really from around the world prepare for and respond to the unthinkable. Like Linked, and Victim is an international network of trusted professionals who share their years of expertise. Sue O'Sullivan is the master weaver, we call her, and driving force behind the organization. As a former ombudsman in Canada with an extensive policing background, she has a passion for getting it right for victims. Those who know her benefit from her enthusiasm and no task is too great attitude. So tomorrow, in advance of the 23rd anniversary, we bring the 9/11 community along with many individuals who have really dedicated their careers to providing support for the 9/11 community on the myriad of issues that are still unresolved, and I'll be talking about that later today. Voices has long-standing relationships with organizations like the Medical Examiner's Office, the Victims' Compensation Fund, the 9/11 Memorial and Museum, the World Trade Center Health Program, and the attorneys who are still fighting for the truth on who's responsible for the death of nearly 3,000 individuals. We hope the symposium sheds light on the importance of collaboration and bringing communities together, and highlights the remarkable work each of our panelists and so many of you in the audience are doing every day to keep our communities safe. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sue O'Sullivan. And Myron, maybe step forward too, and then
Well, first of all, it's an honor to be here again, Mary, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Invictum, so welcome and good morning. On behalf of, we've already said it, we'll be using acronyms after we do it again, but the International Network Supporting Victims of Terrorism, Mass Violence, Invictum. I would like to welcome you to this year's symposium. It is an honor to join you for the 23rd year of the Voices Symposium. This also marks the third year that Invictum has partnered with Voices and with the Link alumni in this important event. Together, we continue to build on Voices' long-standing commitment to supporting victims and their families, first responders, and all those impacted by terrorism. We were created in 2016 to bring together a group of trusted experts dedicated to improving support for victims of terrorism and mass violence. The strength of Invictum lies in our ability to share lessons learned, leverage the knowledge and expertise of our members and their networks to influence change and turn research into action within our own countries and globally. And I just want to mention, you're going to be seeing quite a few Invictum members on your presentation panel who are here today, and we're honored to have you all here. People ask about Invictum. We are not an organization. We do not have a website, and yet we are everywhere around the world. There's only 27 of us, but we are doors in to communities around the world through the networks that we have. We have a strong international relationships. We know that this is essential to achieving our goals. The theme of this year, you're going to hear it again, bringing communities together. That is what we do at the international level. Together, we are developing frameworks for advancing meaningful change, making a difference through international collaboration. Credit for the accomplishments to date must go to the many victims, survivors, families, and first responders who have had the courage and strength to share their journey and experiences. Their voices are the foundation of our work, guiding us in identifying our necessary support at every stage, the short, the medium, and the long term. I also want to acknowledge the many passionate and dedicated individuals, victim-serving agencies, academics, responders, and stakeholder groups here today. You work tirelessly on behalf of victims, ensuring that they feel supported, informed, and protected. To our law enforcement and intelligence colleagues that are here and who are either live streaming or out working, we thank you for your tireless hours and the work that you do day to day to make a difference, to keep us as safe as you can. And I know that that's a very evolving situation internationally, so thank you, because I know the hours you all put in. As we approach September 11th, we remember that the many lives that were tragically lost and the incredible strength and courage shown by the victims, survivors, and their families. Let their voices and the voices of all those advocating for positive change be heard. May their actions continue to inspire us towards a safer, more secure future for all. Thank you. Sorry. My president, I should mention I wear several hats. I'm also the executive director for Link Alumni Canada. And it is my honor to present our president of the Link Alumni, Chief Myron Demkew from the Toronto Police Service. I thought Mary was doing that.
Sue, thank you. And before I dig into my remarks, I just want to make a couple acknowledgments. Sue, of course, for your ongoing dedication. That is truly one of the hardest chargers in this space. Has been for years and continues to inspire. But, you know, yesterday I walked through near the memorial and I couldn't help but be moved again every time I walk through there. And I'll get emotional now just thinking about it. But Mary Frank, I think it bears recognition and acknowledgement today for your continued leadership, for your continued dedication, for your continued inspiration of all of us. This is a room full of change champion and servant leaders, and you are the truest example of change champions. So please join me in a round of applause to acknowledge Frank and Mary. So good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Leadership in Counterterrorism Alumni Association. We are honored to be partnering with Voices and Invictum for this symposium. Since its inception in 2008, Linked Alumni Association has brought together senior police and intelligence leaders from the Five Eyes: Canada, United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia, and of course the United States, to promote personal and professional development, networking, and exchange of good and best practices and global thinking. We've also ensured that victims are included in and considered as essential partners in the discussions and work of our association. This is the 23rd year, as you heard, for the Voices Symposium, and the third year that LINCT Alumni Association has partnered with Voices. Under the leadership of Mary and Frank Fichet, Voices has garnered international respect and recognition. Their dedication and tireless efforts have made profound differences in the lives of countless victims, survivors, families, first responders, and communities that have been impacted by tragedy. This year's theme is bringing communities together, highlighting the importance of collaboration between law enforcement, intelligence, victims, and public-private partnerships to prepare for and respond to tragedies. I would like to acknowledge our board members who are here today and throughout the next couple days. Deputy Commissioner Rebecca Weiner of the NYPD, retired Sheriff Rich Stanek, Sue O'Sullivan, of course, and Tom Galati, as well as our affiliates who are present today and will be over the coming days, including Vince Amadeo, Sue Wolfenden, Dr. Anne Van Reslet, Rich Esposito, Maria McDonald, and Julianne Ortman. Special thanks to our member, John Miller, who's been supporting the work of the association from his time at the LAPD, NYPD, and now, of course, CNN. Their collective efforts demonstrate the vital role that partnerships between law enforcement, private industry, and victim-serving organizations play in creating a resilient and effective response to terrorism. The symposium will feature presentations from some of the top police and intelligence leaders, victim advocates, and experts in the field, each bringing invaluable insights and expertise to our shared mission. Their knowledge will not only deepen our understanding of the evolving threats we face, but will also highlight the critical importance of collaboration across sectors. Our strength lies in our unity, our shared commitment to protecting our communities, and our unwavering support of those who have been impacted by terrorism. I'm looking forward to meeting many of you and exchanging ideas and enhancing our partnerships and working together for developing a community where we can provide service and support for those impacted by tragedy and terror. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue and Myron, and it's just such an honor and privilege to work with these two leaders and their organizations. And so many of you in the room, we talk about collaboration, and and one of the panels today is going to be highlighting some of the work of former law enforcement that are now working with organizations, and it's those former partnerships that really, I think, prevent and respond appropriately after a tragedy. We're actually running a little early today, which is really amazing. So I'm going to welcome our keynote speaker, Robert Wells. Robert is the Executive Assistant Director, FBI National Security Branch. He began his career as a special agent in 2003 when he was assigned to the Washington Field Office, where he investigated both counterterrorism and counterintelligence matters and served as a crisis negotiator. Over those 20 years, he's had a variety of roles with the FBI, and in 2020, he was selected as a special agent in charge of the Charlotte Field Office. In September of 2022, he was selected as Assistant Director of the Counterterrorism Division, and so we're really looking forward to hearing from, I guess, many people that know him call him Bobby. I haven't gotten used to that yet, but I welcome Robert Wells to the podium for the keynote speech. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. And thank you so much, Mary, for the kind introduction. You can call me Bobby. That's fine. Everybody does call me Bobby. And thank you, Frank and Sue and Myron. Greatly appreciate your partnerships. And thank you to the teams from Voices and Victim and the Linked Alumni Association for hosting this event. Your service, advocacy, and dedication to victims, survivors, and their families in the wake of tragedy is truly incredible. I want to start by saying how honored I am to be here with you today, whether you're here in person or joining us virtually. It's not every day we gather experts, practitioners in the fields of national security, law enforcement, and victim advocacy in one room. I'm humbled to share the stage with so many accomplished individuals and to be speaking with you today about the current terrorism landscape while reaffirming the importance of integrated partnership across our respective communities. As the Executive Assistant Director for the National Security Branch of the FBI, I have the distinct privilege of leading a team of agents, analysts, and professional staff who combat the gravest threats to our national security on a daily basis. I know this has been said by Director Wray on multiple occasions recently, but it bears repeating. The current threat to our national security is at an all-time high. The threats range from foreign terrorist organizations calling their followers to action, to racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, or anti-government, anti-authority violent extremists conducting violence to express their ideological views, to Iran's lethal plotting of U.S. officials and their willingness to conduct attacks right here on U.S. soil, and finally to China and Russia increasing their brazen attempts to disrupt our democratic process. This is just a sampling of the threats we are seeing, and most concerning, they are all occurring simultaneously. But to understand how we are currently postured to handle this incoming barrage of threats, we must first remember how this started for many of us in this room. The attacks of 9/11 fundamentally transformed the way our country and the world understood the threat of terrorism and the national security mission. We witnessed the foundation of our beliefs, rooted in freedom and security, shaken because of the extreme violent actions of individuals who sought to destroy our way of life. 9/11 was the ominous signal to the world that if it could happen in America, it could happen anywhere. It highlighted how changes were needed to our policies, to our agencies' responsibilities, and to our engagement with domestic and international partners and the private sector to better defend against the evolving threat. The FBI at the time of 9/11 was predominantly a law enforcement-focused agency, but the attacks forced us to take a good, hard look at ourselves and implement much-needed changes to make our country safer and stronger. And it showed us we had to do a better job collaborating and communicating with our partners. The FBI transformed into an intelligence-driven, threat-focused organization with both national security and law enforcement responsibilities. Like many of you, the attacks of 9/11 played a pivotal role in my life and the trajectory of my career. I can still remember exactly where I was and exactly what I was doing on that tragic day, and how in the aftermath of such despair, I was driven to serve, to be a part of something bigger than myself, to bring justice to the victims and their families. I joined the FBI in 2003, and my career has mostly been dedicated to investigating and disrupting individuals motivated to cause harm to our great nation. During my career, I've seen firsthand the devastation caused by terrorist attacks and how these attacks not only impact the victims, survivors, their families, and the communities we serve, but how each one tarnishes the sense of safety and security entitled to everyone. I can distinctly remember jumping on a plane in the hours after the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, arriving at the crime scene and witnessing the absolute worst humanity has to offer. I recall thinking about how this was one of those tough days for all of us on the ground, but it was nothing compared to what the families of the victims and survivors were experiencing. These families sacrificed tremendously because of senseless violence. Those are the tough days when it's easy to feel bogged down by the weight of the responsibility of the work we do. And I'm sure many of you in this audience have a similar story. But what inspires me to come to work every day is the resiliency I've seen in the survivors of these attacks. Just this past month, I was honored to be a part of our Counterterrorism Division's All Hands Conference, where the focus of the engagement was to hear stories from survivors of various terrorist attacks around the world. There was a panel discussion with the rabbi and chief of police from Colleyville, Texas, and the former Dallas special agent in charge, Matt DeSarno, where they shared the harrowing details of how an armed terrorist held the congregation of Beth Israel hostage because of his violent, ideologically driven beliefs against the Jewish faith and its people. The rabbi shared a story of strength and heroism on part of the congregants, who maintained their composure throughout negotiation and ultimately secured their own escape. The chief and former Dallas SAC addressed the key components of an integrated law enforcement response and the importance of real-time information sharing when mitigating a threat. All panelists reminded the audience how a routine prayer service can quickly turn into a nightmare situation. The incredible feat accomplished by the congregants that day cannot be overstated. The rabbi's actions saved lives, and he is a true testament to the power and resiliency of survivors. I also had the privilege of recently meeting with Deborah Tice, mother of Austin Tice. For those in the room who don't know Austin, he was kidnapped in Syria 12 years ago, and he's been held hostage ever since. The conversation with Deborah had a real personal impact on me. To see her unrelenting strength and courage, determination to bring her son home was inspiring. These are the heroes that motivate me to do the work I do every single day. Now, as I previously stated, I joined the Bureau in 2003, which, if you ask my kids, makes me pretty old. They like to remind me that I was born in the 1900s, which is practically ancient to them at this point. But my wife and I are blessed with 5 incredible children, and we both have been very open since they were young and honest with them about the lasting impact of 9/11. We want them to learn and understand how this one day forever changed the course of American history and ignited a deep sense of patriotism and unity within our country and throughout the world. We also want them to remember how many innocent people lost their lives and the lasting devastation countless families still endure as a result. I like to believe that even though they weren't alive on 9/11, they can still appreciate the significant impact. And it's not just trying to relate to my children about what inspired me to pursue a career in law enforcement. It's about motivating the next generation of FBI employees, many of whom were very young or were not even born on 9/11. At the Bureau, we found ourselves asking the question, how do you inspire a new generation of employees to appreciate the awesome responsibility they are about to take on? Fortunately, Director Ray had the vision to implement a standard that every new special agent and intelligence analyst class visits the 9/11 Memorial and Museum prior to graduation. It's a solemn reminder to those wanting to join our ranks. We will never forget, we will never stop fighting, and we will always uphold the Constitution and protect the American people. And we will carry out this mission every day so that another 9/11 never happens again. We cannot fail. Protecting the American people from terrorism, both international and domestic, remains the FBI's #1 priority. Despite a rising need for us to be vigilant against cyber attacks, counterintelligence threats, and increasing rates of violent crime within our borders, the threat from terrorism is persistent and complex as ever. Perhaps for the first time, the FBI's counterterrorism operational tempo has remained simultaneously elevated on all 3 fronts, which is international terrorism, domestic terrorism, and state-sponsored terrorism. We as the FBI and the U.S. government continue to have our work cut out for us in countering the pervasive threat from terrorism on all fronts. We are continuing to see lone actors or small cells of individuals who typically radicalize online use easily accessible weapons to attack soft targets. And there is a particularly concerning uptick and the radicalization of our nation's young people. Juveniles have become a target demographic for extremist rhetoric, propaganda, and recruitment on social media, gaming, and other online platforms, which presents the government with real investigative challenges. And our caseload is not diminished, as we are currently working approximately 4,000 international terrorism cases and approximately 2,700 investigations in our domestic terrorism program. In the IT realm, ISIS continues to pose a threat to U.S. interests with their ability and desire to direct, enable, and inspire attacks inside the United States, using terrorists already in the U.S. or operatives they send here. We also remain concerned about terrorists seeking to exploit our southern border. And over the past 5 years, we've certainly seen an increase in the number of known or suspected terrorists attempting to cross. But perhaps even more concerning are the ones we don't know about, because there just wasn't enough information available connecting them to terrorism at the time of their arrival in the U.S., or they provided fake documents, or they simply snuck in. Recently, we coordinated with our partners at DHS to conduct immigration-related arrests of several individuals who pose a potential national security threat to the United States. Before the arrests, we dedicated exhaustive resources, including hundreds of FBI personnel, to understand the threat and identify individuals of concern. Rest assured, if we learn through the course of our work or from our partners that an individual has entered the country and presents a national security concern, we conduct logical investigative actions to mitigate any potential threat they may pose. Al-Qaeda and its global affiliates remain committed to attacking the U.S. and Western interests, domestically and abroad. One of the most significant impacts to bring the terrorism threat into focus was the resulting effects of the October 7th attack on Israel from Hamas last year, which led to a heightened risk of potential violence from a variety of threat actors in the United States. Most notably, for the first time, we were seeing all major international terrorism groups, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, AQAP, Al-Shabaab, Iran, release propaganda statements encouraging attacks against Western targets or supporters of Israel. Even propaganda statements among domestic terrorism actors have referenced October 7th, which has become a unifying rallying cry. However, we are not just facing threats from overseas groups. We are also concerned about the domestic terrorism threat here at home. Over the past several years, the FBI has worked very hard to combat the increasing threat posed by domestic violent extremists. Those people who may be motivated to commit violence and other criminal acts to further social or ideological goals stemming from domestic influences. The FBI's dual mission to protect the American people and to uphold the Constitution requires a high threshold be met in order to investigate hateful or angry violent rhetoric. This remains a top priority for the U.S. as we head into our next presidential election cycle. We cannot allow another January 6th to happen again. And therefore, we must remain focused on protecting Americans' rights to vote while safeguarding them from violent extremists who may seek to disrupt the democratic process. We are also tremendously concerned with the threat posed by racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, RIMBYs. Just 2 years ago, not far from here in upstate New York, we saw this threat exemplified in the horrible murder of 10 black individuals at the Tops grocery store in Buffalo, New York, at the hands of an individual motivated by racist hate. These RIMBYs pose a consistent threat of lethal and non-lethal violence against vulnerable communities. And finally, one terrorism threat that I must highlight today is the increasingly brazen actions from the government of Iran and their proxies as they continue to plot attacks against former U.S. government officials in retaliation for the death of IRGC Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani. There have been several examples of Iran's intentions to carry out lethal plots right here in the United States. For one, an IRGC Quds Force officer targeted former National Security Advisor John Bolton by attempting to hire someone to conduct his murder here in the U.S. Then there were two separate plots right here in New York City against an Iranian dissident who speaks out against the regime's human rights abuses. The first resulted in 4 Iranian nationals being charged for conspiring to kidnap the dissident. And the second resulted in 3 members of an Eastern European criminal organization being charged for plotting the murder of this dissident right here in New York. And just this past month, again, right here in New York City, we arrested and charged a Pakistani national with close ties to Iran who was conducting a murder-for-hire scheme to assassinate a politician or U.S. government official on U.S. soil. The coordinated effort between the FBI and our interagency partners led to the successful disruption of all of these individuals. Now, this isn't to say we don't see the impact or the threat emanating from nation states who wish to win the great power competition. China and Russia constantly seek opportunities to undermine our way of life, steal our technology, and to sow discord in our society. However, we cannot and will not lose sight of the terrorism threat. Our work remains at the forefront of the intelligence community and our law enforcement partners alike. None of this work would be possible without the close coordination between our state, local, federal, international, and private sector partners. The FBI relies heavily on our cooperation with partners to uphold the mission of protecting the American people. The Joint Terrorism Task Force, JTTF, model now spans across all 56 field offices, with over 4,000 participants and over 500 federal, state, and local agencies contributing personnel. This whole of law enforcement effort is the force multiplier needed to remain ahead of our adversaries. Having served on JTTS for most of my career, I can attest to how every single major terrorism investigation is worked through the JTTF and in lockstep with our intelligence and law enforcement partners. It's absolutely critical. In New York City alone, we have the first and largest Joint Terrorism Task Force created in the FBI. It is a model by which all FBI JTTS, as well as other cyber, counterintelligence, and organized crime task forces follow. We cannot do this job alone. We need the support of our local, state, and international partners to accomplish the mission. Just this week alone, we have over 50 representatives from our state, local, federal, and international law enforcement partners attending the Linked Conference. They will join many of us at the commemoration of the 9/11 attacks on Wednesday in a sign of unity and respect for all the victims, survivors, and their families. The FBI would not be as successful without the good work from our partners. And it's events like this with Link that highlight how paramount partnership is combating the terrorism threat. To conclude, I want to bring it back to why we are all here today. 9/11. It was a benchmark tragedy that forever changed the way we understand and combat the threats of terrorism. And the impact is something we are still dealing with today. I have personally known several special agents who responded to the various scenes that day and who paid the ultimate sacrifice in the years that followed. We cannot forget these names. We cannot forget their sacrifice. And we cannot lose our sense of urgency to always protect our way of life. For Americans and our partners have proven anything, it's that we are resilient. We do not run from a fight. We stand up and we defend what is ours. And we never, ever forget. That is why we show up day after day. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's been an incredible honor. Thank you.
We're running a little early, so I thought we don't have microphones out there, but I wondered if Robert Wells or Bobby would take some questions. Anyone from the audience?
I'm ready. What do you got?
No questions. Wow.
No questions? Okay.
Okay. Well, I have to say, the FBI, I remember after 9/11, President Bush calling Robert Mueller into his office and talking about the change, the cultural change that had to take place as a result of 9/11. And, you know, I thought about the challenge in any law enforcement agency. Change is hard for us all, but especially hard for the FBI, and they have been able to make that shift. And I became a part of the Citizens Academy at the FBI here in New York. And during their briefings, I was so amazed by the scope of the work of going from an investigative agency to really working proactively in preventing something from happening. So I just applaud the work that you do. And with that, since there are no questions, I'm going to say let's take a little break and we'll resume here about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, our program will begin momentarily. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, our program will begin momentarily.
Can everyone take their seats, please? So, can you close the doors? Okay, great. Well, we were running a little bit early, so I kept texting John Miller, when is he going to get here? He said, I never run early, but he was here on time. So we're going to get started with the next panel, which is, we had this panel last year too, and I think it was just so interesting to hear, a lot of what Bobby talked about, the current threat, but it's understanding the current threat environment. And so we have our beloved John Miller, who we all know and love, who's now CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst, and backed by popular demand is Rebecca Weiner, NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism. And joining them today is Brett Holmgren, the Acting Director of the Counterterrorism Center. The C confused me there. But the National Counterterrorism Center, which is really something that we strongly advocated for when we were advocating for the 9/11 Commission. So I'll invite you all to come up and we'll get started.
Well, good morning. It's great to be back in the room with so many old and new friends again. But the sense of urgency that comes with this event today is, just a quick glance back into the headlines, because you have the attempted assassination of a presidential candidate, which then goes into, the shooting at a school on the second day of school for most places, where we're off to a running and very bad start, which slides into 3 different freeway snipers, one outside Seattle, one outside Los Angeles, and one which has turned into a massive manhunt going on now in Kentucky. And that was just the last 2 or 3 days. So we are operating at this pitch where on Friday, the FBI's New York office, in conjunction with the Attorney General of the United States and the NYPD, announced the arrest of an individual who was picked up by the RCMP at the Canadian border in a joint operation with U.S. authorities, who was on his way to New York to conduct what he believed would be an all-out assault with assault weapons on a Jewish center in Brooklyn to coincide with October 7th. Interestingly, amidst all the other noise, including the politics, that story got very light coverage. It's the kind of thing that used to be a big headline, the kind of thing people would be talking about for a couple of days. So one of the questions is, are we getting numb to this because of the pitch and the pace? So one of the things that I like to do when I want to spend the rest of the week under my desk with a pot over my head is to ask Rebecca for a threat assessment in a global sense, and then ask Brett to go beyond that internationally. You look at the intel every day, and every afternoon and every night, and probably dream about it in your sleep. What are you seeing out there as the current themes, and how many are going at once?
Well, we can go back to the days of having you under the desk with a pot over your head. But at least this time, you're on the media side. and don't have to do it at One Police Plaza. We see chaos, we see frenzy, and what we've been describing this over the last several months is everything everywhere all at once. I actually have not even seen the movie, but it is certainly the felt experience of anyone who's dealing with this terrorism environment. And, I think it is a lot to take in. I went back over the weekend and was just trying to think back on the year that we've had since we were last in this room talking about this. And it is extraordinarily different and worse in most ways, except with some shining lessons, which Bobby Wells just outlined really compellingly around partnership and success 23 years later at doing this thing that we all internationally have been training and getting many repetitions for. But I want to start with October 7th, because that's the sort of tectonic shift in the threat environment, generational change, inflection point, and the ripple effects that we have experienced since October 7th that we will experience over the years to come. They're not really ripples, they're waves. And that, I think, is the biggest difference. And then there's the threats that we've been dealing with persistently, some of which are strengthened in terms of certainly ISIS-K, some of which are really disturbing trends we flagged last year, younger and younger perpetrators of violence radicalizing based on an amalgamation of different ideologies, some quasi-ideological but really more interested in violence. That trend has continued to accelerate, all of this compounded by technology. But starting with 10/7 and its aftermath, we've seen in this city, and I'll start with the city and then move internationally, more outward, overt displays of support for groups like Hamas or PIJ or PFLP in the last few months than I would say in the last 2 decades. So that has become normalized, and that is a really different environment than we contended with last year. And I would argue that some of that support is probably people who were very dimly aware of those foreign terrorist organizations until the last 10 months. Obviously, in the region, you've had a low-simmering regional war, certainly regional skirmishes for the past several months, and Houthis who seem more and more to be unilaterally destabilizing in the maritime environment, and drones. You've got Hezbollah, which, though apparently somewhat reluctantly ratcheting up its activity into Israel, you've got this brutal war, which feels intractable at this point and hopefully won't be. And you have an Iran that was already quite aggressive before October 7th, certainly, which is still engaging in a pattern of, for us here in New York, the lethal plotting and assassination threat stream that we've had for the last several years, compounded by some much more bellicose activity in the region, rocket attacks, missiles, et cetera. And then here domestically, intense polarization driven by what's happening in the region, which is playing out in almost every institution you can imagine. People who are pitched on one side or the other, and have been at this point for nearly a year. The rise of the combination of, as I mentioned, outward support for lesser known, historically lesserly active terrorist organizations like Hamas or PFLP, with anarchist activity here. The lone actor threat, which is manifesting in nearly 40 or so attempted incidents, or sometimes successful, around the world over the last 11 months against Israeli consulates, embassies, and other interests, as well as Jewish houses of worship and other religious associations. And you flagged Friday's news, a really good example of how that takes place, of an ISIS-inspired individual who's looking to target a synagogue, not an inherently new threat pattern at all, but certainly the cauldron of the post-10/7 environment has made that more and more common. So that's bucket one. And then bucket 2 is a resurgence of ISIS-related activity. Obviously, the Kerman attack in Iran, worst attack since 1979 there, Crocus City in Moscow, thwarted activity in Europe in the lead up to New Year's Eve, represents a reemergence on mainstream radars of the power of ISIS and the resilience of some of these networks, and in particular, flagging ISIS-K as a potent one. So that's the familiar foreign terrorist organization threat that we've been dealing with for decades, which of course waxes and wanes, but appears to be in a period of some waxing. And then domestically, I flagged the polarization post-October 7th, but you still have a REMV, a racially and ethnically motivated extremist threat, which has been steady. It has been, in some cases, growing and changing and metastasizing and including some really concerning behavior among younger kids. And it leads us to these conversations about what is and what isn't terrorism, and, is a school shooting by somebody who had telegraphed his intentions to do a school shooting in a way that made it very difficult for law enforcement, for school to intervene effectively. Is the quasi-ideological activity and the toxicity of social media that's driving that, is that a terrorism threat, or is that a different kind of threat? For us at the NYPD, it doesn't matter. We have to deal with it all the same. But the white supremacist accelerationist threat has become increasingly transnational. You've had, over the last year or so, incidents in Turkey, right? A REMV accelerationist attack in Turkey is not something that we certainly have seen over the last couple of decades. A white supremacist group that's really active in France, all the usual places and spaces. We had an attack in Florida. We've had arrests of people who are looking to target the electrical grid or travel overseas to join mercenary forces fighting Russia that are white supremacist. So that threat is alive and well and growing, and also targeting younger and younger people. And the anti-government threat, which is one that we all, starting where we are sitting, have to be aware of, it gets less attention, is a real presence on our daily roundup. So, I'll stop there, and we can get into details on all of it. But just to say that what this requires of the men and women who are doing this job is a degree of being able to really pivot and to juggle lots of different kinds of balls at the same time. The sustained partnership that we have enjoyed for decades, local to federal to international, increasingly to private sector. I mean, we have tons of interactions daily, and I want to flag NYPD Shield, who is here, another bridge to Voices, to Linked. All of these networks that we've spent so much time building and talking about are really having to prove their mettle at this moment in time. And I don't really expect things to get too much better, unfortunately, in the months ahead.
Okay, Brett, so what's the good news? Before you start, because Mary introduced the Counterterrorism Counternacional, which I believe is the Spanish translation of National Counterterrorism Center, back into English. Tell us a little bit about NCTC, why it was born, what it does, and why it's unique.
Sure. Well, first, let me just say what an honor it is to be here this morning and to represent an organization in the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC, whose very existence is linked directly to the attacks of 9/11 and is a direct result of the advocacy of efforts of people like Mary and many others in this room to push our government to do better and to be better. And so I'm honored to represent NCTC here today, whose workforce is dedicated every single day to making sure that another 9/11 doesn't happen again. So it's a real honor to be here. Look, NCTC was one of the most consequential, in my views, recommendations of the 9/11 Commission, which was, among other things, to make sure we have a single place in government to integrate all foreign and domestic threat intelligence. And in that connection, NCTC's chief responsibilities, among others, are to serve as the central integration point in the U.S. government for terrorism threat analysis, indications, and warning. We also have the responsibility of hosting the exhaustive U.S. government database of known and suspected terrorists, which then supports all the screening and watch listing efforts, really one of the key lines of defense against this threat in our government. We have a role for what they call strategic operational planning when it comes to counterterrorism strategy, and that is designed to support the counterterrorism strategy of the administration, both to evaluate how effective it is, but also to identify ways to improve it. And then finally, an important function where we are providing active, proactive threat leads to our partners like the FBI, the intelligence agencies, so that we are getting ahead of the threat, what we call left to boom, to help identify actors and to disrupt attacks before they occur. So in a nutshell, that's the mission of the National Counterterrorism Center.
And just to make it clear, because it's not obvious just by looking at the label on the box, it is focused on foreign terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist actors, and all but prohibited from going into domestic terrorists. Is that right?
We are primarily responsible for assessing and analyzing and providing support to international terrorism-related investigations. When it comes to domestic terrorism, we have a limited but support role for our partners like the FBI, DHS, but it has to have a foreign nexus to it.
And the issue there is the NCTC, as part of the intelligence community, and the intelligence community among those 16 agencies, with the exception of the FBI and DHS, are basically legally barred from focusing on U.S. persons because they're supposed to gather on foreign threats. So it's an interesting view that with all the talent they have there and the singular focus on terrorism, that they have to kind of work around this growing threat, which Rebecca often flags as something that has at different times eclipsed the foreign threat. Is there any discussion of changing that, and would it take legislation?
I'll let Congress and others sort of determine what they might want to do in terms of changes to legislation. But I would say that we have, as a center, over many years, and working very closely with our with FBI in particular and Department of Justice, have really carved out our I think very clearly where we can provide the type of support. And so when there is a domestic incident that the FBI is investigating, if they determine that it's related potentially to terrorism, we will provide all the ongoing operational support in the moment. But the minute that it's determined that it's a domestic terrorism incident with no connection, no foreign nexus, we are hands off, and we are no longer providing that support. And I think that's the right model for our country.
One of the things I've always liked best about the menu at NCTC is the program they had to bring in counterterrorism people from local law enforcement to kind of look at the threat picture, look at the products, and say, okay, this is great intelligence for the CIA or the NSA or the Defense Intelligence Agency, but what would a police chief, what would a Rebecca Weiner, what would a Tom Galati need that would make this more useful? And that was always kind of a great way to translate that stuff to policing, who, as we learn over and over again, are going to be literally the first line of defense or response. Just to pick up where Rebecca left off, because, she only got to the third bucket and the world was already coming to a very dark end. Can you widen that aperture out to the international picture you see with the October 7th factor, the sudden and dramatic reemergence of ISIS, and all the other threats on that menu?
I'll try. So one of the constants since 9/11 has been the ever-evolving nature of the terrorism threat. And we are today in the midst of another transformative moment in the global terrorism threat landscape. And it is a threat that we define as more diverse, complex, and decentralized than what we have faced in the past. And so while that means we are facing an elevated terrorism threat to the United States, both at home and abroad, I think context here and perspective is important in that we are coming off a period over the last several years, thanks to the investments of the counterterrorism community, both here in the United States and abroad, where groups like ISIS just a few years ago were at their nadir. And so just because we are facing an elevated threat, I think the shape it's taking, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's more sophisticated than what we've faced in the past, but still very serious and nevertheless lethal. So let me just, if I can, just describe what we mean when we say more diverse, complex, and decentralized. It's more diverse today than it ever has been before, whereas in the past, we were worried principally about Al-Qaeda and its affiliates, the Islamic State, Hezbollah. Today, we have those groups and their different component parts to worry about, but we also have, as Bobby mentioned and Rebecca mentioned, increasingly Iranian-linked groups and actors. We have racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists. We have a whole new generation of homegrown violent extremists, especially younger individuals and juveniles to worry about. And then we have these anti-government groups and domestic extremists here in the United States. So it's just a more diverse set of actors that we have to focus on. Secondly, the complexity of the threat is different, and terrorists today are much more savvy technologically, which presents real challenges from a collection and disruption standpoint. Their ability to use a whole range of social media applications, moving very quickly into really these secure commercial messaging applications. And then, frankly, just as all of us have upskilled and embraced emerging technologies, the bad guys have too. And so we look at it as they are looking at different tactics to use. Of course, they're turning to traditional tactics and guns and knives and vehicles to conduct ramming attacks, but they're also turning to 3D printing. And they're using generative AI to accelerate their media and their propaganda efforts. They are using cryptocurrency and other alternative payment systems to finance their attacks. And so it makes it much more challenging from a collection standpoint to focus on. And then finally, the threat has become much more decentralized across the world. Whereas in the past, we were able to focus collection and our counterterrorism actions, again, on a few key areas, so Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and Pakistan, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and Yemen, Al-Shabaab in Somalia, and of course the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. Today, we still have to worry about that, but we also see a much more distributed threat, in part because of some of the counterterrorism pressures that have been applied to these groups. And so now we see, a real proliferation of the threat and really a shift towards, at least for Al-Qaeda, the center of gravity in parts of Africa. But you also see the Islamic State and others that have been pushed out of their safe havens in Syria, where they are now deliberately operating in much smaller cells to evade detection. And then you see, frankly, Al-Qaeda basically kicked out of Afghanistan over the last few years, and they have a very small footprint left there. Now, what it means is their remnants and others have moved into Pakistan and elsewhere, but when you look across the world, it's more geographically distributed, and there are some reasons for that. And I'll just name a few and then turn it back over to you, John. The first, as Rebecca and Bobby again have noted, is really the generational impact of Hamas's attack in Israel and the resulting conflict and devastation in Gaza. It is a unique flashpoint that has united these really disparate groups, but that has resulted in anti-Semitic, anti-US, as well as anti-Islamic sentiment across the world. It's really remarkable in how it's united these really disparate groups, from neo-Nazis to Al-Qaeda to Iranian-linked groups. And that is, in our view, the most consequential event when it comes to violent Islamic extremism in terms of radicalization and recruitment since 9/11. And it's going to be with us, as Rebecca noted, for a very long time, unfortunately. Secondly is the scale and the intensity of the Iranian-linked threats to U.S. officials, both here and overseas, to avenge the death of Quds Force Commander Soleimani. They have showed a persistent determination over the last several years to execute their mission and to target these individuals. And that has added a lot of additional burdens and challenges for the U.S. counterterrorism community, as well as our European partners, Israeli partners as well. Third is just a bunch of geopolitical events, and principally Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine, which really unsettled a lot of migration trends, where you had a lot of Central Asians who had worked for many years in Russia and Ukraine, who then left and to avoid war, but have then sort of been redistributed throughout the world. Now, look, most of these folks, including a lot who have come here to the United States, tens of thousands over the last couple of years, are just like any other migrants who want a better future for themselves and their families. But there have been, small numbers who have either been radicalized before or after arriving here in the United States that ISIS has sought to exploit. So that's presented, a real challenge, not only for us, but also for our European partners, where you've seen some of these Central Asian recruits who have been conducted attacks in Russia, of all places, but also Iran and elsewhere. So there are a bunch of different reasons that help explain this new environment we're facing. And I would just say, when it comes to the United States, what we're doing about it is we are at NCTC. We're embracing emerging technology as well, and we are using AI. We're using machine learning to help us quickly process just really vast troves of data faster, so we can identify patterns quicker. That's thing one. Thing two is, and I really am proud of the community for this. I was out of government for a few years. I came back in under the Biden administration, and I just started at NCTC about 5 weeks ago. So in some respects, I've been removed from the counterterrorism community for about a decade. And coming back into this environment, just in the last several weeks, the cooperation among the FBI, the intelligence community, Department of Justice, the military, our overseas partners, it is remarkable. And I say that just as a proud American and as a proud counterterrorism professional. But the collaboration, to me, this is exactly what the 9/11 Commission called for in its recommendations. And I wish a lot of you, some of you do see this behind the scenes, but for those of you who don't, it is really a testament to decades of investments and collaboration.
So 9/11 was the catalyst for the NCTC. The idea of, if the failure was to connect the dots, let's find a place where they have access to all the dots all the time. And that was followed by war in Afghanistan, war in Iraq, war in Syria, the rise of Al-Qaeda, the rise of ISIS. But that war ended, and so did the next one, and so did the next one. And ISIS was broken, if not defeated. Al-Qaeda was disabled, if not eliminated. And then October 7th comes along, and it seems to be a jolt of oxygen, energy, whatever you want to call it, that has re-energized these groups, so that you're seeing ISIS attacks in Moscow, ISIS attacks in Iran itself, a busy terrorist state. And yet, people like Mike Morrell and Graham Allison are writing treaties in Foreign Affairs saying all lights are blinking red. The threat level is back to a September 10th level. And yet, the sense of urgency within the larger society doesn't seem to reflect that. those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it. Where are we right now?
I mean, it's so interesting. I think part of it is we have crisis fatigue, we collectively as society, because we're here talking about the terrorism environment, but you could have the same conversation with the same parade of horribles in many other domains, and there's only so much crisis a human brain can incorporate without just tuning it out. And the technology part is really important. It's galvanizing a lot of threat actors, it's catalyzing a lot of malign activity, and it's also every day exhausting all of us and all of our children with constant reminders of all these incremental things that are happening, some good, some bad, some indifferent. And we are no longer analytically processing information, we're no longer contextualizing risk. And so I think a lot of people just say, you know, I'm not going to engage. Now, luckily, we who are doing the work to do the protection are not at all saying that. We are focusing laser sharp and consistently on these threats. And, you know, I think the Iran threat, the ISIS-K threat, the Central Asian networks are two of the things that occupied most of our time here in New York over the last several months, aside from the daily protests and the polarization that we've talked about. Really important reminders that as these new areas have emerged onto our daily work platter, the old ones are still there, and if anything, really galvanized. And, you know, I want to flag some excellent work by the FBI and the JTTF on a case that brings that to kind of close observation, which is an individual who came over to the United States with the intent of creating an assassination cell in the New York City area, who was arrested by the FBI. And that threat and the threat of assassination is something that we've seen not just coming from Iran, sabotage efforts, all of these less familiar tactics that have suddenly found new common purpose. So an inflection point, new things, we still are dealing with the old ones. The old ones have also adapted to new technology, especially the AI piece is an important one. We're seeing so much of that in the propaganda sphere, so much of that in the mis and disinformation sphere. These are going to be with us, here to stay. With us, unfortunately, the younger people who are radicalizing, who are also unable to incorporate all this information that they're receiving in a digital world and bring that into the 3D context in a way that's safe. So we have to adapt to it. We certainly are not going to let the chaos of the environment outside of our workforces change the way we apply pressure. And the decentralization that Brett is flagging is in many cases a result of success by all of us, right? If you apply pressure, threats are going to diminish, but it's very hard to extinguish them, as you say, and so therefore they are going to, like water, move to other places. So whereas you had a center of gravity in Syria, and not that you have nothing left in Syria, you still have a pretty potent set of malign actors there, you're pushing some of that pressure into Africa and to other places around the world. So that's to be expected, and that's why we need to then continue to expand our capacity building efforts and our partnerships to make sure that wherever this threat is emerging into, there is the capability of dealing with it there. So decentralization is, in some cases, a reflection of success and sustained pressure on our part, but it also presents a new spate of challenges for the U.S. as a whole.
So this assassination team targeting officials in New York, it's only current officials, not like retired former officials, right?
Well, if it was, you know, we really couldn't tell you anyway.
Thanks so much. So pivoting on that picture, 9/11 gave birth to the NCTC as a necessity, overdue, and yet for the intelligence community, and I do not envy the leaders of the intelligence community, you've seen a exponential rise in the China threat, in the Russia threat, the Ukraine piece as a separate piece to the larger Russia threat, to global instability. And that has to take a toll on resources in the counterterrorism community, because they're going to be pulling some of the best and the brightest analysts. They're going to be shifting resources to other threats. And how does that comport with your world suddenly being on fire all over again?
So, look, I've spent time in the White House and the National Security Council staff, and when you're in the Situation Room for any administration, as a policymaker, you've got to look at the world. You got to look globally. And
Now I can tell he was with the State Department.
but you do. You got to look globally. And look, you know, the last few years, if you're looking out at the world, what you see is an emboldened China, the PRC, that, you know, poses, in terms of the United States, poses the most existential threat to our country. They're the only nation that has the military capability, the intelligence resources, the technological savvy to really threaten us significantly over the long run. But you see Russia's aggression in Ukraine. You see North Korea increasingly emboldened and conducting destabilizing activities in Asia. You see Iran's malign activities not only throughout the region but now here in the United States. Cyber threats. We've got infectious diseases. You've got instability in Africa. So it is not exactly a stable international environment, and terrorism is a key part of that. And I think, you know, policymakers, one of the things that they have to look at is how do we, as a nation, how do you prioritize, you know, finite resources at a time where, budgets are tight, and you've got to make some hard decisions. And when it comes to the terrorism picture, I think one of the reasons that policymakers have felt somewhat comfortable being able to shift resources and to focus on things like the PRC and their nuclear modernization program, et cetera, is because of the incredible work that the counterterrorism enterprise has done over the last 20 years. So that coupled with, a few years ago, a threat environment where ISIS was sort of on its heels. You had groups like Al-Qaeda that were still trying to recover from the death of Zawahiri and were really kind of scattered. So it gave policymakers some flexibility to make really hard choices about where to prioritize. Now, having said that, one of the things that we have focused on at NCTC is making sure that we've got a sustainable set of resources and capabilities to adjust when the environment is elevated like it is right now. And the ways that we are doing that, frankly, is really being rigorous about prioritizing where we can have the most value to the rest of the community. And for us, that's on threat identification and providing indications and warning to our policymakers. So it is getting really deep in an ever-expanding set of data to find some of those needles in the haystack that can be really kind of transformative for our partners, both here in the United States and overseas, to share leads, to share threat information, just as we did in the case of the Taylor Swift concert just a few weeks ago. Things like that are vitally important, right? And as you all know, in the counterterrorism community, we have to be right 100% of the time. And for better or worse, so many of the successes that we have behind the scenes that happen every single week. We just saw it with the FBI, with our Canadian partners just last week, with arresting this individual who was going to cross the border to conduct attacks against Jewish interests right here in Brooklyn. That's the work that goes on every single day, regardless of kind of what level of resources we have.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the big dilemma. You have to be right 100% of the time, and you have to be right 100% of the time with Taylor Swift, because you get Taylor Swift killed in a terrorist attack, we're all in big trouble. So, Rebecca, I want to circle back to something.
Yes.
You mentioned the effect of AI. You can apply it to anything. It can be magical or frightening. How are you seeing it exploited in the terrorist world?
And I think some of these threats I am envisioning, and when I first started playing around myself with some of the generative AI platforms, I immediately became terrified of all of the terrible outcomes. And some of them, I think, are notional and we need to prepare for. Others have already materialized. And those that have materialized are definitely in the domains of disinformation, of propaganda, and of just general run-of-the-mill fraud, criminal activity, of not new, but newly popular threat vectors like doxing and swatting. And I think we need to think of it as new technology that allows existing threats to be executed at scale and very quickly. So it's much easier to make terrorism propaganda with a generative AI platform that involves an avatar than to risk a real person narrating the successes of the Crocus City attack, for instance, who might risk criminal investigation or a kinetic activity, right? So why not use DALL-E or another image generator to make these posters and have them proliferate? And again, propaganda is certainly not remotely new. It's just much easier and quicker to use generative AI to do it. The disinformation piece is really important, as is the misinformation piece, and these are certainly not topics that have been unexplored in mainstream media, and we've all thought a lot about this over the last few years. But it is really destabilizing for people if you don't know whether something you're looking at is true or not, and that experience is repeated hundreds of times a day. And as a result, you lose faith in institutions, you lose faith in your ability to discern what's important for you to think about. So I think some of the threats are very specific and clear. Some of them are a little more inchoate and will take a long time to materialize. I'm concerned about people using these platforms for targeting and tactical advice, which we have seen. I'm concerned about people using these platforms to proliferate threats against institutions. We've had so many doxing and swatting threats, campaigns of these things that are compounded by the ease with which somebody can generate a fake phone call and say there's a bomb in your place of worship or your school. A familiar trope, and we go and we do the sweep and it's all fine and we are pretty confident as we're going in that everything is fine, but ultimately it's not going to be fine one day and people will be desensitized. So it is, it's a way in which people can be very acutely concerning, like trying to generate more lethal nerve agents, which is something that you can do using AI platforms, or just steadily and slowly eroding the average person's ability to believe that their institution can protect them, whether it's government or media or medical institution or science. People need to spend less time consuming the garbage on their phone because there's more and more garbage, and more time engaging with each other, and also trying with discipline and focus to determine what's real and what's not. That's not something that you and I had to deal with in the last 20 years. It's certainly not something that I want for our kids. But it is a problem in a lot of different ways. And, you know, good people are using AI for really cool things. Bad people will use it for others. And also just kind of the weird. So this morning, one of our analysts who looks at this really carefully said, you know, you probably don't have time, and this isn't really a security example, but it is kind of interesting. This guy was just arrested for earning $10 million in fraudulent, I forget the word, when he created fake music and then got royalties, $10 million in fake royalties for AI generated. He amplified the amount of listening that the fake music that he had created with AI got, and then got a lot of money for it. So there's going to be a lot of that, and then a lot of the stuff that we all worry about, which is violence against people that are driven by AI platforms.
You mentioned fraud in the beginning of that. Have the terrorists figured out not just how to make a bomb from AI, but to make money from AI?
I mean, terrorists maybe, but just common criminals, right? It's easy to mimic somebody's voice in a really compelling way. to tell them that their grandson or granddaughter has been arrested, which is a very familiar threat trope, especially targeting older folks. And you can do that in a much more compelling and quick way. There was a graphic that we had put in a presentation on AI last year that suggested some astronomical number of elder adults have been targeted in these fraud schemes much more effectively by generated voice or even email phishing attempts and cyber threat that is a lot more compelling, and you're less likely to worry about clicking on the link if it's in perfect English, and makes a lot of sense that the threat that you are being presented with or the opportunity that you're presented with, which requires you to give money to, feels legitimate. So the verisimilitude that AI allows you can create problems in really all dimensions.
While I study verisimilitude, it's amazing how this technology is converted to evil very quickly. With the AI telephone threats, they take a TikTok video with a kid, they clone the voice, and then they rearrange the words. So you get a call saying, "Mommy, it's Jane," and like, "I really screwed up," and then she starts to cry, and the call cuts off, and another caller comes on and says, "If you ever want to see your daughter alive again, you know, you have to send Bitcoin of this amount to this receiver." Imagine being on the other end of those phone calls, or, you know, "I'm being held in Mexico," or "I've been arrested." It's amazing. And yet, when you look at the transnational threat, you know, we just looked at Iranian activity where they were doing Iranian-based propaganda strictly aimed at division.
Yeah.
Where they created fake news sites, some for the right, some for the left,
Right.
and then they took cloning from the internet, legitimate news articles, ran them through AI so that it would have the same story, but it would rearrange the words so it wouldn't be plagiarism, because you can try to take over the world for the name of evil, but you don't want to plagiarize. But it would have the effect of looking like a real news site, because you'd say, "Oh, these are the same stories I'm seeing in other websites."
Yeah.
And of course, they pick stories that were getting the biggest hits, you know, on Google searches, so that would draw people in, and then they would put the propaganda thing right in the middle, hiding a tree in a forest. This is an extraordinary level of sophistication that costs almost nothing. And when you see the post-October 7th world and the propaganda opportunities there, Al-Qaeda was never really good at marketing. You know, television, messaging with style was never their thing. But ISIS kind of hit it out of the park with understanding how to use social media, how to reach a younger audience, and how to blend from directed terrorist attacks, enabled terrorist attacks, and inspired. What are you seeing in terrorist propaganda going to the next level on a global sense?
So I would say three.
And your answer has to be longer than that question.
Okay. So I would say, like, zooming out a little bit, I'll try to make it a little longer, John. When we look at some of the big shifts when it comes to technology, the intersection between technology and the global terrorism landscape, I'd say three things stand out. First is, and Rebecca has put her finger on it, is increasing use of these emerging technologies by terrorist groups when it comes to media distribution and propaganda. So using things like AI and different types of machine learning algorithms that they can automatically hit their targeted audiences online. We're seeing that, and it's not terribly sophisticated to do, but they are doing that quite effectively. Just the actual production quality, especially for some of these groups, and I'm not going to name them because I don't want to give them a boost, but the production quality has really dramatically improved. It's very user-friendly. If they want to, they've got all the contact information online if they want to reach out to be a recruit. There's also ways they can contribute. These online production platforms provide instructions on how to make explosives, how, targets to hit, et cetera. So they're both quality-wise, they're like, I think the audience is receptive to them, but it's also they provide some very practical instructions. The other thing is, secondly, is just the permissive use of these social media platforms, both open platforms and encrypted platforms. And here I'd say, I think we made a lot of progress a decade ago, working very closely with tech companies to, to kind of encourage them to enforce the terms of, their service agreements when it comes to, things that violate whatever those agreements are. But I'd say it's a mixed record today in terms of the willingness of some of the companies to actually enforce those agreements and to take those voluntary proactive measures when it comes to content moderation. And so I think that's an area just collectively that we have an opportunity to get better on because of the proliferation of the propaganda on these platforms. And then finally, it's just the importance of online networks generally for groups across the board of all stripes to recruit, to radicalize, and to organize. And so this means, and I think the transnational racially and ethnically motivated extremist threat is actually a really good example where there's no hierarchical structure, frankly, across the world, but when it comes to the Western Europe and the United States, Canada, North America, there's a very, very decentralized structure, and a lot of the organization, a lot of the inspiration that we see from overseas is done online, and they're providing the inspiration to, unfortunately, individuals like the shooter in Buffalo in 2022. He took the vast majority of his inspiration and kind of motivation from previous similar attacks conducted in Europe. And so there's the online component of it where you have groups organizing that have never met in person. It's entirely virtual. And it's not just recruitment and propaganda, but it's also providing them the tools, the resources, and the guidance to execute attacks.
So one of the things I found most disturbing, and no shortage of things to find disturbing after October 7th, was how domestic groups here in the United States, and these are groups that extreme right, extreme left, anarchists, accelerationists, some of them have gone so far right they've come left. It even gets confusing, but how by October 8th they were online. And these are groups that are anti-Semitic, but also anti-Muslim. They were online admiring the October 7th attacks and talking about how the TTPs, the tactics, training, and procedures that went into that could be adapted for domestic terrorism. It's a little bit of a piece of the globalization and, I hate to use the word, democratization of tactics sharing.
Sure. Well, I think there's one group that is interesting to look at, and it's generated a lot of focus and a lot of transnational partnership called the Terrorgram Collective, which is a good illustration of a propaganda machine that is quite powerful at bringing people into its orbit, and not inherently individually carrying out attacks, but really encouraging others to do so. And this is the model that ISIS has been using. Well, it's obviously doing both, but in terms of the inspiration of the HVE, that's replicated with some of these transnational accelerationist networks. But I think what we learn from the odd bedfellows.
I mean, just to take a step back on the Terrorgram Collective.
Yeah.
Describe some of the products that they put out that give you the panoply of attacks that you could do,
Right.
and how to focus them.
I mean, we spent so much time back when Inspire magazine was the thing, thinking about, you're giving all this tactical guidance and targeting guidance and recipes for making a bomb in the kitchen of your mom. And that has just exploded. And what I was getting to is it is really becoming less and less about ideology in some of these cases for some of these people, and more just a celebration of chaos, of violence, of nihilism. And that's the whole point of accelerationism, accelerating the collapse of society as we know it and the replacement with a white ethno-state. And the online environment is a really good one if that is your goal, to foment chaos. And so part of it is about, here's how you attack a cop, or here's how you mix a low-level set of explosives.
Or here's how you take down a power
Or
station.
here's how you take down the power grid. All, by the way, things that you can generate quite easily in a conversation with a generative AI platform, that kind of guidance, and specific knowledge. And just here's our delight in violence and in pain and in suffering. And so you wonder, why? Is this old-fashioned terrorism with a very political overlay and a strong desire to kick out the U.S. from the Middle East? No, not at all. It's something a little bit, I think, more malevolent than that, which is we're angry, we want violence, we're going to have some kind of pretextual reason why, or we're animated by our fear of being replaced by migrants, right? The Buffalo shooter, the Great Replacement theory, a really potent conspiracy theory / dark understanding of the world in which white people are being replaced by others, and therefore there are these spasms of violence. It's really much more about the violence now with a lot of our terrorism threat than it is about a political purpose or a strong commitment to a unified ideology.
You know, we started out in the run-up to 9/11 with directed attacks, run by Al-Qaeda, run by Iran, run by Iran surrogates, Hezbollah, the embassy attacks, the attack on the USS Cole, and then 9/11. Then we shifted into enabled attacks, and then largely, I mean, the 50 some odd cases, inspired attacks. It feels like we're moving back to more directed, state-sponsored, group-sponsored. Is that wrong?
So I would say, John, you're right. Those are the three models that we are always looking at: directed
Actually,
attacks.
And for the people watching online, let's just do definitions between directed and enabled, inspired.
Sure. So the three models: directed, enabled, inspired. Directed is the way we think about it. Think of, again, actually 9/11 is the best example, where you had a central terrorist organization that had recruited operatives, trained them up, and then deployed those individuals overseas with specific guidance and targets to execute an attack. An enabled attack is one where, again, a central organization maybe has not had, they have not brought these operatives in to train, but they have been in communication with them overseas and have provided, specific guidance, perhaps funding, access to weapons. But again, those operatives are operating somewhat freely to conduct the attack. So these groups are enabling individuals to execute. And then inspired is, frankly, the vast majority of the cases and the threats that we have seen more recently, where an individual has had no direct contact or interaction with a foreign terrorist organization, but is consuming the propaganda, and is selecting their own targets and acquiring their own weapons. But then groups like ISIS will claim credit in their name. And so those are the three models. And I would say it has shifted over the years. For a period after 9/11, it was the directed, large-scale, spectacular attacks that we were most concerned about, and there was good reason to be concerned. Then it did shift. I'd say in 10 years ago or so, we saw more of the enabled model, and then more recently, it's been the inspired model. I wouldn't say we're necessarily shifting back to the directed attack model. It's still very much there. We know, for example, that organizations like Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which remains the Al-Qaeda affiliate most focused on attacking the U.S. homeland, including hitting aviation targets, clearly, if they had the capacity, they would, we assess, would want to execute a directed attack because they get all the propaganda boon and boost in the wake of those attacks. But again, due to sustained counterterrorism efforts, these groups have not had as much ability to do that. So they very much want to, but the capacity and the capability is not there. And so what we are seeing, though, especially with ISIS, is really a shift into the enabling model. Again, leveraging the virtual recruitment and the virtual space to provide guidance and, in some cases, to help provide resources to individuals in the West.
Well, we've got about 3 minutes left, so I'd like to close just by saying, I know the people at NCTC. I was at the DNI for a couple of years, and we work together daily, and watching the things they do, the needle in the haystack kind of things that you really couldn't imagine. There's 3 guys who don't have names, who may be coming from this country, who might be getting on a plane, that might be connecting through this place, and they're coming here to do something really bad. It's not a lot to work with. And teams of people from multiple agencies will start spinning through international records, databases, and cull that down to 250,000 possibilities, and then 100,000, and then, zero in on 15 likely pairs of people in groups of 3, and it's just stunning what they do with as little intelligence as they're given to start with. And, from the NYPD standpoint, what your team does, and when we talk about that 50 some odd, it's closer to 60 now in terms of, under you, under Chief Galati, John Hart, the plots either against New York or emanating from New York or supporting terrorist groups. So just to close with a giant thank you for what your teams do, and the irony that your job is to protect New York, but a lot of your intelligence goes to protect the world. Your job is to protect the world, but some of your great intelligence goes to New York. It's the way it's supposed to be. What do you see next?
Well, we're all here together this year. Next year, we're going to be here together. We're going to talk about all the great things that we did, all the plots that were averted, and how things have started to settle down. That's my great hope.
But hold that, because that is the most optimistic thing Rebecca has ever said.
Let me just, I won't comment on what we're going to see next, but let me just say one thing, which will not be a surprise to folks in this room, but as we are now 23 years out from 9/11, I do think it's worth mentioning, which is that, our security is not a birthright. We cannot take our security in this country for granted. Since 9/11, we have, for the most part, when it comes to terrorism, we have been blessed as a country where families can get up, kids can go to school, parents can go to work, we can take in baseball games, we can go grocery shopping, live our lives and dream your dreams without the threat of this mass casualty kind of large-scale terrorist attack. But that's because of the investments that our country and our international partners have made over 2 decades to harden our defenses, to improve information sharing, and to work with state and locals on community prevention. But I think that if we take our security for granted, again, the further away that we get from 9/11, I think it's a real risk for our country and for the world. And so that's why I just want to, again, go back to where I started and to commend Mary and the voices in the center and everybody here. Organizations like this are so important to keep this focus at the forefront of our minds so that we never forget.
Thank our 2 great panelists.
Thank you, John, for being moderator. Rebecca and Brett, what a great job. I mean, I left with 2 words in my mind on this thing. Number one, the professionalism that they exhibit and how they're on this, and the collaboration. The word we used several times today, but you add the teamwork we witnessed up here, Bobby, your remarks over and above that, seamless comes to mind. So I know I sleep a little bit better at night knowing that these kind of folks are on the case. So we're good. We're back on schedule. That's the good news. So we're going to take a short break. I want to remind you to pay attention to some of the exhibits we set up in the hallway. If you are interested in making a preparedness kit, remember we're doing that tomorrow, but we want to give you an early access. It's the room all the way on the opposite side of the floor. And I'll thank our sponsors, and we'll be back together at 10:30. We'll start back up. Thank you.
Hey, folks, if you'll take a seat, we're going to get started for the second half of this morning. Okay, Vince, Austin, Tom, Hugh, you guys are on deck, so be prepared. Frank, lock that door. Well, you can. I'll just introduce you and you can come up and introduce you. All right, Frank, Mary, you ready to go? We're good? Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Rich Stanek. I'm a former sheriff out of Hennepin County, Minneapolis area of Minnesota, and former president of Linked Alumni Association. But more importantly, I'm a friend of Frank and Mary and Sue and a lot of other people in the room. It's my pleasure to get to introduce this next panel. You'll see over, the rest of this morning and this afternoon, this common theme about public-private partnerships, being prepared. You heard Bobby's remarks. They were right on the money. And then this last panel with John and Rebecca and folks, again, keeping that common theme. And then this afternoon, more of it, even a little more detail. This morning, though, we've got a panel about public-private partnerships, a collaborative approach. We've got none other than Vince Tellucci. Vince, in and of himself, is the executive director of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. He's got a long, distinguished career doing that. It is tens of thousands of men and women who are police chiefs and sheriffs around this country and other countries. He does a phenomenal job. He's got his annual conference coming up, 4 days of nonstop training for law enforcement, public safety professionals. Vince, come on up. And then we've got Austin White. Austin is the commander of the Virginia State Police Criminal Intel Division. And more importantly, though, he's also president of Global Shield. Keep in mind, a number of these things we've talked about today were not around prior to September 11th of 2001. One of them is Global Shield. Austin, come on up, grab a chair on the panel. Tom Galati needs no introduction. He's been here a number of times with us over the years. He's homegrown. That's a homegrown New Yorker, I might add. He comes to us currently. He's the senior vice president of NBC Universal Global Security, and of course, a long distinguished career with the NYPD. He did a lot of good for a lot of us and kept us safe over the years. Tom, come on up. And then my newest friend to the group, Hugh Clements. Hugh has not been here before, but nonetheless, he is phenomenal, right? This guy, I hear him speak all over the country. You give him 10 minutes, he'll take 20 easily. And so Vince's job this morning, you're moderating, right, Vince? I'm just introducing the panel. Vince's job is to keep him in line. Not in line, that's not right. To keep him on track. Hugh was a police chief in Providence, Rhode Island. You'll be able to tell right away off the accent that he brings to the stage with him. But more importantly, right now, he's the director of the COPS office, which is something that local law enforcement across this country works with and uses and engages with every single day. They do phenomenal work with reports and grants and working with local law enforcement. Hugh, come on up and join us. Vince, the panel is yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Sheriff Stanek. Good morning, everybody. Sir. Couple things. First, I want to certainly give thanks, Mary, Frank, Sue, Chief Demke, for having us here again this year. The work that you do collectively and respectively is not only appreciated, it's honored, so thank you. The second thing I want to do is contextualize a little from the last few panels relative to this panel. I think we heard from Brett and Rebecca and John and Bobby the sort of state of play relative to the world we're in right now. What I hope to do with this panel is to talk about the ability to respond and protect and mitigate per those partnerships. Third thing I want to do is expand that definition of partnership. Given the very essence of this session today is a collaborative approach and the conference theme of bringing communities together, I'm going to expand on the focus of community a little bit. And I'm going to hearken back to words we heard from Mary this morning with collaborate, from Sue regarding network, and then from Chief Demke when you mentioned profound difference. The goal here is to figure out what that profound difference can be going forward, given the state of the world that we're in today that we heard so eloquently this morning. So this is much more of a conversation than it is a monologue, but for me, I can't thank you enough for being here. I can't thank the virtual audience enough for being here. We have a really esteemed group of panelists. And Sheriff Stanek, longtime friend, thank you for the very generous introduction. So I'm going to begin by asking each of our panelists to provide a little of context of who they are and how they came to sit here today and their part professionally in the conversation today. So I'm just going to ask them to do brief introductions each along the line. And we'll begin with Austin. Austin, please.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Austin White. I'm a captain with the Virginia State Police, and I'm very honored to be able to serve as the commander of our Criminal Intelligence Division. It is one of those things that, and it's already been mentioned today, that the job of law enforcement has changed since 9/11, whether you hired on before the job or before the event or afterwards. So like all troopers, I started out working the road, writing a lot of tickets. If you ever came through Virginia, I'm sorry.
I knew I recognized you from somewhere.
But promoted into our Bureau of Criminal Investigation and actually assigned working felony crimes. But at about that same time, the Virginia Fusion Center was founded, and I'm going to expand upon fusion centers as we go on. But I've been very fortunate to be there for over half my career, so 30 years on the job. And it is one of those things that, 9/11 has changed so much. We did not have a network of fusion centers. We did not have Global Shield. And it was through those efforts that I've had in my several positions within the division to understand how important it is for those public and private partnerships, for us to all be able to work together, because it is a community as a whole. That's the only way we're going to be effective in keeping our homeland, our other nations, our neighborhoods safe. So, I bring that experience, I guess, from, general law enforcement, but we can all understand really how that phrase of homeland security is truly hometown security, and it has to start there.
Great. Thanks, Austin. Tom.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Mary, for having me, Frank, Sue. Really an honor to be here, and it's a great program. My name is Tom Galati. I am a Senior Vice President for NBC Universal now, but for 39 years I was in the NYPD. I retired as the Chief of Intelligence and Counterterrorism, and I'll just go by saying that it was one of the greatest assignments, Rebecca has it now, one of the greatest assignments I think you can have in policing in the United States. The work that's being done there is incredible, and really keeping not just New York City, but the whole world safe. As in my assignment in intelligence, and then later with counterterrorism, I was there to see how the public-private partnership really started. And, it started with programs like SHIELD, where, that program now is a global SHIELD program. Lower Manhattan Security Initiative, and just to give you a quick snapshot on that, right after 9/11, most of the big banks in Lower Manhattan were going to leave. They were going to go to New Jersey and Connecticut. And we had to come up with a way to keep them around. And the way we did is we said, we're going to build this security mechanism that's going to keep it really secure down here with all kinds of technology. We're going to invite you in. You're going to be a partner here. So, most of the big banks and investment firms all said, yeah, we'll buy into that.
They also gave us their cameras and their technology. So that program still is thriving and it has expanded way beyond Lower Manhattan security. And then the Nexus program. The Nexus program is a program where we would think of products that could be used in a terrorist attack, and then we would go out and visit those companies and try and get them to notify us when they see things that maybe agricultural place where people are buying lots of ammonium nitrate and having it delivered to Brooklyn instead of having it delivered to somewhere in a rural area. Going out to hotels and talking to hotels, explaining to them if they see something that is odd, somebody asking for a particular room on a particular day that looks down over a major event, just call us and we'll go out and we'll conduct an investigation. So these are all programs that the NYPD started and have grown. And as you know, what Austin said, it's grown to, many different countries, many different cities that have their own SHIELD program. And now let me just go forward for a second. So being somebody that used to have these programs to help the private sector, now I'm in the private sector. I think when I was here last time, I was talking how the private sector and public sector need to work together, but I really seen it up close in front probably last year when we were having major events that were going on in the city, live events like the Thanksgiving Day Parade, the tree lighting that happens at Rock Center, and how it was so important to have a great relationship and work very closely with the NYPD to make those events go, because we were constantly being targeted by protest activity. So, having that relationship from both sides, public and private, is so important. And I've seen it work on both sides, and it really is great to have, and really there's room to grow.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Hugh.
Thank you, Vince, and thank you, Rich. So my name is Hugh Clements. I spent 38 years in policing in Providence, Rhode Island, where I'm born and bred and can't shake my non-Rhotic accent. But very honored to be here and humbled to be here for a very important conversation. Throughout my career, my first 26 years, I spent about half of my career on the patrol side, the other half on the investigative side, coming up through major investigations, narcotics, and during that time rose through the ranks. During that time, I personally was involved in 100+ homicide investigations, and some of those major crimes, felony shootings, a couple of mass shootings, unfortunately. And, our mission then, and it's come back to that, unfortunately, now. The mission, like the NYPD, we were very replicate in our work of the work the NYPD had done with the data-driven response, was to reduce crime, fear, disorder, and back then, Homeland Security. And here we are back again, listening to Rebecca and Brett. We're back in a moment where it will be those local communities that have to deal with that initial event, wherever it happens in America. It more than likely will happen in a major city like DC or New York or Boston. However, it's all over the country now in small and rural places. So I'm honored to, after 38 years in policing, have taken over the COPS office in the Department of Justice. Over the years, this is our 30th anniversary, similar to CompStat, 30th anniversary. The COPS office, we're celebrating our 30th anniversary on September 17th of this year. We've dedicated $20 billion in resources to the field, to the rank and file in the field and police departments in the field. There are 18,000 police departments in this country. Presently, we have $1.34 billion in play in grants, but the COPS office is a three-legged stool. Grants, training and technical assistance, and resources in the form of publications, of which I'll speak about as we go through this conversation. But a very important office in feeding and fueling the law enforcement field. Thank you, Vince.
Very good. Thanks, Hugh. And again, so just to make sure that we're all on the same page, before I start riddling these panelists with questions, a couple things. We're going to keep hearing about network, collaboration, and profound difference. That's going to be the grounding theme through all this, in addition to bringing communities together. I'm also going to use moderator discretion and expand the scope of this panel to include, I know right now it's called public-private. We're going to go public, non-private, because there's a lot of nonprofit entities in this room that have absolute value to this conversation that may not see themselves as a private entity. So it's going to be public, public, non-public, right? Public, non-public. So with that, let's start the riddling of questions. Austin, we're going to start with you, and then going to ask each one of the panelists to answer the same question. Given you're all policing professionals who now regularly engage with the private sector, please tell me how each of your perspectives on partnerships have changed with your respective changing roles over time.
So, I made light of the fact that, as a trooper, we're out there writing tickets, and then, working recs, doing normal law enforcement functions. But when we look at what the threats are against the homeland, I do understand, and it took a while for me to be able to understand, what role it is that we play as a group. It's not just the police officers that are out there, fighting against crime. It really is a whole of community effort. So, the question came up this morning about where everybody was on 9/11. And I was on our governor's protective detail. And I'd worked the night before, and like many of you, you got the phone call or the multiple pagers at the time, and you start scrambling and dealing with that. Much like what was dealt with here in the city, it was the Commonwealth of Virginia that was the subject of the Pentagon attack. It wasn't necessarily the District of Columbia. So it was a matter of getting our governor to the site as a Virginia installation to make sure that he was being able to perform his function. So we were there at least weekly for the next several months. I happened to be there 5 weeks to the day. That just happened to be my rotation. And before my career with state police, I was actually a career firefighter in a local jurisdiction. And just arriving on scene, all those things that came back to me, that just came to the forethought of my mind when I'd been at situations where people succumbed to fire. And it just hit me, and hit me hard. That is absolutely nothing compared to what the victims have dealt with, their families, their survivors. But we all end up taking a little bit of that with us when we go out. So as my career progressed and go into the intelligence role, that was how I felt like I could best make a difference. And again, it's not one of those things where it's just the police that are out there doing what they do. The whole see something, say something thought process is absolutely critical. So we need the public. We need non-private and private entities to be able to give us information. So then, therefore, we can develop that intelligence from the information. So getting that and trying to sell the whole suspicious activity reporting initiative to get people to report things in, it worked for a while. And much like what we've talked about today, maybe it's kind of waned off a little bit because, we do get fatigued. We think, well, somebody has already called us in. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get tied up with something. And there's a lot of that, that goes through people's brains when they make these decisions as to what they're going to do when they've seen something. So from my perspective, running training for our own law enforcement officers in the Commonwealth, realize that it can't just be cops teaching cops. It's got to be the police being able to give information to members of the public to be able to help protect, for them to be able to help protect themselves. We're called first responders. Members of the public are first preventers because they're going to see the things that are normal in their neighborhoods, recognize what's not quite right, but then they need to know how to inform somebody who can do something about that. So my perspective changed by that because I want to make sure that it is a common effort, that we are all getting the information that we need, and also how the threat has grown so much smaller. Our immediate past superintendent of Virginia State Police had always used this phrase that he never in his life would he have thought that something that happens in Paris today could affect a state trooper on the side of Interstate 95 tomorrow. And it truly is the case. The world has grown smaller quite a bit because everything that we see, whether it's an active shooter in a church or other house of worship here or somewhere else in the States, whether it's a terrorist attack overseas, it seems like it's in your own neighborhood because we're seeing it online, we're seeing it through the mass media, we're hearing about through social media. So that's how my perspective has changed because I want to help people to understand what a true difference they make. It's not just because they're carrying a badge.
Great, thanks, Austin. So Tom, you referenced it. You were sitting on the stage about a year ago where you were freshly into the role that you're in now. Talk about some of those experiences.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, with so many events that we do, both here and other parts of the country and other parts of the world, we really rely on those partnerships. And I've been blessed that those partnerships, I've been part of building those, so international and national. The Century program is an incredible program, a national group of law enforcement, so you put that on top of the other ones I talked about, SHIELD and so on. And our international liaison program where we have, 14 posts all around the world. So how did that help me? Well, I'll say first, when I was the chief of intelligence and counterterrorism. I see John Hart sitting in the back. I can't tell you how many times, we would get calls from different sectors. Maybe it's, a real estate sector, and they're worried about protest activity, or they are hearing things about, possible disruptions. And me and John would jump on these calls, and, we'd have, 50, 60 people on there, and we'd take whatever questions we had. We wanted to put them at ease, and give them the best up-to-date information that we have so they can react to it. Now, you turn that around, and I am the recipient of it. I'm no longer delivering that or answering those questions, but, it's very important to still be part of that, so I'm getting the information that I can at least advise the people that I work for on what I think the best course of action is. And that's really, really helped me, I would say, in the last couple of years. And I mentioned those two big events, the parade and also the tree lighting ceremony. Both of those could have been disrupted, and to some point did have some minor disruptions that we would be able to control. And that's because of the partnership with the police. They really did an incredible job working with me and my team to make sure that didn't happen. I'll fast forward a little bit too. We just got back from the Olympics in Paris, and building out that relationship. There's an NYPD post that is in Paris, and working with Nick, and Nick not only worked with the local police and the other agencies out there, but he worked with a lot of U.S. companies, whether it was Visa, whether it was Delta, Toyota, and other companies. He was there to be a sounding board for them. They maybe didn't have that intro to that commander in that French National Police or the Gendarmerie, but he would be the person that could get that done. And working with Nick, we developed a really good plan, with the French National Police, who I've worked with, and I knew many of them, in building out the team that we had on the ground. And I actually want to really commend the French authorities for the job they did out there, because despite a couple of small incidents, there were some cables that were cut many, many miles outside of Paris to try and disrupt them. The games went on with very little disruptions from protest activity, very little disruptions. Everybody thought there would be some kind of terrorist attack or something there. They came out in force. They made sure that everybody was safe. So it's those things that you're building, and that, while I was building it, I never knew that I would be using, but has really greatly helped me change my perspective on it.
Now, and the LA 28 games are already working on their private, public, nonprofit partnerships based on the French National Police experience. So thanks, Tom. Hugh, so public, nonprofit, private, your experience from your time at Providence now to your time at the Department of Justice.
So look, police work is very complex. It's very layered. It's dynamic work. It's evolving every single day. The threats, the transnational threats, local threats are up to the neck right now. And everything is global. Because of social media, As Austin indicated, it's as if it happened in your own community if it happened in San Jose or Austin, Texas. It's just everything is global. That being the case, it's been about partnerships, relationships, and coordination and collaboration. I can tell you in my time in Providence, relationships and partnerships were vitally important with the private sector, with the social service sector. As Tom indicated, I was in that space where I was delivering those 38 years. And now I'm in a space where we're helping agencies with that same delivery in a different way. But it's an information and intelligence. Years ago, I think my colleagues would say, internally in the police department, information was held separate from patrol, by detectives, by major crime, by narcotics. All that changed. And we know after 9/11, that was the case during 9/11 as well. There was a lot of information that different entities had prior to 9/11 that they were not sharing. That's all changed, and for good reason. I think many departments, including where I came from, shortly thereafter, we put out a flash sheet every single day of exactly what was going on in the community, and we put that in the hands of every private sector security guard in the downtown area. We had a private downtown security meeting once a month, and we wanted to know who the heads of security were, who the CEOs of those organizations were. And I would always say, if you don't know your district commander, or if you don't know your chief of police, he's not going to the school meetings, he's not going to the downtown business meetings, that's a problem. You should know who your district commander is, you should know who your police chief is, and should have a cell phone number. And my phone would ring off the hook, and I didn't mind. And I love that. And that was part of our role as being an executive in a police department. And where I am now in the cops office, we're delivering this mentality to the field because it has to be stratified in approach. And that comes from leadership right down through the department, from patrol to detectives to narcotics to the school resource officers. Everyone should be operating on the same information with the community in sync, because it will be members of the community that see it first, whether it's some local security guard at a 7-Eleven or Providence College or Brown University. We're sharing information from the police department. It will be a local security guard that may see it first.
Thank you, gentlemen. So, great advice, great consult. So, Tom, we'll start with you this time. That knowing what you know now, what would be those elements, those three core elements that you'd focus off right off the jump on developing a partnership?
Well, first, I just want to go back to my last answer. So, even though we were coordinating with, NYPD, FBI, and the French National Police, I also want to mention Sue, and it was through, conferences like this put me in touch with, a group that is a victims group in France. Thank God we didn't need to really use them because nothing really happened there. But, those are the types of relationships that you develop just from these conferences that, stretch from a Toronto conference all the way to Paris.
So network, collaboration, profound difference.
Yeah, yep. Yes. But I'm sorry, and your question again?
Oh, so knowing what you know about your partnership experience, what would be those top three things that you'd want to focus on right from the go?
I think it depends, from which side you're on. But, one thing is that I used to remember when I was in the police department, people would call me up, and they'd always say something like, I don't want to bother you, I know you're busy, or this or like that. Never say, I am busy, I can't do it. You always want to be able to take care of whatever problems you can, depending on, it doesn't matter what sector they're from, how small of a company or big of a company, because you never know when that's going to come back and help you in the long run. And I've seen that happen, numerous times when I was in the PD. So, be, open and available. Make sure that you're getting out and visiting these companies. There are so many companies, big companies in New York City that, want to have you come in, maybe talk with their executives, maybe, give a threat environment speech or something, And, it doesn't have to be very, very intense. Obviously, things that I knew then because I had access to, classified information. You wouldn't share stuff like that, but, you could give a basic overview of what the threat environment is. I think the threat overview we got this morning was fantastic, and, that is, very much available open source to give out. So I think to make yourself available, to make everybody's problems, no matter how small it is, a priority for you or the people that work for you, and that's going to turn around, and that's going to help you when you need them for something.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Hugh?
So to the question, I think partnerships and relationships should be intentional. Even if you do not have a current relationship or partnership with an entity. If you have a new head of Rhode Island Hospital coming in, they named him, he previously came from Minnesota, you want to introduce yourself to the new CEO of the hospital. Whatever jurisdiction you're in, I think partnership should be intentional. You should reach out and have the right partners in your community to ensure when an event occurs, there's already an established relationships. So number one, I would say intentional. Number two, I would say strategic. Strategic in how you coordinate and you collaborate with your respective partners in the field in terms of training, in terms of tactics, and in terms of communication with those individuals. And thirdly, I would say preparation and preventative measures. So we've learned in my new role for the past year and a half, we have conducted several critical incident reviews. Probably the most apt and important to this conversation was Uvalde. That was a comprehensive, very entailed review that I led, over 600 pages. I ask that you don't read all of it, but maybe read the summary, the executive summary. It's extremely well done. There were over 260 interviews, over 14,000 pieces of evidence that were looked at. We had some of the best subject matter experts in the country who had dealt with incidents just like that, and the delivery in that report is important to all of these incidents prior in coming forward. So I think preparation and preventative measures is another thing, looking back and looking forward as to what's next, what major event could occur. And I'll speak a little bit later on the next question on our partnership with IACP.
Thank you. And that SME list of the Uvalde report, as you referenced, was impressive, sadly impressive, because it was folks like John Mina from the Pulse nightclub shooting when he was chief of police of Orlando, and others that had active engagement, that unfortunate lessons that were learned were able to be shared. So thank you very much. Austin.
So I think a big problem with any topic is we don't know what we don't know. And so to be able to know, you need to be able to know who to ask. And so I'm very fortunate to be up here on kind of representing a couple of different entities that make that happen. So first is the National Fusion Center Network. So as a recommendation from the 9/11 Commission report, there was a lack of communication before 9/11. There was the stovepiping of information, and we need to fix that. So when we look at what the threats are to the nation, we also know that the individuals who are those bad actors are in somebody's community. So how do we get the information from our federal partners to those local police officers and suspicious reporting up? So the fusion centers came about. There are now 80 centers within the network, the National Fusion Center Association, with Julianne Wortman, who's our executive director, will be speaking to that later on. But we're able to make those connections. And it was through our center in Virginia that we started doing outreach to the faith-based community, to public groups such as active shooter preparedness, and we started building those relationships. So it was from that I was able to start up the first statewide SHIELD program. And so the SHIELD network, and I've really got to give my thanks to what NYPD has done and the other original programs that allowed these over 60 different programs now in 15 states and 5 countries to get together to have that sharing of information. So being open to opportunities, being ready to be able to reach out and shake a hand. I would also say that there's got to be an element of trust and be open to giving that trust. In the law enforcement atmosphere, I guess, relationships, sometimes, trust in the past has kind of been hard to give because you really had to do a lot to earn it. And we need to be more open. We need to be more willing to take that chance to be open, to build those relationships, to have discussions, and, again, trying to work together. And I think the last thing is don't forget the power of thank you. I am so thankful for every opportunity that I have, whether it's a venue like this, whether it was with my Global Shield Network partners last week in Maryland, or it's when I stop into a Dunkin' Donuts and I get a cup of coffee and somebody realizes the job that I do, they thank me. But I want to thank them in return because they're doing something to help me. And we're all going to be able to work together to be able to hopefully keep us all safe.
That's great advice, Austin. So from my perspective, the three things that we focus on right off when we're looking at a partnership is policy and/or strategic alignment. 2, impact to brand or brand impact. You got to make sure those two things are between alignment and brand impact. Last one is helpfulness and the ability to say no. You have to have that trusted partnership to be able to say, hey, this is outside of our lane relative to what we've agreed upon. Let's just hold off on this. We can win 8,000 times over here, but if we're going to lose once, let's really think about that one loss. So, so let me, Hugh, we learn a lot from our successes, and relative to partnerships, can you recall a specific example of where a partnership exceeded your expectations?
So yes, locally, I had many. It was just relationships and partnerships that really drove the organization. And during the protests, in Providence, we had 70 protests after George Floyd. About 60 were peaceful and fine, and there were about 10 or a dozen that were flat-out riots. They stormed the mall, they burned police cruisers, and it was, but for the established relationships we had, that would have continued. We had great things going on in the community, and I was shocked that an event that happened 1,000 miles away hit home the way that it did in Providence. We're a college town. There's 8 colleges and universities there. So although that happened, for that couple of month period, there were members of the city council that truly wanted to abolish, defund. And but for those strong relationships and partnerships and strategic, intentional relationships in the community, within months, we turned everything around and everything got back on track, and we had our greatest year ever, crime-wise and relationship-wise, partnership-wise, with the community. And that was a huge success to me locally.
Great. Thanks, Hugh. Austin?
It goes back to the relationships again. It was through Linked, who's been a big supporter of what we do within the network, but we're open to allowing people to come to the conferences. And having been very fortunate to have been to several, meeting Sue over the years, meeting several of the rest of the board of directors, has been able to open up opportunities for my network to be able to expand their relationships. Believe me, it is not about me whatsoever, and I truly believe that. My job is to help everybody else. So to be able to have those relationships and get information, whether it's from that first point of contact or 2 or 3 levels away, I've been able to get significant situational awareness reports and detailed information to help support my community from that network I was able to build. So it is tremendous to think that I have met people from around the world and how we're all dealing with the same issues. It's just at what level at that specific point in time. But we all have something that we can bring to that, and I'm so thankful for these partners that I have through these various programs that have been able to help me do my job.
So just to tee up the rest of the conversation, I'm going to continue to riddle them with questions, but want to prepare you for any questions that you may have as we near the end of the conversation. So experience is what you get when you don't get what you want, Austin. So we've had partnerships that have gone awry. I can't think of any from the ISP perspective. No, I'm just kidding. So you have partnerships that go awry. Can you? And remember, this is being virtually broadcast. So.
The names have been changed to
Yes,
protect the
please.
innocent?
So, yeah, we learn a lot from our successes. We learn a lot from our challenges. Talk about a partnership that may not have gone as well as was initially envisioned, and what are the lessons learned from that awryness, if that's a word, Austin?
In my experience, the relationships I've had with the non-public or the private sector groups, the community groups, has been absolutely phenomenal. Unfortunately, my experiences that I think there's some learning points for have been within the law enforcement community, with different agencies not having that open trust that I mentioned earlier. And while we all are in the same mission, there are times where we can be a little bit more open with each other. And I probably went into it, I hope I'm sounding like an optimist on this, but I kind of gone into this, kind of very wide-eyed, hey, we're going to all make this happen together. And it always hasn't been reciprocated. I don't necessarily know that's institutional culture, but there's probably some of that. I think individuals are great. We all want to make the concerted effort to do the right thing, but sometimes the bureaucracy may get in the way. So I've seen that a few times, and it's those little pockets of when that does occur that kind of jade your opinion of everything else, and therefore you don't necessarily want to engage as much as you did before. So, one, you've got to keep working at the relationship, and you got to be open and communicate, show what you can bring to the table, ask for what they need from you, and just keep working on it. But like many other problems, it's communication.
Very good. Tom, I think I failed miserably in my moderator duties and didn't let you answer the question before moving on to the next question. So let's dual question, successful partnership, and then a challenge and a lesson.
So I just want to go back to my last question before this, but something that I wanted to
if
add
you're keeping track at home, we're now 3 questions back.
Something that I think is really important for those of you who are in law enforcement now or intelligence, and you're going to move on to the private sector at some point. You may be out of that agency, but you're never out of the law enforcement community, and it's really important to stay part of it. I mean, I'm on the terrorism committee in IACP. I still meet with and work with major city chiefs. I am on a DHS advisory board. So, staying involved is really important. Mm-hmm. One, it keeps you updated on what's going on, and you're keeping all your relationships. So I just advise anybody that's going to go out there to do that. Talking about relationships, good and bad, I want to start by good. I would say when I left the NYPD just 18 months ago or so, I would think that New York, and this has been for a while, had probably the best relationship, New York City Police Department, with its federal counterparts here. We work very, very, very close together with the FBI, with Homeland Security, with Secret Service, with DEA. We had great partnerships and have. I think, it's a model probably for the rest of the country, because I know it doesn't exist as strong as it does, within New York, and that's based on people that I've talked to. But I will say that it wasn't always the greatest relationship. When we first got into this space after 9/11, we were basically pushing ourselves into an area that we never were in, and, it was a little rocky in the beginning. But that rocky beginning was because of things that maybe we did, which might have upset something that another agency was doing, and we weren't communicating, and we weren't, really aligning ourselves with the same investigations. But as we went forward, we started getting little wins, and as we started getting little wins, the relationship got better and better. And then when something would go off track, instead of everybody kind of just yelling at each other and saying, I'm not working with them ever again, other people would say, hey, let's fix this. Let's bring everybody to the table now. And I look at John. We've been there several times where we had to go to the table, and you work it out and you make it work, and then the relationship gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And like I said, when I was leaving, I mean, the NYPD, not only the Joint Terrorism Task Force, but the Intelligence Bureau, was doing cases, all around the country, and all around the world. They've had some pretty big wins overseas. So that partnership was, because everybody kind of trusted each other, and willingness to say, well, let's use an NYPD person for this, and let's use, a federal person for this one, and it worked really well. So that's my good and bad of relationships.
Tommy, without naming the agency, could you give us the initials?
Best relationship when I left.
No, but Tom, I think the point that you first made regarding currency is really important. You can leave and you can have a different partnership, but how do you remain current in your knowledge of today?
Well, it's good that I know Rebecca and John. I talk to them all the time, so it helps me keep up to current events. But no, I just think, there's so many things out there that you can get your hands on that is going to give you the current environment. I look at, when we were in France, we worked very closely with OSAC. OSAC was the first real public-private partnership. It was created by the State Department for companies overseas. And then, after 9/11, everybody said, we got to get closer to public-private, and, that started SHIELD. And shortly thereafter that was DSAC, the domestic, run by the FBI. They put out great products. DHS has it, CISA has it, and those products come out all the time. The fusion centers, I get a lot of products still from the fusion centers that are, advising you on different things that are going on in different parts of the country or different parts of the world. So I try and keep current by just staying on all of those listservs, going to those conferences, asking the questions. I've had DSAC reach out to me because they have some information they need from my company. So it works both ways, So I think keep current by just, like I said earlier, staying involved with all the agencies that the associations you can, and just keep getting those, those emails from all those different organizations that are here to help private companies.
Great, thanks, Tom. Now, I'm a little bit hesitant to come to you, Hugh, because you said you were going to talk about IACP, and I'm about to ask you where this partnership didn't go as envisioned. So, yeah.
I just gave the initials, John, IACP. No, we've had a great relationship with IACP. And look, I mean, if you're around long enough and you work long enough in the field, those difficult interactions are going to occur. They just are. I mean, it's very... Once again, I'll use the term, it's complicated, the work that police do in the field. So internally and externally in the police department. So an organization like the NYPD, never mind an organization like Providence, a mid-sized city, but internally there's all sorts of conflicts that happen every single day. And externally, with your outside partners, they happen. But it takes leadership and good leadership to be nimble and to keep that communication strong, to mend over those rifts and keep the mission at large at hand, which is the safety and security of the community that the U.S. wants to protect. And sometimes it can be difficult. But in the end, I would say the same. I had great relationships with our federal partners, our state partners, but for our state partners during some of that conflict I spoke about during the protests, we would not have survived. It's all about partnerships and relationships. And presently, where I am, I attend all these sessions. We're very tight with IACP. We're doing some great work together. Vince, you know that. One of the great programs that we have in the COPS office, along with IACP, is with 8 other of the largest law enforcement entities in the United States, called CRITAC, Collaborative Reform Initiative Technical Assistance Center. And that as well is a 3-legged stool where we deliver a lot of collaborative reform at the request of police leaders and agencies around the country. Some tremendous work. Presently, we're over 1,000 agencies that have asked for that assistance from the COPS office, delivered along with IACP through subject matter experts. So the first tier is collaborative reform. The second tier is critical response, which speaks to the issues we're speaking about today in this conference. We don't know where the next critical response will be in this country, but I can tell you that collectively, together, we have the playbook. We will reach out immediately. If it happens in Community X, we will reach out and say, look, how to deal with your community, your victims, the media, your rank and file. Very important in the work that we do is tending to law enforcement, mental health, and wellness, because we cannot forget that with all these highlighted major events that happen around the country, the first ones there are law enforcement first responders and public safety responders. And they see a lot, and they encounter a lot, and we could all speak individually exactly what some of those situations look for, and they don't end pretty sometimes emotionally.
Great, thanks, Hugh. All right, I'm going to end the questioning with the dreaded last open-ended question. That is there anything that we have not discussed today that you would want to impart to the audience before closing out? Austin?
First of all, I do want to echo what Hugh just said, though, is we've got to take care of ourselves. Mm-hmm. Nobody's going to take care of us better than us because we know what we're all going through, and we're not going to be able to take care of other people if we don't have our own teams in a good spot. And that's one thing I'm very proud of my organization, the Virginia State Police, with our wellness coordinator, peer support groups. I have our wellness coordinator come into every divisional meeting that I manage because I want my team members to know that there's somebody there, and that stigma of needing to talk to somebody, those days are gone. Mm-hmm. And we've got to make sure that we remember that. So thank you for bringing that up. I truly appreciate that. I would simply ask that, people look for those opportunities. So globalshieldnetwork.com, that's my plug for the organization. Over 60 different programs in 5 different countries. So each program is slightly different, but when you look at the different ones that are out there, each of them are going to stress something that is important to you and your team. So I would humbly ask that you would go to the website, see which programs are out there, and sign up for any or all of them. For my own organization, you don't have to be in Virginia to be a part of it. 12 different communities of interest that we provide. One of them is our Faith Aware group, where we're giving information out to houses of worship on how to protect themselves. So I would simply say take the events today and tomorrow, and really this week here in the city. Let that motivate you to go back to your own communities and kind of reinvigorate yourself to go forth and do that much more good works.
Great points. Thanks. I appreciate your comments about the officer safety and wellness as well, Austin. Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, so what I would say with all of the relationships that have been developed with the NYPD over the years, I think the most important thing and something that I have to stress to anybody that's going to build programs like these is that it can't be a personal relationship. Those relationships have to be institutionalized, right? So, Tom Galati was the chief of intelligence counterterrorism. He's not there no more, right? Mm-hmm. So, that relationship with Toronto has to go on, continuous. So I think that's one thing that is really important for an agency building out a cooperation. Austin's going to move on sometime. Somebody's going to take his spot. So just keeping those relationships alive by agencies.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Hugh?
If I could leave with one thing, please look at the US DOJ COPS website. We have a lot to offer, not only in the form, once again, in grants. Presently, for this year, we have $650 million in grants. Total in play, because they're 3-year grants, is $1.34 billion. We have some tremendous grants that are really fueling the field in the form of COPS hiring, school violence prevention program, $73 million. We have dedicated towards that. We call it PASS, Preparing for Active Shooter Situations. Some of the greatest, the best guidance you could have in your communities around the country. Please look at the COPS website. There's a lot to offer. I have the ability in my role now as a director of running convening sessions using the bully pulpit of the office to run a convening session. and we'll do a 4-hour, 1-day or 2-day session where we'll invite some of the strongest police chiefs and leaders, police leaders in the country, community leaders, media individuals, and we'll sit around the table for a day or two, and I have a team of writers who will sit there and take notes, and 3 months later, the COPS office, along with IACP or the National Policing Institute, will deliver a great product to the field. Very well done, great guidance to the field, and I'll harp once again on the men and women that we task to go out there and do it at times an impossible job. In the COPS office, we're laser focused on violent crime, all crime, but violent crime, drugs. Fentanyl is killing communities around this country, and law enforcement, mental health, and wellness. And I'll leave with saying, I'm sure all of us have been, I've gone many times, the Police Officer Memorial. This year they put on 282 more names. That's a total of 24,067 names are on that wall. These are the men and women that go out there and serve our communities over all these years. And it's scary to think that, even those, and oftentimes, they're the first target. We've been keeping data the last couple of years along with the FOP. We started a grant with the Fraternal Order of Police, and now we have good data. In 2022, there were 330 police officers who were shot. Last year, the data got worse. There were 378 police officers who were shot. So it's going in the wrong direction. And of those 378, thankfully, due to modern medicine, only 46 were killed. I shouldn't use the word only, but thank God that 46 of the 378. And of all those situations, and here's the most stark number, 115 were ambush attacks. And in those 115 ambush attacks, those are terrorist attacks. 115, in those situations, 136 police officers were shot. So those are stark realities of the work we're doing out there every single day.
Thank you, Hugh. In about a month, I have a conference that's going to attract about 16,000 people to Boston, so I have an absolute appreciation for staying on time, Mary. And given we're at 11:30 right now, we're going to forgo audience questions, but please, please join me in thanking this wonderful panel, Austin, Hugh, and Tom.
I get the privilege of thanking this wonderful panel and also introducing the next. And I see Tom Winters making his way, Rich Esposito, and John's right there. So a couple of things. I heard all of you speak about the importance of leadership, relationships, and trust. And I think when you look at the work of Mary's group and Voices, and we talk about collaboration, that's because we trust each other, we share, and we nurture those relationships. So your messages are loud and clear. Vince, I want to thank you. I'm a proud member of IACP, and I'm constantly using your resources. I'll have to have a victim's lens on this. The work that you do with victims and the work I can't say enough about the fantastic work. But I liked when you said public and non-public, because we're talking about public-private partnerships, but we don't often talk about the role of civil society. And the role of civil society, victims, survivors, family members are partners in public safety. And I'm going to use a couple of simple examples. Let me quote the commissioner of the 9/11 Commission when he spoke to retired. He said, the 9/11 Commission never would have happened without the families, without the Marys and the Franks and the families that fought for it. And I think that's a pretty powerful statement, because if you think about it, those families led to intelligence reform in the United States. So when you look at the role and the power of the voice that they have that needs to be heard and used, if you're from the UK, Figan Murray and her push for Martin's Law and the Protect legislation. Sushil Gupta's here with the role that he did with the Air Indias Association. Maureen Besnicki with Secure Canada. Their voices need to be heard and need to be at the table at all times. And I will tell you proudly, with the Link alumni, we have always had a victim's voice at the table since we started the alumni in 2008. You also have program members here today that will become alumni, hopefully by the end of the week, that will be adding to that. I also want to talk about You talked about the importance of relationship, Tom. Pauline, you probably didn't notice her. She's so petite at the front there. Pauline is with France Victime, and Pauline will be presenting later. But that power of relationship, Tom reached out. Not only that, Tom Winter reached out and said, can we talk to France Victime of what they have in place should there be, sadly, an incident? So they did the pre-planning because of the relationships they had established. And you're going to hear about the phenomenal work that France Victime put in place for that. You talked about... Hugh, I loved when you said the community, really community policing at its finest, the community, our corporate partners, our civil society, they are the first preventers. Nobody knows your buildings, your areas better than the people that live there, that work there, and do that. So in the work that Global Shield, Tom, the work that you've done through NYPD and also with your current work with NBC, and the relationships that you continue to establish and use. And cops, I have to tell you, I'm always looking at the work that COPS is doing. You do amazing work, and people need to know about that. So I have a couple of email lists that I send around the world all the time, and the great work that you've been doing at COPS needs to be people to know about and to share. Don't forget, part of your role is to share these opportunities that you're getting over this gift of time that you have for these 2 days in your busy lives to have those conversations, those networks. So if you could join me in thanking the panel for a phenomenal presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna ask our next presenters and panel to head up, and I have the privilege of introducing your next panel. Now, the first I'm going to introduce is Rich Esposito. Now, Rich is he's making his way up. He's your moderator for this panel, and I've had the privilege of knowing Rich for many, many years, and he's been a strong Link supporter and Invictum supporter for many years. He comes with an extensive background in investigative journalism, and he's worked for NBC for many, many years. In his role at NBC, he was senior executive producer. Now, I always like to mention, I made a mistake one year. I said he has 4 Peabodys. He says, no, it's 5. It's 5 Peabodys. He shares a Pulitzer, and he has many others. But more importantly, what I remember best when I first met Rich was when he spoke in Los Angeles when we were first starting these. And he spoke from the heart about the impact 9/11 had on him. They lost media people, losing friends. And so he has always been such a supporter of the work to ensure that victims, first responders, family members, survivors, and the role. So Rich, I thank you for your continued support that you always do. And I would be negligent not to mention, I'm still waiting for my copy, he'll be releasing a book called Jimmy Breslin, I've got to get this right, The Man Who Told the Truth. So that's coming out in October. I just wanted to mention that because I am looking forward to reading that. And but sincerely, thank you for your continued support of both Invictum Voices and Link. You've always been there for us and continue to be there for us. Now, John Miller, there's not much you can say about John Miller, but I remember Rich gave me some bad advice recently. I said, I need to get a hold of John Miller, but he never answers my emails. He says, no, use his personal one. See, I have that. He says, put this in the subject line. So I put it in the subject line. It did not work, so I had to go to secret weapon number 1. I had Mary Fetchit call him. He says, Sue, I got that. I told Mary. So, John, you've just been such a supporter right from the beginning. And anybody, if you've heard John speak many times, you just have a way of presenting it, but make us really think about that. I watched you so much recently on CNN talking about different things. I said, nobody does it like you do to really I remember that one on the bridge where the car flew off, and I watched him. I said, oh, he just did a fantastic job. Thank you for keeping that voice there. Thanks for always being upfront, a little bit of humor to deal with some of this, but thank you, John, so much for your support for Link and Invictum and Voices. And next I have the privilege of Tom Winter. We met in Toronto. It was funny because speaking of relationships, 2 members of Link said, oh, you got to get Tom Winter to come in. Oh, you got to get him to come and speak. You did a phenomenal job. But speaking of relationships, he wasn't the only one. He said, Sue, can you reintroduce me that nice lady from France Victime, Pauline? So you followed up. You met with Pauline and her boss in France Victime. And that's what this is about, is using the networks and the opportunities you have to build those relationships and trust. And I don't know Haley, but I've heard wonderful things. You made it, yay. And she was a little deflate. But I just want to say your background. I mean, Haley, you work for NBC with Tom. You are an anchor of the NBC Nightly News. You have extensive... Just on Sundays. I'm not going to read her bio, but she has an extensive background, and we're thrilled to have you here, and I'm really looking forward to listening to this panel. Rich, over to you.
Thank you. So it's pretty telling that we're having a panel on, maintaining public trust, accountability, and transparency. From the mid-50s through the Iraq War, those things were taken for granted, whether it was Edward Murrow during the McCarthy era, Walter Cronkite during the Vietnam War, Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw during the Iraq War. It was taken for granted that, thank you, I'm off-camera kind of guy, you know. It was taken
This
for
is
granted.
why I thought I was the moderator.
You know, but John is going to give me his questions, you know. John just passed those over, you know. So we took for granted the public trust. And when there was a difference of opinion, whether it was James Reston at the New York Times or Bill Buckley, it was civilized, very civilized. And that was the environment all the way up to today. So today, maintaining the public trust that was once taken for granted is our topic. So, and we couldn't have three better people. As Rebecca put it, you know, you can lose faith. Your audience can lose faith. So what do we do, Hallie? We'll start with you.
Starting with the softball. Thank you, Espo.
You're welcome. I try to start with an easy question. What do we do to maintain the public trust?
It's the impossible question of our time right now as journalists, and I'm so honored to be on this stage. Commissioner, it's great to see you. Tom, Espo, I'm way out of my league, but I'll do my best to try to kind of muddle through this. Listen, I think that this question of trust and public trust in our institution and our accountability has changed so much in the decades that I've been in the broadcast industry, specifically in the journalism sort of world on TV, which for people is really accessible. You all work with different members of the media in different capacities, and there's a nuance in the different ways that each sort of media outlet communicates, whether it's print, whether it's broadcast. And when you do broadcast, there's an intimacy, and you know this, all of you, from having done television before. People really feel like they know you. You're in their living rooms. There's a really personal relationship that you end up developing with members of your audience. And that's a good thing in the age of Tom Brokaw and Walter Cronkite and the luminaries that you mentioned. It can also kind of cut both ways, especially when people don't trust the person who's in their living room with them, you know, talking them through whatever trauma or crisis is happening. So how do you maintain trust? I think it comes back to the same tenets that have been in place in journalism for decades, and that is be truthful, hold yourself and others accountable, and level with your audience. We don't talk to our audience or talk down to our audience or talk for our audience. We talk with our audience. At least that's how I try to think of it. It is sometimes intractable. It's especially thorny right now, and it has been over the course of the last 6-8 years or so that I've covered journalism. I've mostly been in politics. I was our chief White House correspondent for 4 years. Starting in 2016, I was on the campaign trail before that, and continue to do the reporting now as we move forward.
We're going to come back to the politics and the White House, but John, part of your job is telling the truth on CNN. Now, CNN for decades was the place you turned from the night when they turned it on, the place when there was a big event in the world, you went to CNN. Then something happened, and I think the something was Jeff Zucker, but something happened, and CNN went into the world of opinion. And now it seems to be going back to the world of facts. So what do you do to tell the truth on CNN?
You know, it's an interesting observation because the CNN experience was, CNN was the place where everybody turned when something happened. And the really interesting part is that's still true. When something happens, CNN ratings go up. And then when we've kind of gotten through the crisis part of it, which is, okay, this is what we know, this is what we don't know, this is where it's going, the ratings go back down, and people will go back to Fox, go back to MSNBC, and that's suggestive of something, which is people like to stay in their comfort zone, in their echo chambers, in the places where people are repetitively saying the things that they believe in, unless they're really worried that they need the accurate information, and then they come to CNN. The real conundrum there is, if that analysis is correct, why don't they stay? Because it is, as Haley said, it's an intimate relationship with the audience. You know, since they have the smart TVs and AI and all this stuff, I've actually been telling people with the new technology, we can also see out the TV. And I talk to people, I say, you know,
that's a joke, Internet.
You were doing 3 things while I was talking the other day, right? You were on Facebook and you were cooking dinner, and I just thought what we had together was more important. But that is a problem. And, you know, the good news is the trust is still there. The bad news is it's not everybody's comfort zone.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Tom was on paternity leave, and somehow during that period he did 180 pieces. Because Tom is on MSNBC, Tom is feeding Hallie, Tom is behind the scenes on much of their counterterror work. So, Tom, for you, very often it's a time of chaos. So how do you sort through disinformation in a time of chaos and give your audience what John said, accuracy, and get them out of the church of their preacher, whether it's, you know, some Fox anchor or what's her name?
Without speaking
Maddow.
without speaking to colleagues and competitors, Richard, thanks so much. I think if you're in the disinformation space, and we all are these days in one way or the other, people in law enforcement and policing are, certainly our side of the industry, our side of the street is, I should say, is in this disinformation world. When you get to the point where you're fighting disinformation by telling the audience, well, this is what's happening, or this is the way you should think, or this is what you should believe, you're kind of in an opinion battle there. And so I think the thing I try to focus on is disinformation can only be fought with information. And the way to do that is to show people your math. So for me, and our good friend up here and colleague, Jonathan Dienst, who's our chief investigative reporter at WNBC, we were talking about this one day, and we said, if people only knew the types of people that we were speaking to when we're reporting information, I think they would feel a whole lot better and a whole lot different about our industry. So what we're trying to do, and there's reasons that we use anonymous sources, and there's smart reasons, there's legal reasons for it. I try to show people the math. This is what we know. This is what appears to be a little unclear at this stage of the incident, and these are some of the questions that we're trying to ask, and here's how we know it. So it's one thing for me to say, you know, law enforcement in this active shooter situation might be trying to do this or that. Okay, that's nice, but I explain it to people by saying, look, I've spoken with officers who've responded to these shootings over the years, and I list the specific events and then get into the details of here were their observations, or based on a specific report that was done as an after action, so people get a sense of how do you know, TV guy, what you know. And I think once we show people that math behind it, John, obviously his resume and his background, and when we're talking politics, Hallie Jackson has been on the campaign trail, event to event, moment to moment, on the bus with the candidates. I think once you start to establish that level of credibility, it helps.
So let's go to John and give Hallie a break on the difficult question. When you're telling the truth and there's disinformation out there, is your role to put that out and balance it? Is there some equivalency? Or is your role to tell your audience it's out there and leave it out?
So CNN actually has a machine, a fact-checking machine. There's an entire team of people, K-File, Millman, and so on, that literally when these things are happening and stuff is being said, and it's bleeding into the coverage. You're interviewing people. It may not even be our reporting. You're interviewing people who are coming on live and saying things. They're like, wait a minute, is it possible that that's true? Because if that's true, that's a big problem. And these fact checkers are feeding information back in real time. You'll often hear when candidates talk and they make their various claims, which is just, it's a part of politics. Everywhere else we call it lying, but it's part of politics. The fact checkers will feed to the anchors, you know, these are the real numbers, this is the real this is the real that. And they do it bipartisanly, by the way, because it's, we understand that the audience is living on a diet of information that we are feeding them. We have a responsibility that goes beyond, is it interesting, is it controversial? Back to where you started this discussion, you know, at the beginning, is it right?
Is it right? We spent our whole career with the words, is it right? But the pressure on you when they're doing this fact-checking, it's instantaneous. It's coming out on X, it's coming out on blogs, and you're up there, there's pressure from special events, from digital, from all the places that want your information.
From competitors.
there's that. And who sometimes get it first and get it wrong. Does your audience know, John, about the fact-checking? Are you transparent?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we actually brand it, K-File. We say the names of the fact-checkers, and when we know it's going to be that way, say during a presidential debate or something, or one of these town hall meetings, we bring the fact-checkers on, and as people are talking, they're scribbling, Googling, checking, lining up the numbers to do the fact-check right after that. It is important. One of the most remarkable moments of my entire journalistic career occurred at CBS News during the Boston Marathon bombing, which brings us back into the milieu of terrorism and victimology. When Scott Pelley sent an email, those all emails that go to everybody,
big flag, yeah, whatever
everybody in the entire organization, which at CBS News has to be a couple of thousand people at least. And it said, we're in the middle of this crisis. People need this information. We have a lot of people working on this. He said, I would rather be last than wrong. If you're reporting information, make sure that we have it correctly, make sure that it's nailed down, make sure that before it goes out it's good. I've heard people say that before, make sure you have it right. Okay, it's easy to say. I have not heard a senior official of a news organization anywhere before or since say, I would rather be last than wrong.
It's a big challenge. And at NBC, it was Pete Williams.
It's just exactly who I was thinking of, yeah.
I was running investigations. Technically, that's what they called it. But as you know, you're basically the news breaking operation in these crises. And there was phenomenal pressure to get something on the air that would have been wrong. And then there's somebody like Pete sitting there in his chair talking to these people in special events and saying, we're not going to go with it. We're just not. So Hallie, you're in that chair.
And I think about Pete every day. I think about Pete all the time because he is somebody who has been the gold standard at my organization for exactly that. That's a really powerful way to put it, John, the idea we'd rather be last than wrong. We've said it in the opposite way, which is we want to be first, but more importantly, we want to get it right. And that is real and that is true. And sure, it is maybe a cliche, news organizations say that, but boy, let me tell you, at NBC, we mean it. And the Boston Marathon bombing, I was in local news, I think, at Hearst, doing like local affiliates. And I remember watching the coverage that night. And in the course of those many hours, and watching Pete Williams, not as a colleague at the time, I didn't work for NBC, but as a viewer, and thinking, damn, that guy really knows how to do it. He is getting it right, because there was a lot of swirl. You remember, there was a lot of bad reporting that was out there, and Pete resisted at every turn. He's since become a friend, and talking with him about these moments, it is such an important lesson to journalists sort of my generation coming up that are taking on these roles and want to be sure that we're doing it right. Commissioner, you raised a couple of things that I think are important. First of all, and Espo too, it's the pressure, right? That said, we have to be in positions where the people who are part of the news organization and the news gathering and the news delivery can resist that pressure. And I will tell you, most times it is not coming internally. I have never once been a part of an organization on a big story where they said, we're not quite sure about it, but go with it anyway. That is not a thing that happens. At NBC, I would eventually guess not at CNN either. There are layers and layers to these big stories that are so critical. Tom, you have been somebody that has sent notes that said, we cannot go with this yet. Right. We are still reporting this out. We see everybody else and their news alerts. We need to hold for a second. Sometimes it means you are last. But again, I think there is a sense, especially after some of the lessons learned, not just on moments like the marathon bombing and these moments of law enforcement and terrorist activity, but I think about the Supreme Court. Again, Pete was the first and the only correct person at the time to report that, in fact, that now famous Obamacare ruling had been in favor of at the time, President Obama, when other organizations had come out and misinterpreted it. And we were last with that, but we were actually correct. And so I think about those things all the time. There's also the piece of it when you talk about the intimacy and the trust that this comes back to, and the credibility for somebody. I came from local news for a long time. I hope and I assume that you all read your local news wherever you're from. Those institutions in many ways have been gutted, and there's been a loss of some of that institutional credibility that really matters in figuring out, following your compass of when you should go with a story or not, which I think is critical.
I mean, Pete's the kind of guy that at my wedding, he moved the flowers because he didn't think the photographer had done an accurate job. That's Pete. And so I've spent about a year and a half looking at a man who told the truth. That's what he said he did. He said, don't confuse me with the facts, I tell the truth. So Tom, in that frame, what is the role of fair and balanced in the world we live in now? Or is that an antiquated concept? How do you tell the truth? What's the equivalency? How do you do it?
So I think about it in terms of, if I was the audience, what would I want? Would I want somebody kind of telling me, there is a role for people that do editorial. There is a role for people that do analysis. We have some people that Hallie and I work with, John works with in his organization, that are very good at that. And there's a value to it, and that's one column. That's not my job. If I'm venturing into the world of saying, I think, then I've already taken the train off the tracks as it pertains to me. So I think about it from an audience perspective. They're smart enough, I'm smart enough to come up with my own opinions and to start to understand something, but I need a baseline of fact. And so I start out with the facts. Where am I getting it from? How do we know about it? I remember during protests here in New York City, you were at the police department, John, you were at the police department, and people would criticize me online, people that were viewing us and saying, well, how can you pass along that police statement? How could you put that information out from the NYPD? And I think it's important for our audience to know what the New York Police Department is seeing and saying. I think it's important for people to be able to see the images that we're putting out from our helicopters and cameras, et cetera. And you can put all of that into an account and start to gather what is, to the point of Jimmy Breslin, the truth.
When John and I were at the police department together, we were used to being criticized in our news organizations for liking cops. Now we work for a guy who called us one day and said, you guys are communists. And it was very confusing, to be honest. Hallie, let's go to your world. Your world is a world where, to put it mildly, it's not clear if anyone tells the truth. So you have economic policy by Kamala Harris. You have economic policy, I think, by Donald Trump. Then you have what really works in economics, which seems to be neither of those things. How do you, who lives in a world where everyone is spinning, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, it's large, right? That's another big question here. So there's a couple of things. First, it's to your point on balance. There's this adage in the industry that says it's not, that I sort of think about sometimes. If one person says the sky is blue and the other says the sky is purple, it's not my job to say one side says the sky is blue and the other side says the sky is purple. It's my job to say one side says the sky is blue, the other says the sky is purple. We are looking at the sky, you can see it, and it is in fact blue, right? We can present people's thoughts and opinions, and then it's our job to try to triangulate and provide some context about what the facts actually are. So in the examples that you cite, one of the things we do, let's say it's economic policy. We have a roster of expert economists that we will turn to. And by the way, sometimes the experts don't agree on what policies work best, and we have to reflect that when we're providing context around, for example, what the candidates are saying around each issue. It is not an exact science, but it is important for us, and I think that there has been a reckoning over the course of the last 8 years in the media industry that balance is not the primary objective. That is not actually the point. Equivalency is not the point. It's about making sure you're presenting both sort of, if there's two of them or three of them, however, thoughts and opinions, but providing that critical context around what is actually true. And I will just give the example that I think is very relevant at the moment, and as a political reporter, I think about a lot, which are the former president has made repeated election fraud claims. He repeatedly makes claims of cheating in the 2020 election. Those claims simply have not been borne out by the judiciary system. And it is important that every time we talk about that, we remind people that that is the case. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't report that Donald Trump went on Truth Social and tweeted about what he sees as cheating and skullduggery. That is something that we will share with our audience, while at the same time laying out what the facts and the context are. Remember that when people are watching TV, and I know you're joking about folks making dinner and doing things, but they are not watching in a vacuum. There is no audience that is simply, we are way, way away from the days when somebody had one TV in their living room and everybody gathered around it and watched it. That feels quaint because it is quaint. People are on their phones, they're looking at their kids' phones, they're looking at their friends, talking with them, they're getting information from a lot of sources. And so it is, when there is misinformation or disinformation out there, I think that sometimes there is an obligation on the news media to address that, because otherwise you're pretending like you exist in a vacuum, and that's just not the case.
Okay, that's a very, very good answer. So then when, thank you, you could be an anchor. Usually they steal the lead, but, and then we're sitting there going, well, what do I
What am I
have to
supposed
say
to say?
now?
Oh,
You know?
yeah.
John's gone through that quite a lot. He worked for Peter Jennings. John would write a script, Peter would say, yeah, that part's mine.
Only the good line.
Only the good line.
That's why you always had the second good line in your pocket, which
Yeah.
was the better line. You had to feed him the decoy good line.
So that's the broad question about how do you do it. Let's drill down a little bit. We don't just live in an era of disinformation. We live in an era where I could talk and the words could come out of Hallie's mouth. And it will be Hallie that you're watching, and I'm saying it. So how do you deal, Tom, with deep fakes? How do you deal with that in real time? Because it happens in real time.
Sure. I mean, I think it's something that I am actively thinking about all the time. I'm waiting for. Frankly, it's a discussion I've had with my own legal counsel. When is the moment that somebody takes? There are hours of video of all of us, out there on YouTube. That's a gross understatement. And so the idea that you could feed some of that into AI or into a deep fake and come up with a whole conversation. And we've seen some of it at some other conferences, and the police department has talked about this, and Commissioner Weiner talked about it earlier. So I think there is going to become a time where there is real-time clips of the work that we're all doing out there that is completely fake, putting out false information. That day is coming for sure. And so what I'm doing now in these situations, kind of dividing up information into two columns. One, the people that I'm talking to that I've had relationships with for weeks, months, and years, and often more on the months and years column. People that I know, that I trust, I have a sense of where they're getting information from in the law enforcement community, in the victim community, and other parts of the community, and using that as kind of a bedrock of this is what we kind of have an understanding or believe we have an understanding of when it comes to a mass shooter event or a terrorist attack. That's column A. Column B, there is certainly a value to the information that you can find on social media during an incident or an attack. And as we saw with the recent attempted assassination of former President Trump, there was video that did come out online that showed the shooter getting into position. And that's important information that pertains to the ongoing security of Trump, what happened that day that was helpful. But I take that information and immediately slow it down to a crawl, much the way that I think law enforcement does with police investigations. Let's at least get somebody apprehended. Is there anybody else that we're looking for? And then jam on those brakes and start to go deliberately through our process of, is this real or not? So John talked about the fact-checking team at CNN. We have a whole social news gathering team whose job it is not to only go out and find that video clip that somebody posts online, but then to go through it and say, is this real? Is it fake? And they have an encyclopedic knowledge of, they'll say, wait a minute, that video, that actually happened at a shooting 10 years ago that somebody's repurposing for this particular event. Or that's a bombing that occurred at a terrorist attack in Brussels. That's not something that just happened on this particular incident, or that things are being merged together. So from that perspective, it's not all on us. It's really a team.
Well, can I just give one non-law enforcement example, because I love it? Every time there's a hurricane, there's this video that comes up of a shark swimming up a highway. Every time. And it's not a thing. And every time there's a hurricane, somebody drops it in our Slacks and goes, oh my gosh, this is it.
It's a shark on the highway.
Yeah, exactly. We're good.
That's not real?
I know. I've like always thought it was real. It's like shark stories in July in newspapers. You have to have them, right? If there's no shark, you need one. Tom, John talked about transparency. How does NBC let its audience know what's going on with that team?
Right. So I think a couple of things. One, when it comes to social news gathering, that's incumbent upon whether it's Hallie or myself or whoever's on to really get into that discussion and say, we're going to show you this video. We've verified it through XYZ different reasons. We've checked in with officials who've also viewed it, and they feel reasonably comfortable that this is real from the event, or we've done our own forensic analysis. There's a lot of that work that's going on, and that's really an emerging field. So we're looking at the metadata behind that image. You're telling me this is something from 5 years ago. The create date shows 5 minutes ago. And we see that with social media accounts for some of these shooters and terrorists that appear to be real, but when you really dig into them, you found out it was, 10 minutes after we put the name on the air, somebody created a social media account. So we're doing that type of forensic work. And I think, and frankly, it's an area that I know I'm trying to do more of, and maybe an area for our industry to do a better job of, is saying, this is how we know, or we reasonably believe it's this. And it's based on all the evidence. Hugh Clements was up here before talking about the Uvalde after-action report, and there's some really great information in there. So the next time, unfortunately, we're going to have another school shooting. We had one 2 days ago. I'm going to go back to that and share with people, how do we know what some of the best practices are for a school shooting? Well, look, we've read this report. It comes out of a Justice Department report. How many witnesses were spoken to? So we can start to pull that information up. And frankly, we have the technology. I have all of my public notes on my phone, on my computer. They're all synced real time to be able to relay that to the audience. So I think the more that we're sharing that, and I think it's an area where probably as an industry, we can all improve on a little bit.
So let me ask you, Hallie, we've talked about deep fakes, but disinformation, but we're really talking about transparency on a certain level. We're about to enter the last phase of a political campaign, which has always been tumultuous and is often chaotic. How are you going to deal with transparency in this real-time world you're going to live in? How are you going to be able to get through that thicket?
More of it as much as possible as far as the transparency piece. I mean, Tom said something that is a touchstone for me as well, which is show the math. How do you know the information? How do you know that what you're telling the audience is real? And how do they know that what you're saying is based on something that is in your reporting? There's a friend of mine over at CBS, Bob Costa, who does a lot of political reporting for them. I've known him since high school. He says this thing, and he's been saying it for years. He'll start a sentence, not with I think, but with based on my reporting, right? And then be able to share whatever analysis or reporting that he has. And I think about that a lot too, is what am I basing this on? If I'm gonna share something in a nightly news story or Today's Show story or on the show or in our special coverage tomorrow night during the debate, for example, how am I bringing it back to something that I know and that I've reported? And how do I share that with the audience? And so, I think about the various ways that we do that Tom has laid out. One of the ways is by describing how many sources you're talking with. You'll see these pieces at NBC News, CNN, others will write based on 15 people familiar with this meeting or familiar with this discussion, 2 sources who were involved directly with the planning. You want to be as specific as possible if you can't put a name on your reporting on the people that you're talking to in my field of politics and in law enforcement as well. I look at our coverage after the attempted assassination of the former president. Just a monster, huge news story. I live about 5 minutes away from our bureau and got a call like 30 seconds after it happened and was like in the bureau 6 minutes later because it was just an all hands on deck situation. And in those moments, the pressure and the stakes are so intensely high. We've had so many of those moments just this summer where you cannot get it wrong, especially not at a situation where there are so many questions about the health and safety of a former president of the United States and current presidential nominee. You cannot make a mistake in that situation. And so in those moments, we're on the air for rolling coverage. I think I anchored until 1 a.m. when we were on the air for hours and hours and hours, which is not normal for network news, obviously. And in those moments, it's people like Tom. It's people like our social news gathering team, our dozens of people who were out in the field gathering and reporting back information. Me, as I'm making phone calls to local officials, to locals that I knew in that area about what happened, and then citing, making sure you're communicating. It's just getting down to the basics of those best practices. Because in every moment, but especially in those moments, the stakes are too high to get it wrong. And even if we're not the first ones to say something, that is okay, because we want to make sure that we feel good about it.
So,
can I just throw into that same mix, because it was pertinent on that same story, but it was pertinent again the other day with the school shooting in Georgia, is you're getting all this information. You're getting it from sources that you know personally, that you know are reliable, that you know aren't misleading you, and it doesn't mean that they're right. So every time, having been way out there with information that then turned out to be incorrect, I just start every one of these things the same way, which is the information we're giving you is preliminary. It's a fast-moving event. It's coming from a lot of places. It appears that there are 4 dead. They're talking about 30 injured, but it's important to note that's not 30 people shot. That's 30 people who may have been injured escaping the school, so on and so forth. And And let's anticipate these numbers are going to change. God forbid they go up, hopefully they go down. And you basically walk yourself through a disclaimer saying, we're working this, but we know it's going to change. We have no reason to believe right now what we're telling you isn't true, but we've seen that so many times where the numbers go way up, or the numbers come down, or it turns out, that it didn't happen the way it appeared at first. That's the nature of the business. And I think we owe everybody those disclaimers, because in the words of the great John Timoney, former police chief and police icon, the first story is never right. He's also the one who said, when you have trouble getting the information, it's usually because there's trouble with the information, which tells us when you're pulling teeth, maybe there's something wrong.
Right.
So let me stay with Holly on, it's the same question. Poll data. Poll data has been with us for a very long time. So the New York Times has the Siena poll. It says that Trump and Kamala are neck and neck. The Economist and Reuters have their own polls, and they show her winning in battleground states. I look at this and I go, how good is the New York Times poll data? How good is the Siena poll compared to what Reuters, The Economist are doing? How do you handle that? How do you explain it? I know you all have pollsters and at the networks, and I know how they work, and I know the size of their samples. So what I'm asking you is not about we've got this or we've got this. I'm saying, how do you get through this and explain to your audience? Because this is something that can change an election.
In this election cycle, it has been candidly pretty boring, because every time polls have come out over the course of the last 2 months, here's what I say about them. Shows that this race is super competitive. And the reason for that is because these degrees of difference, so we do have pollsters. They will be the first to tell you they are not always right. They will be the first to tell you that they have gotten it wrong in high-profile situations before. And we have a policy at NBC News that I think I can share, which is we do not treat polls as breaking news. So that means that if you see the New York Times poll break at, let's say, Sunday at 9 a.m., just before the Sunday shows, that might be a bad example because I think it comes off embargo. But regardless, if some poll comes out at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday, there is a multi-layered process that those polls have to go through from our political team and from our legal and standards team before we can even talk about them, publish them, or say them on air. So immediately, we are doing that thing that Tom and the commissioner both talked about, which is we're pumping the brakes, we're taking a beat, we're assessing does it meet our standards, we're importantly looking at the margin of error. The thing that I'm thinking about a lot, and it's very relevant because, of course, those polls just came out, and I talked about them this morning back home in Washington. The margin of error on all these polls is like 3 or 4 or sometimes 5 or 6%, and that swings both ways. So that means that unless you see any poll where it's like a 10-plus swing, which we have not seen anywhere this cycle, it means that it's close. And that can get a little bit, I think, frustrating for people who go, yeah, I know it's close, but come on, who has the edge? Who has the edge? There are other ways that you can surmise based on ad spending, based on in ground game, based on anecdotal information as well, of sort of who has an enthusiasm piece, what you're hearing from the campaigns, very much behind the scenes, because no campaign will publicly say we're feeling a little bit concerned. They'll privately tell you that. There's other ways to be able to gauge kind of the mood of the race, but when it comes to those polls and those numbers, it's about pumping the brakes, and it's about saying sort of where we think the context of that is, right? And right now, it is just not, so-and-so is running away with it one direction or the other. It is just a close race. And I think people feel a little bit, pollsters, I don't want to speak for them, feel a little bit burned about the last couple of election cycles, or about the midterms, for example, where there was information, there was things that happened in the elections that were not reflected in the data. So why would we race to sort of say, there's a 1-point lead from this candidate? 1 point is virtually meaningless right now. And, God, it's a cliche, and I can't believe the poll that matters is on election day, and we're already seeing people start to vote, and that's what it comes down to.
So John, that is a good point. The poll that matters is on election day. And election day, what are you concerned about? Are you concerned about voter fraud? Are you concerned about people stepping out into the street and disputing it? What are you watching?
So I'm concerned about election day. It's strange, but this answer would be the same answer that Rebecca would give, because whatever she's thinking about now is what I'm talking about, analyzing or covering, which is look at what happened on last election days, primary days, when we went through this before. People show up at poll sites with long rifles, set up lawn chairs, have signs. There's talk about intimidation. Accelerationists are trying to overthrow the entire society and the election process. One candidate has made it clear multiple times that if he doesn't win, it must be fraud, who clearly doubts these polls because right now the winner is the margin of error. So I'm concerned that the most democratic process we have, and the one that we set the global example for, has become caught up in and fraught with all of this overwrought default to either fear, intimidation, violence, accusations, counter-accusations, demands of proof. It's the kind of thing that, at the most brittle political time we have had probably since Lincoln, but one that is different because it is electrified by global social media and very intense news coverage. It's concerning.
Very. And that kind of gets to another point, which is we broadcast. You broadcast in linear space, you broadcast in all the ways that media can broadcast news. That also means you can broadcast trauma. And we saw that during the Boston Marathon. We saw very careful coverage when the Twin Towers came down. If you remember Peter Jennings coming in and saying, hang on, how often are we going to show this? What's the context? But now there's so many ways that trauma can come out there. How, Tom, do you manage what you put out on the air or on the radio or digitally to not hurt your audience?
Yeah, I think, and maybe a little bit it has to do with the fact that I'm a father now, so I've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. Maybe the fact of it, you know, when it comes to terrorism, actually, it's a little bit easier for me because I found out 9/11. I was actually about to start my first job in news in New York City. I don't know if I've really ever shared this story with you, but I was at Fordham University, and I arrived back to my dorm after a morning class, and then I was on my way to my first radio job here, and a number of students were crying outside, and I'm walking into the dorm, and I say to the guy in front of me, I said, hey, what's going on? Did something happen? He said, yeah. A plane just hit the World Trade Center, and my dad's on one of the top floors, and his dad is now on the memorial wall. And so I think about that from a victim standpoint, and I think about things in a very, I think, different context. So I'm thinking more, and to John's point about the numbers, and I thought you guys did something really smart, and if I'm wrong, you'll correct me. During the Trump attempted assassination, we all kind of got the same information about the shooter, but you kind of slowed it down and said, well, you know, as we're all waiting for confirmation, we believe the person's from Pennsylvania. And I think that slowing it down a little bit makes a lot of sense. Too often, I think it becomes a little bit like we're doing SportsCenter. You know, there's 3 dead, 25 injured, 52 bullets, you know, and 2 runners left in scoring position. And I think when we get into that space, the detail is so important. I know it's one of the things that you taught me. The details are so important, but there are people behind those numbers. And so I think for me, that's become a little bit more of a focus over the last couple of years. And internally, there are many more discussions had now. Not that it was ever not a discussion. We've talked about it when I worked for you, but I think now in particular, there's a big discussion about the trauma that we're relaying on the audience. Having said that, I can't control when somebody tweets out. I mean, I'm shocked at the things that people put out there and just throw it out there because it builds their clout. It builds their follower count. It builds the amount of people that are viewing them and builds their audience. And so there's a shock value there. There's a numbness. Rebecca talked about it earlier. John, you spoke about it on your earlier panel. And so there's definitely we've had these discussions privately before going on the air. What are we actually trying to say here? What are we actually trying to do? And so I think there are a lot of internal conversations, if it makes anybody feel any better, about this topic.
It's really interesting about that Trump assassination attempt, which is, you've all been on the receiving end of these, near hysterical calls from managers in the desk saying, we need to get this information, we need to get it now, we need to get it out. They said, we need to know, do they know who the shooter is, who's the shooter? I'm like, I'll get you the name of the shooter. So short time while goes by, I said, here's the name, here's the date of birth, here's the shooter. And they said, can we go with this? And I'm like, well, that's up to you, but I wouldn't. Let's let this marinate for a little bit. Let's see that this turns out to be the right person, and let's use that time. This is the key, Tom. You know this. Let's use that time to develop an entire profile. They said, we'll send it to the investigative unit in Washington. Now, I know if you're in the New York Bureau of CNN, the investigative unit in Washington will never send anything back. So that'll be going to Evan Perez. So I did what you would do, Rich, is I turned to Emily, who was in the hotel room bed in like Idaho, and I said, these are the passwords to Nexus, Lexus, and started doing a full profile of the guy. I called my daughter in California and said, I need everything about this person on social media. Send it as you get it. And, we developed that profile, at least in Idaho. I never did hear back from the Washington Bureau. And this is the point of the story. They called and they said, the name's out. I'm like, it's out where? It's 1:30 in the morning, right? It's in the New York Post. We should go with the name. I'm like, wait, we made a decision not to go with the name. And the New York Post, for whatever good journalistic reasons they had, decided to go with the name. What's that got to do with us? Should we wait for the authorities to announce the name and continue building this background? And they said, yeah, that probably is it. And I said, can I remind you that the first thing we do once we get the name is everybody says, don't use the name. We're not glorifying the shooter. Just call him the shooter. So should we actually put it on and then just take it off? Let's relax.
Right, so I watched your coverage of the massacre in Maine. I did that coverage for CBS. I sometimes have to remember I don't work at NBC anymore. But John and I both have that problem, I think, in our
We can't hold a job. It's okay.
We've never been able to hold jobs.
I decline comment.
Yeah, that's good. That's wise. I watched.
You don't have to name your favorite network. Just give the initials.
Just the initials? Okay. It's not Newsmax, though. So the coverage in Maine was very measured. There were stories that he had hand grenades. There were stories that he had multiple weapons. There were stories that he was combat trained. I watched the way you handled all of this. How much pressure was there on you when you were up there being fairly calm about all of this? What was the pressure?
So there's always a lot, but I have found that CNN is, they're not unique anymore, but they started out as unique as there was no off switch, right? I grew up in a news cycle that started in the morning and then at 6:30 and then maybe late at night. But in between, there was all kinds of time to work. At CNN, it's a hamster wheel, and they've gotten very used to the idea of slowing down because I think in the course of growing up through that, they probably made enough, forced errors, unforced errors to say, nobody ever remembers in the audience who had what half an hour before the other person had it. What they do remember is the mistakes. So they're pretty good about demanding it all, but when you tell them this isn't ready for prime time, they're really good about letting it wait.
All right, so we have 14 minutes left. This is the lightning round. You have to wait.
All right.
Go ahead, Tom.
This is the lightning round, so I'm disqualified already.
You're done.
I'm out. I'll be getting coffee at the back. I think to John's point, though, there's also there's checks up on the stage that we can write that I think is long term and where some of the problems come up for our industry is that John has his background, don't need to explain it to this room. Hallie, on the campaign trail, chief White House correspondent, anchors our Sunday show. I have half any of those resumes, but still, we've all done enough that we can have our organizations pause kind of on our word. And so I think, long term, as the industry changes and is changing rapidly, that ability for people that have the power to step on the brake and for the car, the organization to pause, that's something that does concern me long term. And I at least in our place, it's a tradition that continues, but I hope that that's something industry-wide continues long term.
So, John, you've been the FBI spokesman. You've been the NYPD spokesman. I've sat with you when you've had those roles. and listen to you as a law enforcement person talking about the media. And I'm sure many of you have these same questions since you have civilian complaint review boards, Congress, which is always a reliable counterweight. Media does not have any of those things. What about accountability? Should there be oversight? Are we self-policing enough in your world?
So Thomas Jefferson covered this, right? He said, I would rather have a free, irresponsible media than, a censored press and good security, although he said it way better than that. And if there's accountability, it should be from within. The day we wake up and there's the Government Commission on Media Responsibility, we're all done. Mm-hmm. We're all done. Because the accountability ultimately, and this is a double-edged sword, comes from the audience, comes from the reader. Mm-hmm. They buy what they trust. Unfortunately, the audience also likes to eat a lot of junk food. So, they tend to gravitate sometimes to the lowest common denominator. But there's a reason the New York Times is still a profitable business. There's a reason, that CNN still has viewers, but has viewers flock to it in crisis. There's a reason NBC and CBS are regarded as trusted sources at a time where people go to the place where they're going to say what they want to hear, but they know it's not on the level. They just know it makes them feel better.
Yeah, it's accountability doesn't have to be a government entity. Does your audience, Tom, know the standards you have internally? In a world that's so divisive now, where people doubt everything you say, there's a world of people who don't believe you. How do you convey to your audience your own accountability for telling the facts and telling the truth?
That's a great question. I think it is my personal view, not the view, I don't know if it's the view of my employer or not. I would like us to be a little bit more out there with kind of the standards. I don't know. Hallie does a great thing on your show weekly, and you push us to do this where you say, take us inside your notebook. The 5:30 or 5 p.m. the show comes on.
Most reporters find it very annoying, so I'm grateful to you.
No, but I like it because we do so much work. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, your show is on, it's live. Get me into your notebook a little bit. And so I think it's at that moment where I can kind of share a little bit of, folks have questions. The school shooting is a great example. Folks have questions about, well, the FBI got a heads up about it, and somebody called. How come something didn't happen? Well, that's not really fair. The FBI took information, they investigated what they investigated. At that point, they have their own standards. They have to pass that along to a sheriff's office. Here's what they did. Here's what they have to do within the limits of the law. And then we have an outcome. And perhaps there's things to be learned from that outcome, and here's some of the questions that we have. But we also have to understand these institutions have their own rules and their own places in that. And so I think when we start to talk about those things, and you give us the time to go into the notebook and talk about it, that lets maybe those standards and those guidelines shine through a little bit, Rich, to your point, but maybe we could be a little bit more out there with it.
So, John, Bataclan, 9/11, Uvalde, Sandy Hook, whatever happened last week, Buffalo, whatever's going to happen tomorrow. Can we do a better job? Do we good enough job in broadcast media in particular in telling the long-term stories of victims and trauma? Or does it just go from one event to another and these people and their lives get lost to us?
And we become obsessed with the culprit and talk about him or her in great deals of time, and the victims can become an afterthought. So it's something that we talk about in the office all day, but since I originally believed I was going to be the moderator and I did all this homework, I just happen to have notes on it.
He has that question.
So I was looking at the conundrum in the kind of terrorism coverage milieu, which, we have all been pulled onto that, hurricane. And a UN study said a reporter's ability to practice responsible reporting and due diligence, everything we're talking about here, with the speed of need, which is the enemy of accuracy, in our digital age is critical to the civic duty that journalists maintain in the world. So that could be a mission statement for a good reporter. The same report, a couple of pages later, said, terrorists rely on conventional journalistic codes of drama, violence, and surprise, especially for television. But with the exponential development of the internet and social networks, the battle of images, words, has taken on an unprecedented scale. So it really, in two different sentences and two different ends of the same document, put forth the dilemma, which is we know what we have to do, we know how we have to do it, but we always have to wonder who's driving the story. Is it our coverage, or is it the people in the world of terrorism, the active shooter, the unhinged person who decides, I know what sells, and that's what I'm going to do? And there's no right answer to that, but as we get deeper into this era we're in right now, it's something we have to think about at the front end of every story. Sue was talking about the car that, smashed into the Border Patrol station at 1,000,000 miles an hour in Canada. And, how everybody was, I shouldn't say everybody, how one network, who doesn't have initials, but is 3 letters that come out to an animal that lives in the woods, was saying, it's definitely a terrorist attack and all that. And I'm talking to them and saying, well, what kind of car is it? They're like, it's a Bentley. I'm like, it's not a terrorist attack. This is some rich ass who's driving 1,000,000 miles an hour coming from the casino. So, we had to kind of tamp that down, but it's got to be at the front end.
It's also a million small decisions every day on every broadcast, right? We're talking about, and I think rightfully so, Rich, these sort of lofty discussions and the theory of it all, but it really comes down to like show by show, producer by producer, what do you actually do? And I think we all take that responsibility very seriously. I think about my show. I don't think I've said the name of a mass shooter in a couple of years, in multiple years. That's something that John alluded to earlier. It's become, I think, more and more of a accepted practice. I think it's a good thing. And I've said to our team, every time this happens, if we know the names of the victims, we have to say them first. We have to say them first. We have to show their pictures. We have to center the victims. We talked about that so much on Uvalde, where even on week 4 of that story, we were naming every one of those victims every single night. I'm not saying that, listen, we've made mistakes too. That was just something that comes to mind immediately, because we have to make those decisions minute by minute, because that's how that builds up, right? I mean, that's how you start to affect change when you think about the trauma, to your point earlier, Rich, that people face. I was in Israel about 8 weeks after the war started there, the Israel-Gaza war, after the October 7th attack. And you're interviewing people. We had gone into, it was right after those Israeli hostages were killed by Israeli fire. This was in the early days of the war. It was the first big operation they had that was obviously went horrifically wrong. Speaking to those parents, we had found those parents, and my job as a journalist, I came from local news for 15 years, you are talking to people on the worst day of their lives. More often than not. And I think about that every single day, that I have to do an interview or ask for an interview. This is the worst day of their life. What if this was my mom? If this were my sister and somebody was knocking on her door, how would I want them to treat her? Because it is one story that we do on one day, or maybe many days, but it is their life. Their lives have been forever changed. And so part of that is the accountability that we have as journalists too, to continue telling those stories, which I know is critical to all of you in this room. There's something that happened just in January 6th. We've been pursuing a booking for 2 years about 2 individuals that have never spoken publicly about the experience that we have been talking to and communicating with. They're just not ready. And you know what? That's okay. Sometimes people aren't ready. And sure, it's my job as a journalist to tell that story. But I'm not just a journalist, I'm a person. I'm like a human being, and it's just not worth it. And I sometimes think about that. I sometimes feel guilty. Just to be vulnerable, should I feel bad about that? That I think it's okay for a human being to have human being emotions. And I think, if it does make me a bad journalist, it makes me a pretty decent person, and I'd rather have that. And so I think that is something we have to be so careful about as journalists, and that I think we all here take really seriously.
Well, that's a great ending for this panel, and thank you for that. So thank you for having us. It's always great to be here, and I'm glad you have now Hallie and Tom joining you. because John and I, are going to limp off stage. And,
How true.
Well, I want to thank the panelists, but I just want to mention the important role that media plays working with victims. And I really appreciate what you had to say, Haley and Tom, about working with the victims. It was really the media that, reading the New York Times and other publications, that informed us as victims that there were government failures on 9/11. Does that mean? What, is lunch served, or? So anyway, I just want to, it did? John, that's got to be you. You can't make this up, can you? So anyway, just getting back to, it was really those investigative reporters. And you are a wealth of information that you bring that no new reporter that doesn't understand the issue can really conduct an interview or report on the issues. And I think that was so critical over the years, not just to inform us about what we needed to do, but for the years that they followed us on the many issues that have impacted not just the 9/11 families, but the responders and survivors. I do think that, too, what are you doing for yourselves? You're reporting on one tragedy after the other, and I know it's not something that has been addressed on the panel, but I do think that's really an important consideration, because to really be empathetic with the people, you have to be able to feel what they're saying, and that's hard to do, tragedy after tragedy. So I just want to commend you for the work that you do, in getting it right. And just, any tragedy can be not just a national tragedy, but an international tragedy. And so people really do rely on the reporters to keep them informed about the issues, keep them informed about the tragedy, and if their loved one is dead or alive. So I really want to thank you for the incredible panel, and look forward to seeing you again next year, right? Rich, Tom, Haley, John?
Thank you, Frank. Thanks, Richard. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for being
Really fabulous.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
You can have lunch with us? Okay, good. Okay, everybody. I think you'll agree with me. It's been a super morning. We have 1 hour for lunch. Don't forget the tables outside. Check it out. We've got some free artwork out there if anybody wants to snag that. If you want to make your preparedness kits, they're across the way. Presenters and sponsors, we're going to meet in the adjoining room, Ballroom 3, for lunch. Others are on their own for lunch. And the afternoon agenda is super. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats, our program will begin shortly.
Okay, we're going to get started. If everybody could be seated. And why don't you all come up? Okay, well, I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and you had a little coffee so you stay awake this afternoon. Welcome back to everyone that's with us here online. This panel is called Lessons Learned Preventing and Responding to Mass Violence. And I'm joined by Carrie Gibson, Unit Chief, FBI, Behavioral Unit 1, Behavioral Threat Assessment, Pauline I'm sorry, Pauline Akroglic, Legal Officer, Victim Support and European Affairs, France Victims, Ann Verst, Psychosocial Manager, Belgium Public Health. So each of us are going to be talking from our own perspective on some of the work that we do in our organizations. So can you advance the slide, please? Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit again about the victim-centered approach and the circle of impact, the characteristics of traumatic incidents that affect recovery, and the immediate, short, and long-term needs of victims, and then some of the lessons that we've learned over the years. So what is a victim-centered approach? It's a way of engaging with victims that prioritizes listening, avoids re-traumatization, and systematically focuses on their safety, rights, well-being, expressed needs, and choices. And in the midst of an emergency, sometimes that's hard to do, to listen, to be patient and empathetic. And we talked a little bit about that before. So what does that do? After a tragedy, victims lose a sense of control. So it's very, very important to avoid re-traumatization and to promote healing and recovery by providing that support and giving them the control to make some of the decisions that lie ahead. After any tragedy, I think there is a real focus first on the victims and the injured survivors, and of course, those that survived and are escaping whatever the tragedy is. But when you think about 9/11, and I'm going to use that as an example, and compare and contrast the three locations, shared tragedy, but different responses. So using 9/11 as an example, in New York City, it included 400,000 people that survived. They lived, worked, or went to school in the area, and 90,000 that is accounted for who responded, but I think there's probably more people that came in from around the world to help that's really not accounted for. And then the families of the 7,000, over 7,000 people that have died since of 9/11 related illness. And when you do a calculation, I mean, think about that. That's 3,000 people, families have lost someone, and 490,000 that survived or responded. And you calculate 10 people per victim. So think about the math and the number of people and the circle of impact that has on the individuals, but also the community at large. And I'm going to talk about these three areas. So I'll start with the degree of personal impact. The psychological response to traumatic incidents are compounded by the accumulation of multiple impacts. And we've talked a little bit about that this morning. In general, the more personal tragedies or the more tragedies that you're exposed to, and the more unresolved issues, an individual experiences a greater needs following an event. High impacts, such as the loss of a loved one, personal injury, destruction of one's home, damage to one's place of employment, or close proximity to the tragedy. It really is a challenge to have the coping skills that are necessary to be able to move forward. So when you think about the size and scope of a traumatic event, it also affects people's responses and in turn, their recovery. If large portions of the community are destroyed, or even one or two important facilities, such as one's place of worship, work, or school, it causes disruptions in the people's routines and support networks. And I'll use the shooting in Buffalo as an example. It was a grocery store, and some of the people in the audience worked that. But that was a community center in a sense. That's where people in the community gathered. And now, you know, how do they get food? How do they get their lottery ticket? How do they mail their mail? That was all impacted, similar to the churches. Some of the churches were, of course, a place of worship. But when you have multiple congregations coming together and they lose that church, they lose the sense of community. The Grenfell Towers, much like the destruction in New York City, it looms over the community as a constant reminder. And you think about the 9-month recovery effort in New York City. Similarly, all of the people in the surrounding community were impacted by having to live in a community during that time. So you think about, I'm sorry, I'm skipping here. Okay, so the people that are affected, there are factors determining the scope. It's the people that are affected, injured, the people that were died, the people that were displaced, the damages to homes or their businesses, the burden on the community, other influences. Scope will determine the time, the financial resources, and personnel required. And all of these things affect an individual's or a community's resilience. The impact period, a clear beginning and end to the recovery effort can really dictate an individual's or community's ability to recover, and I'll go through some of the differences later on. So some of the common reactions, people have guilt, anger, fear, shock, numbness, hopelessness, re-experiencing the incident. This is all common reactions to a tragedy. But when it becomes problematic is when it exists over a long period of time, and that's where you'll see people that have PTSD and continue to re-experience it. That's when they need professional help. So you look at the evolution of victims' needs. So in the immediate aftermath, and I see this as in three sort of silos. The Family Assistance Center is set up, and that's a major place for families to come together and get information, file a missing person report, provide DNA samples, access emotional support, financial and legal support, and cultural considerations. And then in the short term, that shifts to a federally funded program, which is often a resilience center is created, and that is where the families come, the survivors in the community, to access information. But in that phase, too, oftentimes they're identifying victims, they're notifying victims' families, there are memorial and funeral services, the property clerk is returning property to the family, and there's a lot of psychological and medical needs at that time. And then the federal government actually funds a Resilience Center for a year or two at most, and then it goes into the long term. And that's where an organization like ours that started at the beginning, that is focused on providing long-term support, steps in. But I think the challenge that we all have is that it's not funded by the federal government. We have to raise private funds to be able to provide that support. And who knew when we started that 23 years later we'd still be doing that work. So when you think about the timeline, and I'll again demonstrate 3 different sites, but the timeline of 9/11, I mean, the World Trade Center health program, you can see that was not even established till 2010. And it was really incumbent on the responders to advocate for a federal system to be set up to provide medical and mental health treatment. There's currently, I think, over 70,000 in treatment, and as mentioned, about 7,000 that have died since. So you think about, had that been in place pretty immediately after, how many lives could have been saved because they would have addressed the cancer or whatever condition they had. The victims' compensation for the families, the 9/11 Commission. The 9/11 Memorial wasn't open until 2011, and one of the things that we did to address that is created an online memorial, and started in 2005, and we collected over 87,000 photographs and created an online memorial and gifted copies to the museum. But you think about a memorial as a place for people to gather. And if they don't have a place for a decade, how do they come together and commemorate? The Guantanamo trial is still going on. The Saudi lawsuit, and some of the attorneys that will be with us tomorrow are working on that, is still trying to get information that could hold people accountable. The identification of remains, there's still, the medical examiner still has 7,000 remains that have not been identified, and there's over 1,000 families that have to date not received identification of their loved ones' remains. Common responses to the shared tragedy. And when I talk a little bit about these 3 sites, in the beginning, it's all the same, no matter the scope of the event, the impact on the community. You have to evacuate survivors and residents. As I mentioned, much of the Family Assistance Center responsibilities are handled during that time. And these are common responses after any tragedy. But when you look at the 3 sites and you talk about the impact of the scope and the impact on the community, you look at the Family Assistance Center in New York, there were 2,753 that died. And the Armory, they actually moved pretty quickly to Pier 94, and then it moved again. So that was really open well into 2002. At the Pentagon, it was just open for a month. And then, again, Shanksville, a short period of time. The rescue and recovery, it took 9 months in New York City to sift through and remove the debris and the remains from the site. At the Pentagon, the building was repaired, and employees were working in that same very room a year later. And then, of course, Shanksville, the recovery effort was taken care of in 13 days, but there was no damage to the site. The identification of remains is ongoing, and at the Pentagon, 179 were identified, 5 victims were not, and then all 40 were identified in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But you look at the damage, $31 million damage in New York City compared to the other sites. And then the length of time it took for the memorial to be built. You know, these elongated processes really impact people's ability to recover. So the role of law enforcement, again, I go back to the immediate, short, and long-term issues. Many of these things, when you think about the course of time where there's an investigation, there's a trial, there are remains still being identified, there are, annual memorials that people that were impacted, which is often the people that responded as well, are involved in. So I think it's really important to think in terms of your role in law enforcement. How you respond in the immediate aftermath has direct impact on how a victim is going to be victim's family is going to recover. And I'll use notification of remains. We had a 21-year-old police officer show up at our front door and to notify us in November of 2001. We've been notified 6 times of Brad's remains, but that was the first time. And I was consoling him. He didn't have the training, he wasn't prepared, and I think that's something that really has to be considered. Are your personnel trained to deliver that message, and do you have someone with that law enforcement officer that's going to be able to pick up the ball and provide the support? So I think building a community of support, the key to successful response is pre-planning and training. Government agencies cannot do it alone. They really have to rely on civil society. And we talked a lot about continuity and collaboration. That's really key. We have had longstanding relationships with the medical examiner. There's been 3 medical examiners, and we provided that continuity. We have worked with the 9/11 Memorial Museum. There's been 3 presidents and CEOs at the memorial. The 3 special masters for the compensation. So we keep up with the contact with the families, and when you're in and out over 23 years, and you need to be in touch with them, much like recently when the plea bargain was announced. The military tribunal really wasn't notifying all the victims because they haven't kept in touch with them over time. So when you think about the services, I know Frank talked about the 3 areas that we're working on. One is related to the other, and it's only through collaboration with the organizations, many of them that I talked about, many of them that will be here tomorrow, is that we can really provide a victim-centered approach. And it's really, I think about, and I won't go on about this because I could. When the plea bargain was made, I got this 1-page announcement. This is not a victim-centered approach because this was released to us at the same time as was released to the news. And it really blindsided families, whether they believed in the plea bargain or not, whether they've kept in touch with the military tribunal or not. And, I think whether it's the first day or 23 years later, we really have to do a better job of having government agencies aligned with civil society so that the victims' families are, taken into consideration, and that we're assured that they have the support that they need, even after 23 years. So I want to thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over now to Pauline.
Thank you, Mary, and good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my PowerPoint is there. Perfect. So I am Pauline Okroglic. I am a legal officer in charge of international affairs at France Victimes, the French Federation of Victim Support Associations, and I will be presenting France's Victim Support Response Framework in mass victimization events. So first, you have to know that in France, the mission of supporting victims was entrusted to the nonprofit sector more than 40 years ago. And it is within this framework that the Federation France Victimes was created in 1986. Our network has 130 associations throughout France, mainland and overseas, and each year welcomes more than 400,000 victims. This network is composed of generalist associations specialized in judicial accompaniment, which means that France Victims associations help and support anyone who considers themselves victims, whatever the offense. We also manage the 116006 helpline, which is the European victim support number where a team of professionals listen and evaluate victims' needs, provide information, and proceed to referrals if need be. Our 130 victim support associations, so from now on I'm going to say VSAs for short because it's going to take forever. They are composed of 1,700 professionals, mainly jurists, psychologists, and social workers, both employed and volunteers working in over 1,560 locations. They provide multidisciplinary support, primarily legal support, psychological support, and social support. The services are free and confidential in respect with the victim's autonomy of decision. So they have to obtain victims' consent for any process. They cannot represent them in court, nor refer them to a designated professional. Our associations intervene towards victims whenever they need it and for as long as they need it, always in the long term. They are also fully integrated into emergency mechanisms when mass victimization events happens. For instance, an accident involving a large number of victims, or natural disasters, or a terrorist attack. And they have to adapt the support to victims, of course. So you have to know that the intervention of the France Victimes VSAs in case of mass victimization events is part of a very precise framework, which was developed based on their intervention in response to terrorist attacks. So systematically in these situations, France Victimes, the Federation, we are mobilized by public authorities, usually the Ministry of Justice, and then the Public Prosecutor's Office mobilizes the local Victim Support Association to provide support to victims and their families. So all that to say that France Victimes, we at the Federation, and our network of field associations are highly involved when a mass victimization event occurs. So following a tragic event or a disaster, a series of immediate measures will be put in place. These include, as you can see, the emergency telephone response info public, the activation of the Orsec Novi plan, which include the setting up of family center and centers for people involved, and the deployment of the medico-psychological emergency units. So to talk about InfoPublic, so as I was saying, the VSAs during the emergency phase and after any major crisis are partners in the general system and are present in several places. So in Paris, first of all, at the national level, within the InfoPublic telephone response unit, it is a crisis number that is opened by the Prime Minister or the Minister of the Interior in the event of a major crisis or a sector crisis. It was created in 2020, and it applies to all types of major crises occurring in France. InfoPublic has 3 types of missions, as you can see here, providing a general response to the public, providing a specialized response to victims and their families, and consolidating the number of victims. Depending on the nature of the crisis, it brings together multidisciplinary teams. So you'll have people from the Ministry of Justice and of Internal Affairs, the Compensation Fund for Victims of Terrorism and Other Crimes in case of a terrorist attack, approved civil security associations, and if necessary, us at France Victimes. So within the InfoPublic unit, France Victimes is integrated to the team in charge of the telephone response attached to the Ministry of Justice, to provide specific help to victims and their families by giving official information and referring them to the local victim support services available. This unit is not activated systematically, however, it depends on the scale of the event and the scattering of victims across the country. As soon as this InfoPublic telephone response unit or an ORSEC Novi plan, which I will explain later on, is activated, the associative sector is at the heart of the response, with the task of acting as the single point of contact for victims and their families. So at the departmental level now, the prefect may activate the ORSEC Novi plan, which stands for Organization of Civil Security Response for Numerous Victims, which can be in addition to the InfoPublic telephone response. This is a plan working as an emergency response designed to address and manage civil security and natural or technological risks. It is primarily focused on coordinating the response to incidents that may result in a large number of casualties, and its goal is to ensure the safety of people, limit the impact of the incident, and provide swift and effective response and assistance to those affected. In this context, it is planned for victim support teams to be sent immediately to the scene of the event to support the prefects in organizing a local support system for victims, which takes the form of the opening of a family center. This center is intended to be a single point of information for victims and their families, where victims can be identified, where they can receive psychological support, where the antemortem cell collects information and deaths are announced. It's open only temporarily during the emergency phase. This center is run by multidisciplinary teams, once again, many of whom are local field workers, including the local France Victimes VSA. During the emergency phase, the VSA may also accompany bereaved families to the site of the Medical Legal Institute or be present within the reception center for people involved to provide support to all non-physically wounded persons or persons in close proximity to the event. VSAs, again, are involved in all components of the victim support systems deployed at both national and local level during a major crisis, alongside government services. In France, also, there are what we call the CUMP, which means medico-psychological emergency units. They are essential in the immediate aftermath of a mass victimization event, as their main task is to provide medical and psychological care to victims and to all those involved in the events. So that means also rescuers, health professionals, and so on. The VSA then takes over for post-immediate accompaniment and support with medium and long-term follow-up. And again, you can also have, for the longer term, medical and psychological center or private practitioners intervening towards victims. All of that to show that it's really important for these medical psychological emergency units and victim support associations to work together, to complement each other, and to provide seamless care for victims. So at the end of the emergency phase, when we reach the post-crisis phase, a handover meeting is organized between all the actors involved in the crisis and those involved in the long term. So for the longer term, there will be a relay of the InfoPublic unit to the 116006 helpline. As I was saying before, this number is a European number. It's managed by France Victimes. It's a national and unique number, giving an efficient access to our associations and other competent organizations who will be able to provide support to victims. As I was saying before, the professionals are assessing the victim's needs on the 116-006 helpline. They provide first information, and they can give the victims the competent VSA's contact details or mobilize the VSA directly for a proactive contact of the victim. Also, a one-stop shop called Information and Support Center, bringing together different professionals and led by the VSA, might be set up following a terrorist attack, depending on the number of victims involved. It is not permanent, but it comes into play following the emergency phase for a longer-term support. This one-stop shop allows for a centralized information and multidisciplinary support, once again, and can refer victims to other professionals or specialized services. Also, after the emergency phase, you have to know that France Victimes, us at the Federation, we received the list of victims that is established by the prosecutor's office from the Ministry of Justice to mobilize all associations of our network so they can provide, proactively contact, victims living on their territory to present themselves and offer victims support. The intervention of the France Victims Association as soon as possible after the event will make it possible to initiate a real continuity in obtaining information on victims, on the procedures, and the various possibilities of accompaniment. Also, in case of urgent need, thanks to their establishment throughout the entire territory, a local VSA can immediately be mobilized to provide support to a victim and their family. And in addition, as you can see, the VSAs are a member of what we call the local victim support committees. They are responsible for the coordination of all actors intervening towards victims by adapting the reception, the information, and the support system for victims over the long term. In particular, as the Information and Support Center's coordinator, the VSA will be reporting on its support activities to the local Victim Support Committee and will also be discussing the difficulties encountered in victim support. They are therefore an essential link in the individualized support of victims. A quick word about the trials, because of course the support provided by our VSAs do not stop after the event. And our VSAs are actually heavily involved in the preparation of large-scale trials. They are part of institutional preparatory meetings to better understand the conditions under which the trial will take place. And they also organize meetings with victims to prepare them as well as possible for the hearing. During the trial, VSAs will be present within the courtroom and in rooms dedicated to victims, available to provide support whenever they need it. And when the trial is over, VSAs are still present to support victims in any way necessary through an overall personalized support over the long term and for as long as necessary with regular proactive support. So to conclude, because I think that I took way too much time, on lessons learned, I would say that it is essential to integrate victim support associations and organizations in general into the emergency services, so they can identify themselves from the outset to the other actors. They can be identified by victims, thereby facilitating their long-term support. They can give them general information about the supports available to them from the outset, which will reassure them. And more importantly, this presence during the emergency phase will help to better prepare for the aftermath, as the VSAs will play a key role in the post-emergency phase when victims will be supported in the long term. This integration also implies the participation of VSAs in crisis exercises. We mentioned this morning, and Mary just told us again about the importance of trainings. This point is essential because being prepared, anticipating problems, and getting to know the other professionals involved means being even more effective in supporting victims on the day when a mass victimization event occurs. And finally, another lesson learned would be the need for adaptability. During large-scale events such as the Olympic and Paralympic Games for us this year, adaptability is required to meet the needs of a large number of victims. In this case, so for the Games this year, France Victimes and our associations have been able to strengthen international links for cooperation in case of cross-border victims. develop specific protocols, create documentation for victims and professionals, such as a directory of victim support services in the Île-de-France region, and strengthen the presence of the VSAs within different offices through mobile teams and extending opening hours, etc. So nothing happened, luckily for us, during the Olympics. But again, if something had happened, we'd like to think that we would have been there, nevertheless, regardless, for victims and supporting them. Thank you very much.
Stop me if I go over time, Sue, because I want to make sure that.
We started late. Can I just say I think we need to give them each at least 10 to 12 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Fine. I'll try to be quick. Okay.
It's right down here too, Anne.
Okay. Yes. So I was asked, and of course I am very honored to be here in front of you today to share a bit of the lessons learned and a bit of the current work we're doing in Belgium at the Belgian government in preventing and responding to mass violence. I have the coolest job, I think, because my job is actually to listen. I listen to victims, I listen to first responders, I listen to academics, and I try to inform and motivate good change for the Belgian government in procedures, in practices, and in legislation when it comes to supporting victims of, in Belgium we deal with collective emergencies, that's mass casualty events, but it's also disasters. So our work, or the scope is a bit bigger, but my job is to try and get as much good information as I can to make our system better. I work in the framework which is called the Psychosocial Intervention Plan, and it's a bit different than many other emergency plans. This emergency plan in Belgium lies under the responsibility of the Ministry of Public Health. That's why I joined the Ministry of Public Health, because we get to have the coordination or the responsibility to coordinate everything that has to do with victims in the emergency phase. It means coordinating victim reception center, helpline, family assistance center, all the information going to victims, evacuations, transition to victim support services. It doesn't mean that the Ministry of Public Health is giving every first responder on the scene. No, we get to coordinate a plan where we have amazing DVI workers, victim assistance from the police, Red Cross. Everybody who deals with victims comes within this psychosocial intervention plan, and we get to coordinate, hoping that every victim gets the support they need, that nobody gets overlooked. We use a big framework that is actually based on good research that shows that in the aftermath of a mass casualty event, if you want to facilitate resilience in your population, you work on 5 elements. It's helpful, and a lot of other academics that have worked on this with a lot of evidence to show for it. So you work on safety, calm, self-efficacy, connection, and hope. And I hope I will make it a bit clearer along the way of this presentation what that means in practice. How can you do this? But of course, as I said, my work is one of listening to victims. So now, today, I will talk to you a little bit about the emergency management, but especially the very first few hours of what happens after an attack, terrorist attack, for instance. So I'll share a couple of examples that made us work on this specific issue. It's the story for me of the medically injured victim in the Brussels attacks that told me I was there bleeding, lying on the floor, on the ground for hours. It felt like hours, and nobody said anything to me. It's another victim that said, everybody was just running around. Maybe you tell me you have a plan, but I didn't see any of that plan in action. It was chaos. The police was running everywhere. Firefighters were running everywhere. It's chaos, and that's all I could see. It's the police officer who told me that he was there during the bombings, worked the whole day, and instead of going home to his wife, he went out for burgers with his workmates. And this particular thing was so incomprehensible for his wife, who had been worrying at home for so long. And then this guy goes for burgers, something that he had to hear for months and even years afterwards. It's the person looking for their child calling the helpline and then getting in the end of the phone call, "Have a nice day," as an answer. But it's also the medical worker who said, "I was just fixed and focused on treating this person's medical injuries, and you had all these people crying and screaming around me. It stressed me out so much." It seems like very different examples, but they all come back to how we react, our body reacts, our brain reacts in the very first instances, and what we can do to actually help people in the right way. Another example is our colleague of a victim that told us during the London bombings, we were trying to get people out of the carriages, and while they were walking by one of the carriages where the explosion happened, we told them, "Don't look to the right." Everybody looks to the right. So I hope to give you something today to better understand everything that's happening there, and maybe what we can do to do a little bit of a better job, at least in Belgium. A brain. You didn't expect seeing this when you woke up today. I want to tell you a little bit about what happens in a traumatic situation, because I think it helps us to know what we need to do best. One of the things that is in our brain is something called an amygdala. It's actually the fire alarm of our brain. It scans for threats, and when there's a big threat, it goes off and it sets our brain and body in action. It's actually the fire alarm that also triggers our fight-flight response. Normally, after a traumatic event like a terrorist attack, people's amygdala calms down a bit. So the fear and the concern and the anxiety calms down. In some people, the ones that have PTSD, for instance, it doesn't calm down. They see everything as a threat. It's like the alarm that keeps on going off the whole time. There's another part, it's called the hippocampus. It's actually the brain that takes care of our memories, also memories in a very stressful situation. It does a lot of other things, but this is important for us now. This part of our brain makes sure that we can store a traumatic event like a terrorist attack in our brain in a good way. Of course, it will store some of the memories, it will store some aspects in a very emotional way or salient way. It means that someone who has been through a terrorist attack, or even someone who has been there as a first responder, has certain small issues that they will keep in their brains forever. It's salient, it comes to the fore. Normally, this hippocampus will do its job and calm down, but for some people, if the exposure was so high, they will actually have difficulty having that memory in a reasonable way. They won't be able to store it, they won't be able to contextualize it, and that's what the flashbacks are, for instance, that people get. Why is this important? Because at the point when you are face-to-face as a first responder with someone in a traumatic incident like a terrorist attack, you will be speaking to these parts of the brain. If you are trying to, as a police officer, get a testimony of someone who has been there, if their hippocampus is highly activated, they will not be able to give you the right story. If you don't help in calming them down, you will get a poor testimony. It's normal, it's biology. So there's a lot of things we can do to help someone at that point to feel better and to give better testimony, but certainly be more calm and have less mental health issues afterwards. We know that if you go to a stressful event, there's a couple of things that make that you get higher risk of developing mental health issues. For instance, the nature of the incident, if there's a use of violence, intentional violence, guns, then the risk of getting more mental health issues is bigger. If your exposure is longer, so if you're looking at the scene for a longer time, chances are much bigger that you will get post-traumatic stress disorder, for instance. But there's also a lot of reactions and thoughts where we can do something, I think. So we know that if you have peritraumatic distress, so if you think that you would die, if you're worried for the safety of others, then your stress level gets higher and you risk developing more post-traumatic stress disorder. Sorry. Mental defeat, if you said, my mind gave up, I didn't care if I would die or not. Sometimes people have these things during terrorist incidents. That is also a risk factor. Cognitive overload, if you say like a lot of things were happening before me and I couldn't make sense of it, I felt like I was outside as a spectator observing, also this is a risk factor. When someone says, I couldn't see the whole thing, my visual field was blocked for a certain time, also that is a risk factor. Also, if people get frozen. If you have intervened during a terrorist incident or afterwards, you will have seen all of these things. You will have people talking about all of these thoughts and experiences. The thing is that there's also a lot of things we can do. When I'm looking in Belgium, I've asked first responders and experts what is happening today in Belgium. Because we have the psychosocial manager, we have a lot of people on the field, but what we don't have is people on the field during an incident. During a mass-scale incident, we will not always we have a lot of first responders, but not a lot of first responders who only look at the psychosocial impact, who only have that victim-centered lens. And we know that during a time of high stress, you will most probably not have the time, for instance, if you are a fire chief or a police commander, to think of that. They will think of it too late. So what we hear is that first responders say, my skill is fighting the fire. My skill is making sure that people are safe. But I sometimes don't look at people who are there sitting, looking at what is happening, especially when they're non-injured or lightly injured. They are not my priority. They also say sometimes they are in the way. All these victims that are not high risk or dying, they are in the way. By the time that I can look at them, already half an hour or an hour has passed. Victims also tell me that they were left alone. And it's also, like I said, during the attacks in Brussels, a lot of the victims that I talked to say, we were just there. We were watching everything happening. They were, of course, trying to resuscitate this person or doing this, but we were just there watching the whole thing. Everybody says, of course, the skill and priority is what needs to be there. We don't want firefighters to have priority of looking at victims. We want to have someone only looking at this. We know that they are exposed, we know that they're often an afterthought, and we know that there are current intervention. We have victim liaisons in the police that do amazing work. We have firefighters that do amazing work with people that are stuck my time is up, that are stuck in a situation, but they don't have that bigger picture. So what are we trying to do now? I'm going to skip. Oh, shit. We're working on getting someone on the scene to organize your scene and make sure you don't have too many people exposed to the horrible sights you get during a terrorist incident, for instance. We want to get people on the scene to only support victims. We want to get people on the scene to only support first responders. And there are some amazing examples in Belgium and outside how this can be done. And victim registration is one thing. So, concluding for you today is what we can do, or what we've learned in the last months, is also knowing that there's a lot of things that police officers can say or do. There's a lot of things that all first responders can say or do that will change, I am convinced, change the lives of victims forever. Because now often victims are in a terrorist incident and they feel extremely unsafe. They feel unsafe physically, but certainly they feel unsafe mentally. And often police officers or law enforcement bring them to a safer place, but don't tell them. They just put them there. They know they are in a bit of a safer place and they will have a bus coming up to pick them. But these people are still in the same traumatic situation as they were 5 minutes ago before they were standing there. And I'm thinking of so many examples that you all gave me that I learned from victims along the way. We can make a difference there in telling people, we have brought you here, it's safer here, and we are bringing a bus to bring you to safety. Often first responders don't know what to say, are scared to say something wrong, but these small things, and there's a lot of good examples of small sentences that really can change people's lives and change the way their brain stays in this high stress response that we said in the beginning we want to get down as quickly as possible to avoid long-term effects. And now I thank you for your attention. I wanted to make sure she had enough time, but yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Gibson with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit. I'm very excited to be here today to share with you some key things that the FBI is doing to prevent mass violence. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we didn't even have to talk about mass violence, if we never got there in the first place? And that's what I'm going to talk with you about today. I'm going to share with you how the FBI has made this a priority in our BAU to be able to be proactive in a prevention space. I have had the honor of being a part of the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit for 9 years. I wear 2 hats there, one as a special agent for the FBI as a law enforcement officer, and one as a clinical psychologist. We have a great team who comes together to prevent mass violence every day. And you never hear about it because nothing bad is happening with the cases that we're assisting on. And so I want to share with you today this message of hope and this message to be able to understand that prevention is real and we can do it if we work together. We are stronger together, and that has been a theme I've heard over and over again. At the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, I have the great honor to lead this team now. I've been in that unit for 9 years, and I've seen countless times where we prevent mass violence every day. We provide operational case support to our local, state, and federal partners on these cases. We also do research on these active shooters to find out why they do what they do and fold that into our prevention efforts, as well as deploy after mass attacks to understand the why behind the attack, and then train on those concepts. I will tell you in this position that I've been in now leading this unit, one of the biggest things I do every day is sell prevention. And I can tell you it's hard to sell prevention before something bad happens. But I'll take it however I can get it. However I can bring people to the table to believe that we have control and we have the ability to prevent mass violence. But we need to do it together. If you want to learn more about that, Google Making Prevention a Reality, which is our guide that we have that's available to see. In 2018, the FBI did a proactive approach following the Parkland school shooting. We decided in the FBI's BAU we needed to do more. We need to do more in this prevention space and to be a resource out there. So we took our BAU coordinators that are on the ground at every field office, and we got a cadre of threat management coordinators. We gave them specialized training and expertise to be able to be a resource for their field office. We also tasked them to build partnerships in their area of operation. We tasked them to go to our local law enforcement officers and build the capability of threat assessment, threat management. What is that, threat assessment, threat management? We're going to talk about that. It is a great tool that we have in our toolbox from a law enforcement perspective that's kind of a non-traditional tool. And it's required law enforcement to start to change and evolve in the way that we see this problem that we have today, to move from reactive to proactive, to be able to start to change from responding to a call, clearing a call, writing a ticket, clearing a ticket, to a process, and a process versus an event. Therefore, that when we're on that stage, when we're on that, in that house with those individuals, or we're working those cases, we recognize those red flags, and we decide, what do we do with this if we can't arrest this person? I will tell you, we can't arrest ourselves out of this problem. We need to be proactive and to think outside of the box, and every day my team does that. And I see law enforcement do it every day. So as we come together and we look at this non-traditional approach, that means that we recognize, we ask those questions. Has a threat been made? Has a law been broken? Yes, we ask that. But when we find out that there hasn't been one, and we don't have the ability to arrest someone today or to disrupt in that way, we ask the question, does this person pose a threat to our community? Is this person on the pathway to commit a mass attack? We use that leakage of that offender or that family or those contacts that we have, and we roll it into this proactive approach called threat assessment, threat management, which is a multidisciplinary team that's connected to coming together to look at what can we do. Here's an example of a case that I had the opportunity to be a part of on my unit. We had a young man who was struggled with suicidality, homicidality, family dynamics that were challenging and dysfunctional, mental wellness issues that were overbearing. And he wrapped himself in hate, and that's how we found out about him. And so we took this case and we worked it for 18 months. We provided consistency, stability, structure to both him and his family, a family that has never had that before. These quotes here that I have for you are from him. I had the opportunity to interview him as an adult, post-intervention. And I asked him, what was it like to be a consumer of this threat assessment, threat management? What was it like to have law enforcement be more proactively involved in this way? What was it like to have those interventions that you had? And he said, it made me feel that I was cared about. These quotes are from him. He says he used hate as a shield, said shocking things. Absolutely he did. And in the beginning when this case came about, I didn't ask myself, am I going to predict violence today? Is this person going to do a violent act? No. I asked, how can I prevent violence? How can I identify the deficits this person has, and how can I give him those resources to be a better person? So the evolving solution to the problem that we face in America and even outside of America, we're seeing these different mass attacks occur, is this law enforcement-centric team that is multidisciplinary, it can be multidisciplinary, and it can also be entirely the part of that criminal justice system that allows us to share information openly. We come together with these cases that don't quite meet that threshold for us to do something proactively in the criminal justice system, but are still concerning to us and require intervention. We take that law enforcement core team and we team up with an affiliate team, which is all of our stakeholders in our community who have resources and have eyes and ears. And we let them know, guess what? We do more than arrest. We have options. And here are things that I need you to be aware of. Here are things I need you to see. And this is what I need you to do when you see them. And it allows those partnerships so that information can come in and be shared. We've all encountered different times in our life where we have forks in the road and where we encounter a key person or a key situation and it can be life-changing. And I'm asking everybody today to realize that we can be life-changing to others. And in some ways, not only do we save lives, but we give lives back. When we focus on those individual factors. Because what I can tell you, everything that I've known in this space for the last 9 years of working to prevent mass violence every day is that it is a diverse motivation for that violence. It does not come down to some easy equation that I can give you, some algorithm that we could figure out, a one-size-fits-all. It comes down to unmet needs. It comes down to these individuals seeking identity, purpose, and community. And if we don't proactively help them find that way, that path that's proactive, where do they find it? They find it online. And how many times do people tell them online, no, you shouldn't kill people. That would be a bad thing. That never happens, right? And so we have to come together to realize these individuals are seeking this belonging, that significance. So how can we help them be a somebody versus a nobody? How can we help move them off of the pathway to violence and onto the pathway to hope to help give them their life back? The other key factor that we see very clearly in our research is that suicidality and homicidality are connected when it comes to mass violence. There is a thin line between suicidality and homicidality when it comes to mass violence. And so we recognize and we say in our unit all the time, suicide prevention is homicide prevention. If I'm working with somebody and they become overwhelmed and they become suicidal or homicidal, that's a problem. They need more tools in their toolbox. And so being able to come together and be able to recognize and ask the right questions. So there is that connection. So have we ever thought about how we ask those questions? How do we cross that bridge from suicidality to homicidality? And it can be as simple as, who's not listening to you? Do you feel others need to feel the pain that you're feeling? Tell me about that. What are your thoughts about that? Helping to start to unpack that grievance that could be there. Here is a quote from an individual that I got to interview as part of a research project who committed a school shooting. And you can see very clearly for him that link between suicidality and homicidality. He felt alone in his pain. He wanted others to suffer like he was suffering. He wanted to be seen. So we know that these offenders don't snap. They consider, plan, and prepare. This is predatory violence. That means if we ask them, are you going to kill people tomorrow? They're not going to tell us the right answer. They're not going to tell us, yes, you caught me. I've been plotting for a long time, actually. It's actually quite the opposite. They try to make us feel better. They try to make us go away because they don't want people to stop them. Because remember, they don't feel that that's their destiny. They feel the destiny should, for them to be a somebody, they have to, again, compete in this field of mass attacks. And so we know these individuals consider, plan, and prepare. They move along this pathway. And that's good for us because that gives us time to disrupt them. It gives us time to see things and do things. The FBI's BAU worked with North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, and we were able to validate this pathway. It's been around since the 90s, and no one had taken it to that point. And we found in the research that 58% of the time, all these steps remained intact, which is good. But that also means 42% of the time, not all the pathway steps were seen, were observable. And that's because it's an incredibly private process. And if I have access and means, you're not going to see me research and planning. You're not going to see me preparing necessarily. And so rather than making an assumption, if you don't see it, it's not there, it's more present, not present, and unknown as we start to kind of figure out and unpack that puzzle. This is a quote from Aaron Stark, who's been very open and honest about almost becoming a school shooter. And it gives you another perspective from a 16-year-old where he was in a dark spot and had a fantasy of committing a school shooting. He felt broken. He felt anger and pain. No options. But in that hopelessness, kindness made the difference. Kindness moved him off of the pathway to violence and onto the pathway to hope. And this is one of my most favorite quotes from Aaron, where he shares and he says, "Give love to the ones who feel deserve it the least, because they need it the most." I think it's important, other things that he shares in that story, how he talks about being seen as a person in pain and not as a monster or a threat is really how we approach these issues. Connect with that person at the core. Connect with that individuality that's there. He says he said laws and love prevented him from fulfilling a dark teenage fantasy. We need both. We need our laws, we need our arrestable powers, but we also need love and care and concern to be able to understand and prevent these acts from happening. So I have a challenge for everybody here today. Challenge to restore hope, to do more. In all of our pieces in our unit, we work to prevent acts of targeted violence, and we do it every day, as I stated, to the tune of over 360 persons of concern last year. We believe in it, and we send the message, you matter, I care. And that's really how we get to the other side of this. Prevention is not a 9-to-5 situation. It's 24/7. That means I pay attention at work, but I also pay attention at home when my children are talking about the kids that they're interacting with, or my neighbors talking about people they interacted with, or my coworkers are talking. And I'm listening for concerning factors, concerning things. And when I hear them, I don't think, that's just someone having a bad day, or that's not my worry, that's not my concern. It's everybody's worry. We need to share that information because in order for us to be able to really understand what's going on, we have to be able to collect the dots, right? We have to collect those dots before you can connect them. And if people aren't coming forward and sharing that information, we will never see that. And so today, in this spirit of prevention, the FBI has been very proactive in getting that word out on our webpage. If you go to fbi.gov/prevent, you will see the new resources that we have available that go outside of the law enforcement community to be able to understand there are options that we have. And it's not about reporting to law enforcement, it's about telling someone. Just tell someone. Don't hold it all by yourself and don't make the assumption that doesn't matter. Because again, we want people to know they matter and that we care. And that's how we prevent mass violence. We do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. And I highly recommend the FBI's website. And I talked about the notification process. I know they've renamed it, but it used to be a training. Pardon? Okay, it used to be, I regret to inform you, but now it's called Trauma Notification. And it's online, it's free, and if you are in any way working with families on the notification process, I really recommend that. But join me in thanking Pauline, Ann, and Carrie, and I hope it gave you some insight into preparing for and preventing. I'm going to ask Rich Stanek and his panel to come up.
Can we just roll right into it? Yeah. Well, I thought my kids had it tough until Carrie was talking about her kids and, you know, having mom be part of the FBI's BAU. Just think what that dinner conversation is like. Hey, again, my name's Rich Stanek, and it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. We've had a full day, right? A lot of stuff going on, a lot of good things going on. It has been a long and impressive morning and afternoon thus far, and lots of great information shared on the current threat environment. We heard this morning from Bobby Wells and Rebecca, John, and Brent about all the things that are happening out there, right? And it shouldn't scare you, shouldn't concern you, should give you some solace that these folks have it right, and they're working in tandem with each other every single day. I'm going to moderate this panel, and I would tell you this, that we had a call last week. We talked amongst the four of us, and these guys are all going to complement each other and then complement what you heard before this morning, the panel just before us, and afterwards. We've got about 10 minutes each on their experiences and perspective on leadership and preparing for the unexpected. And you know, I think you're going to hear some unique insights. And then afterwards, we're going to take some specific questions. You've heard a lot of acronyms thrown out there today, a lot of 3, 4-letter different agencies like DHS and INA and NFCA and SCN and NCTC and Global Shield. Well, this isn't going to be any different. These guys are all practitioners, but I promise you they're going to tell you what those acronyms stand for before they talk for 10 minutes or so each. The interesting thing, though, is that none of this stuff existed before September 11 of 2001. All of this architecture was created following in aftermath as a result of, to prevent this from ever happening again, and they've done a really good job of it over the years in this country in terms of prevention. The IACP, no slouches themselves. My friends Vince and others have done a really nice job as well. And back in 2002, just after September 11th, the IACP, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, that Vince talked about, got his 16,000 members together at our annual conference up in Canada. We sat down and we talked about intelligence and information sharing. The first time it had been like that, right? Local, state, federal law enforcement sitting in the same room and then creating some of the structure that you've seen this morning and again this afternoon. 2008, they went back and revisited it. And then in 2022, just a year or so ago, before the report was published, we came together 20 years post 9/11 of 2001, refreshed it again. So what you're seeing is like real time. I mean, you're seeing things that have been put in place since September 11th of 2001 and actually work in this country and with our allied countries. That's what Leadership in National Counterterrorism Group is about, is working with the 5 allied countries, the US, the Canada, UK, Australia? What's the other one?
New Zealand.
New Zealand. And we work together every day. We meet a couple times a year in a conference, as Myron told you earlier this morning, and my dear friend Sue. But let me get to the panel. These guys got a lot that they want to talk to you about. Michael Booch is well, he had a long and distinguishing career with the FBI. I didn't know Michael before this past week or so when I met him online in a good way. And we talked about this panel. But Michael came to us highly recommended by some mutual friends that I'd worked with in the law enforcement and intelligence community over the years. Michael is the director in the Northeast part of the country for Secure Community Network, SCN. Kevin Sopp is a longtime friend and local law enforcement trusted advisor. He's a senior advisor now of partnership at Department of Homeland Security, Intel, and Analysis. Again, you get some of these acronyms. DHS-INA, what does that mean to you every day? Well, he's going to tell you. And then third is my good friend Julianne Ortman. She's not just my business partner, she's a long trusted ally of Rich Stanek. We do a lot of things together around this country, good things. She's an attorney by trade, like my friend over here. She was a state senator. She's got a son who's a police officer. She's worked for 2 different sheriffs. She worked for me for about 12 years, and then she worked down in Florida where she now lives for Sheriff Grady Judd. Anybody know that guy? Sheriff Grady Judd from Polk County? Nobody? You tell him, for the first time I've been in an audience where nobody knows who Sheriff Grady Judd is from Polk County, Florida. No, you don't know him. No. All right, well, we're going to get started. So please hold your questions to the end. I promise we're going to give back some time to be able to ask some questions. And if you don't ask, if you're shy, well, I'm going to ask you, put you on the spot, which is going to cause you to ask them questions. Fair enough? Thank you. Michael, you're up first.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be here and a pleasure to have the chance to talk about an amazing nonprofit organization. I'm a little biased, but that I work for. But before that, just a quick recap here. Up until about 2 months ago, I was an FBI agent. I was an FBI agent for about 27 years. The first 14 here in New York City, working Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda-related groups before 9/11, during 9/11, after 9/11. Transitioned up to Connecticut, working a range of crimes, including civil rights and hate crimes. A lot of outreach to vulnerable communities like the Jewish community, Muslim community, LGBTQ plus community, refugee and immigrant community, and then most recently as the Assistant Special Agent in charge, supervising all of our criminal and cyber squads. So, you know, everything from gangs and drugs to organized crime to white-collar crime to crimes against children to cyber crime, lots of crimes. And what I can say is, you know, with about the 50 agents, you know, I had in Connecticut, there's no way we are accomplishing our mission. So we rely heavily on our local and state and federal law enforcement partners. So 50 becomes maybe 150, and we work in task forces and we can accomplish the mission. But even then, the FBI and law enforcement is so stretched. Fortunately, there are some really incredible nonprofit organizations stepping up to help out law enforcement in the communities. I happen to work for one. It's called Secure Community Network. And kind of long story short is their job is to keep the Jewish community in North America safe. But I'll say this several times, we do interfaith work as well. We will work with the LGBTQ plus community. We'll work with refugee relocation organizations. We want to keep people safe, and we have the talent and resources to do that. Just to put SCN, Secure Community Network, it goes by SCN. To put it in context, the Jewish community in the US is divided up into about 150 federations. SCN is kind of contracted. There's about 45 to 50 federations that have gone to SCN to hire one or more security directors. So they work for SCN and the federation. In addition to that, there are many cities like Boston, like New York, where the federations have hired their own security directors. That said, there's also 50 with no security directors at all, and we're trying to address that. So everyone has a professional security director. But what SCN has done to provide a kind of a leadership role in helping prepare for the unexpected is to pull together this kind of disparate group into a network. So, for example, we have a weekly call where all the security directors get on and we talk about threats going on around the country. We're holding a summit here pretty soon for all the security directors. We have a command center that I'll brief shortly that is an intake for all threats to the Jewish community all over the country. So there's a ton of information flowing through there every day. So it's very impressive. And what I'll say is, obviously, it's sad that a group like SCN even has to exist. A community needs a special security apparatus to stay safe. That said, this is reality now. The Jewish community makes up 2% of the US population, yet per FBI 2022 data, they were the victims of 60% of religious-based hate crimes. And that's 2022 data. So 2023, 2024, it's going to be off the charts. So we need to prepare. And of course, there's been some horrendous attacks. The Tree of Life shooting in 2018 in Pittsburgh, where 11 people were killed. Colleyville, Texas, where a gunman took the rabbi and several others in a small synagogue in rural Texas hostage. And the FBI's hostage rescue team had to go down and ultimately ended up killing the perpetrator. So awful things are happening. We're helping communities to prepare. So what exactly is SCN doing to partner with law enforcement, keep these folks safe? I'll go over a couple of things. Number one, our security directors will go out and provide what we call TVRAs, threat, vulnerability, and risk assessments. So someone like me will go out to a synagogue or a Jewish community center. I'll start on the outside, look around, go through the parking lot, look at the road, look at the organizations nearby, and then identifying all the vulnerabilities. We'll go into the building, do the same thing. Do they have access control? Do they know who's in their facility? How's the cameras? How about the film on the windows? How about the locks on the doors? We'll go through everything and then provide this facility a very detailed report, not only identifying those vulnerabilities in priority order, but advising them what to do to mitigate that. Now, what's important, not only just to know that, is then this facility can take this report and then apply for a nonprofit security grant from the government. And the government puts out $200 million every year for just this purpose for nonprofit organizations. That sounds like a lot, but it goes quickly and it's very competitive. So, and outside of SCN, there's almost no one doing these things. DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has a couple people. In Connecticut, I know it was like 1 or 2 doing these. So that's not a lot. So we're providing a huge value. And what I'll say is, it's preliminary, but this last year's cycle of nonprofit grants, the SCN folks up in Connecticut were responsible for like 55% of all of those awards in Connecticut. They did assessments and helped them. And that accounts for like millions of dollars. And last year it was just 2 people from SCN for millions of dollars. So, I mean, what a huge value. And while much of that was for the Jewish community, it wasn't solely for the Jewish community. There were others that we went out and assisted who got up to $150,000 to improve the security. So, number one. Number two, SCN has curriculum development folks. That's all they do. And so we've created curriculum, basically I'll say, to the left and to the right of BANG, BANG being a critical incident, a mass shooter, something like that. So it starts from anything from situational awareness to de-escalation, and it's the same stuff that the FBI hostage negotiators are learning, to ushering greeter type training, the people that are there to greet people, training them on what to look for. And then you proceed to countering an active threat, kind of like active shooter training. And then past, say there is an attack, stop the bleed. What do you do? How do you use a tourniquet? How do you pack a wound? And then we're developing now a curriculum for leading through crisis. So if something happens for leaders at a faith-based organization, how do you manage that? So that is real value. And in addition to providing that to the community, what I've told law enforcement, my colleagues from the FBI, from the U.S. Attorney's Office is, look, we're out here. We're doing this anyways. So if there is a group, a community you think is particularly vulnerable, for example, I know in Connecticut, we could do a better job, the FBI, in reaching out to the LGBTQ plus community. I know because I was supervising the program. So if you know there's a Pride Center, for example, that is vulnerable, send us. We'll go do it. We're doing this anyway, so we might as well get the biggest bang for the buck. So we are out there doing these things. Finally, kind of law enforcement coordination. A lot of people out in the community, they've never dealt with the police, the FBI. They don't have to. Anyone in the Jewish community, just call us, and we'll deal with the FBI. And vice versa. The FBI, they have a lot going on. They can't possibly know everyone in the Jewish community, every facility, who's the leader. They don't have to. They call us, we know it, and we'll reach out and do it. So, and then, again, we have an operations center that's collecting data constantly, scrubbing social media, open source, the dark web for events and threats, and then warning the police and the community. So it's a lot going on. I think it's a huge value. Law enforcement is stretched really thin, and I think we're adding a ton to their arsenal. So whether you're in the Jewish community or not, I just wanted to spread the word. If you think your organization can benefit from some of the things that we do, please reach out. Again, a secure community network, easily identified on the internet, and that's it. Thank you.
All right, so Kevin Sopp with the Department of Homeland Security, Office of Intelligence and Analysis. And so first, good afternoon, everyone, and certainly Mary and Frank, thank you, as always, for hosting this event. So important to keep the memory of those we've lost and really do everything in our power to obviously prevent anything like this from ever happening again. So I really, the theme this year struck me with bringing communities together. I think it really resonates more than ever before. And through my remarks, you'll see, I think, really looking at a whole of a community approach to preventing acts of terrorism, targeted violence has never been more prevalent than it is now. The threats we face and our ability to overcome them really depends on all aspects of a community and all aspects of a society. And really, as was just mentioned, and I'll touch on, there's no aspect of our community that is immune right now. And certainly, I know everyone in this room knows it, but no government agency or collectively just the government alone is going to be able to address this problem. So I want to talk a little bit about the office that I'm from, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, and you'll hear it referred to as I&A. A little bit about our role. Threat environment, I won't go too much into that. I'm sure you've heard quite a bit about that today. And then how we're looking to sort of position ourselves in our office to really get ahead of this as much as possible and engage those partners. So first of all, a little bit of background from myself and the role that we have. I fortunately started with DHS actually before it was DHS back in 2003 and joined our intel shop in 2010. So a little bit of a history there from where we've gone as a department. But I think one theme that I would say has been constant through all those years is that the department cannot be successful without strong partnerships, whether that's through federal partners, state and local partners, private sector. Our success depends on our collaboration with our partners. And I know the Secretary continually reiterates that. I think he says, the department is fundamentally a department of partnerships. What I would say, though, is in the past few years, the importance and emphasis of those partnerships really has grown leaps and bounds. Obviously, I mentioned working with the private sector and the critical infrastructure sectors, and our state and local partners has obviously been at the forefront of what we've done for 20 plus years. But I think the kind of aspect of engaging non-governmental, community-based partners, academia, nonprofits, has just grown leaps and bounds. And I think from the threat environment, as I'll touch on here momentarily, I think that, again, reiterates why we're engaging those partners. But I think one of the challenges that we have is our partners don't always understand what we do at DHS, but specifically the intelligence office. And so I want to just quickly level set on kind of who we are and what we do. First, our office is unique because we obviously reside in the department as the headquarters intelligence element, but we are also a member of the intelligence community, which, there's a couple other offices similar to ours that sort of have that dual-hatted role. But our bottom line purpose is to equip our partners with timely intelligence, really that they need to keep the homeland safe, secure, and resilient. And through that, to achieve that, we really have three primary missions. So first is we execute an intelligence program across the country focused on detecting and preventing threats. Congress constituted INA as a member of the intelligence community really to actually fulfill this role based on some of the gaps from the pre-9/11 architecture. Secondly, we really serve as an information sharing bridge. That is really the underpinning of what we do, really to bring the connective tissue between the federal law enforcement intelligence community with our state, local, private sector partners, and a host of other partners that I mentioned. And what makes us unique is we are the only congressionally or statutorily mandated element by Congress that has the mandate to fulfill that role. The third piece of this is really that we operate intensely focused on protecting privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. That's the underpinning of everything that we do. For any element working in a domestic environment in the intelligence space, fulfilling those responsibilities is core with actually executing the mission of sharing information. And finding a balance between the security and transparency is not always easy, but it is the fundamental mandate that we have. So briefly on the execution side, I would also touch on, so how do we actually execute that mission? One of the core elements is that we have over 100 personnel deployed out across the country, intelligence personnel, who are working side by side with our state, local, private sector partners, with partners like SCAN and others, on a day-to-day basis to be able to share that information, both at classified and unclassified levels, and ensure that our partners have everything that they need to protect the country. So a couple comments just on the threat landscape. I'm not going to go too far. But I would certainly say, some items that we're looking at from the terrorism and targeted violence space. And I would also caveat, we hopefully in the coming weeks are going to be releasing our annual Homeland Threat Assessment, which further will expand on these threats as well as a host of others related to critical infrastructure, border security. And it's a publicly available document that we really use to kind of educate the public and all of our partners on what the baseline of that threat environment looks like. So, as we all know, the terrorism landscape has certainly changed and evolved since 9/11, from a centralized threat of a few key international groups to a much more dispersed and wide array of threat actors and small cells independently plotting in our current time. Certainly the foreign terrorist actors remain interested in attacking the homeland, but obviously from a domestic standpoint, with our homegrown violent extremists, domestic violent extremists pose a very significant concern as well. Certainly the attacks, Hamas's attacks in October and the resulting conflict and humanitarian crisis have sparked an increased threat and targeted violence against a wide set of communities, Jewish communities, Arab communities, Muslim communities across the globe, and certainly that's reflected here in the U.S. as well. And certainly foreign and domestic terrorist groups or violent extremists are leveraging this conflict to further their causes for violence here within the United States. And I would say, in addition to that, just in the past few years alone, we've seen a continual increase in the communities and partners that are impacted by this overall threat environment, and it's grown much more diverse. Obviously, we've talked about threats to our faith-based partners, all religions and denominations. The LGBTQ community has certainly seen a significant uptick in threats in the past several years. Threats targeting our educational institutions, whether it's violence erupting related to protest or the spate of bomb threats that we've seen over the past couple years. Threats to nonprofits, just because they may be perceived as supporting a cause that someone opposes. We've certainly seen that with organizations supporting some of the migrant populations receiving significant threats. And I'd be remiss if I certainly didn't even touch on the continual threat against our law enforcement officers, public safety officials at every level of government. I just mentioned those couple examples to really showcase that this threat is very dispersed. No one is immune from it. And that's certainly the challenge that we have, is how do we ensure our partners have the information they need to stay aware of it, to stay vigilant, and protect against it. So preparing for the unexpected, which I think is really the key of what we're talking about here, and how have we sort of looked at evolving our approach within DHS to be able to engage those partners. What I would say is I think we've really doubled down on those partnerships and engaging our external partners. Certainly whether our colleagues at the FBI and our state and local partners, and I include both at the classified and unclassified levels, making sure that they have the information they need. The discussion earlier with the FBI's behavioral analysis unit, we have some great relationships with them to help build these threat assessment and threat management capabilities across the country. That's just one example of the work we're doing every day working with our state and local partners. It was great to hear the discussion on SCAN. We significantly expanded our collaboration with our faith-based partners, with SCAN and several other community-based or faith-based partners across the country, to ensure they have the situational awareness that they need to best protect their partners, their facilities. And I think one of the things we've certainly seen is the impacts of events overseas and what we need to make sure that folks here domestically have so that they can be best postured should those sorts of threats then transpire to the United States. I would say similarly, we worked with our Office of Academic Engagement at DHS to expand the collaboration with academic institutions and universities. Again, whether it's related to the unrest from October 7th, the spate of bomb threats, swatting incidents over the past few years, certainly those partners have become more important than ever. And again, I previously touched on this, but our work with NGOs and nonprofits, again, is not necessarily what we typically, years ago would have looked at as one of our primary customer sets. And in this day and age, it is a top priority to make sure that those folks are able to protect themselves as well and have the latest threat information. So, secondly, the piece I want to touch on is I want to underscore the importance of sharing information and what we do with the public. I mentioned a public threat assessment document that's going to be coming out, but we've also worked with the Bureau over the past several years to increase the tempo of unclassified products that are publicly available, because certainly the public is essential in having the context of the threat environment, whether it's a parent, a teacher, a neighbor, to be able to identify what that threat looks like and the appropriate authorities to be able to report something. And again, it really underpins the discussion on the panel right ahead of us with the behavioral analysis unit. So the bottom line is the way we look at this kind of environment is for us to be successful, we must engage and really engage, not just at service level, with all of our partners that are potential targets or victims based on this environment. And we really play, I think, that unique role with our personnel across the country in executing this mission space. So just as the threat environment has changed, I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that we stay ahead of that and change our approach as well. So with that, I'll close up, and certainly I know we'll answer questions here in a little bit.
Good, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Mary and Frank, Sue. It's always wonderful to be in New York City, where I don't think anyone will ever forget. It's still so critical every single day you can see. The community is still very connected to what happened on 9/11. And it's somewhat refreshing because elsewhere in the country you don't see that same intensity and urgency of trying to address the problems that we still face as a result of 9/11. I wish John Miller were here. I think for a couple minutes we could try to take the bucket off of his head and share some good news here. I'll share just a little bit of good news. For about a year, I have served in a great role as the executive director of the National Fusion Center Association. And the fusion centers were created out of the 9/11 Commission. It was a recommendation to build localized organizations where there could be standardized collaboration between state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies and international bodies as well. They were designed to advance the idea that we could share information, not on a need to know basis, but on the need to share basis, so that the officers working every day on the street in Maple Grove, like my 26-year-old police officer son, Sam Ortman, would have the information he needed and would also know where to go and how to report that suspicious activity. Or when he came across maybe a young man or a young woman who maybe could benefit from a behavioral threat assessment through the FBI. Where does Sam send that information? It's to the Fusion Center in Minnesota. So these fusion centers are pretty interesting. There are 80 primary fusion centers across the country. There's at least one in all 50 states. They are funded primarily by local and state dollars. The concept from the 9/11 Commission was to keep them decentralized. Because if the federal government owned them, the federal government would create federal government bureaucracy. No offense, Kevin. But the federal government would create bureaucracy and all of that. So by building a system that intended to decentralize with local funding, state funding, and federal funding all coming together, they would be more effective in the information sharing. And they also operate by region. So there are 6 regions. Within those regions, Fusion Center directors and their analyst personnel are meeting regularly. They're talking about what's called a community of interest. It could be very different, the Fusion Center in Wyoming or in Montana versus what's happening in Florida or in the NIVRIC at the Northern Virginia Regional Information Sharing Center. They're very different. Each one is very different. And they have developed communities of interest where they meet. There could be communities or committees that meet on cyber threats, on GIS, on private sector engagement. They're really developing a system of sharing information. Doesn't mean that there aren't some challenges, but they are doing what the 9/11 Commission asked them to do, which was to develop this relationship. And it's not just law enforcement. It's law enforcement, fire, emergency management, public health. I think somebody mentioned that today, how important it is to have public health at the table and critical infrastructure. We've got the private sector that meets in these collaborations. So I learned recently the way that they have developed what they do on a regular basis is they do a threat assessment in that community of interest, which could be different again in Montana or in Florida, Northern Virginia, New York. They build what they assess to be their threats. They set the priorities, and then they fund the operations to include the collaboration and briefing out and products that they will develop and they will share with their partners, and then all of the partners contribute. It's a fascinating concept. It works in many of those situations. In some situations, we're still struggling to assess all of the resources that we need to have a full partnership and a full collaboration. But in essence, we are accomplishing what we should, which is a unity of effort with a whole of nation approach. Everyone participates. DHS has assigned personnel, the FBI assigns personnel, the Coast Guard assigns personnel, we've got National Guard personnel. They're sharing information, and they are doing it with levels of clearance, which also makes it a fascinating operation, where there's publicly available information, open source intelligence that's shared automatically, but each item that is shared can be classified all the way up to top secret clearance. And so they've arranged the ability to share at a top secret clearance or also all the way at open source intelligence sharing. Okay, so now for a little bit of the challenge, and I've got a little bit of a pop quiz for everybody here. Okay, so let me ask you this. The challenges facing our fusion centers today versus the challenges facing our nation pre-9/11. You tell me, then or now, okay? Then or now? Let's see, get my good notes here. Then or now, we've got, I'm gonna find it. Bureaucracy, layers of bureaucracy, then or now? Okay. Failure to process clearances, then or now?
No.
I would say both. Kevin, he's with me here on this. Okay, how about funding streams? Reducing funding streams. Challenges with funding, then or now? Yeah. How about territorialism and power struggles between agencies? The same challenges. How about politics? Is that an issue? It's still an issue. It's always going to be an issue. They're always going to be an issue. And we have those challenges. My goal in the position that I'm at is to think about, again, Sam Ortman in the Maple Grove Police Department. He's 26 years old. I'm also glad he's attending law school part-time, so very excited about Sam Ortman. But nonetheless, he should have the information he needs to do his job every single day. I've got 4 children. I also want to mention Raymond, not just because he's fabulous and they kind of look alike and they're both really great Irish young men, but Raymond is Army trained, He went to the Defense Language Institute. He is a Chinese analyst. He works through the Department of Defense. And so he does the analysis to identify the threats that should be shared with Sam Wortman. Do you think that Sam and Raymond are talking about that? I don't think so. I don't think so. So Sam's information should be getting all the way to Raymond, and Raymond's information should be getting all the way to Sam. That's the way it's supposed to work, in theory. Maybe it will in their lifetimes. Again, the good news is there are some really amazing people training right now to do the things that we need them to do to protect our country, to protect our nation, and all of our partners. The sheriff asked me to share one of the idea of leadership in being prepared in unexpected situations. And I want to share a quick story about 2007, when I was first the finance director for the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. I'd never really worked for law enforcement before. I started in April, and I thought I did a really good job in April and May and June developing a new budget for the next year, $85 million. We had 800 people. We had a really big budget, and then I developed the capital improvement plan for new facilities and the investment long term. And I was feeling pretty porky, feeling pretty good, like, yes, I got this, right? And then August 1, 6:01 p.m., the 35W bridge collapsed in Minneapolis. And I can tell you, I was not prepared. Even though I was in a leadership role in the sheriff's office, when the sheriff became the National Incident Management System commander of the entire national effort, as a support member on his staff, I was completely unprepared. And many of us were. And when I look at the fusion centers now, I see almost half of them have directors that are non-sworn, like me. That's a strength. The strength that Sam and the law enforcement agencies across the country now have lifted that fourth wall. And now it's not just about who's sworn, but can we have smart analysts and lawyers and other people helping educate them, and psychologists and clinicians and others helping them do their job. That's a great thing. But for me at that time as a civilian, I had no preparation, training, awareness of what would happen on August 1 or how to deal with it. From a professional standpoint, from a personal standpoint, from a physical standpoint. After the bridge collapsed, many of you may recall, there were vehicles in the water. There were vehicles hanging from the bridge. There was a bus with school children hanging on the bridge. There were hundreds of media folks from all across the world, including Japan and Poland. They were camped out on the buildings to try and take pictures of the law enforcement. We had families coming from everywhere. We had volunteers jumping into the river to try and rescue people. We had people on our sheriff's offices in boats from other counties. We had state agencies there. Eventually, we had the President of the United States. And I was so grateful that our leader, Sheriff Stanek, knew what to ask for. He asked the President of the United States for the Army divers, or the Navy divers, because we had gotten to a place where at the Family Victims Center, he had to let them know that we had moved from a recovery, or from a rescue to a recovery mission. A very difficult message to share. And when the president came, he asked for the Navy divers. I had no idea that when you ask for the Navy divers, that means the Army is coming too. We had the Army and the Navy there because the Navy can't operate without the Army there to support them. So on the ground for 21 days, we had presidential visits, we had FEMA, we had the Secretary of Transportation, we had U.S. senators, we had the First Lady came and visited. We had all of this media going on, the media on the top of the buildings trying to capture pictures of the rescue and the recovery, and all of the families watching as all of this was occurring. It was a very difficult time for all of us. We were fortunate to have a very well-prepared leader. I can't say enough about the great response and leadership of Sheriff Stanek. I've always been very proud to work with him, not just then, but that was one instance where we really needed a leader who understood the joint powers agreements with the other counties, understood the interstate compact with the other states and how that would work, understood the NIMS system, where he could ask for the resources that our agency needed to properly respond. And so for me, I was greatly unprepared. And I was grateful for the fact that he was. And I would say the big lesson I learned as a civilian in support of law enforcement is we have a responsibility to prepare and train as well, not just on the budget and all of those other items, but to prepare to support law enforcement in the role that they have. And so I don't know if I've gone over time, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to share that story, and I'm grateful for all of the experts in this room that have shared throughout the days and in previous contexts. Thank you all for all your support for law enforcement mission and keeping our communities safe.
Questions from the audience? What are you going to do?
I'm going to thank you.
Oh, we're not ready yet. Okay.
I'll ask a question.
Frank, go ahead.
All of the investment that's been made since 9/11, it's fantastic. What gets confusing is the amount of stakeholders that are coming in to, quote, help. You've got DHS, you've got, in New York, we have NYPD, we have, I don't know if this is on. Is this on? Yeah, I was saying the wonderful news after 9/11 is the response of adding such resource, the centers, the fusion center, DHS. What gets confusing is how do all those different entities work in a cohesive way, and are we tripping over each other at all? Is some of the mission creep happening where some people are doing things that maybe other people think they're owning? It just gets a little confusing. Maybe you could talk to, one of you could talk to, I know as you were talking about the horrible bridge incident, you named a lot of organizations that were kind of coming in to, quote, help. Somebody was in charge, I'm sure, but then how does all that play out? How does all of it work seamlessly so that it's most impactful? Just curious.
Well, at the bridge, and Sheriff Stanek may want to comment on this as well, but at the bridge, I called it the wisdom tent because all of those agency representatives would have a meeting at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. every single day. And they'd be sitting around that table and talking about what was going to happen today. Are we going to move any of the vehicles today? We can't move the vehicles because X, Y, or Z. I mean, there were so many complicated questions. How are we going to recover some of the bodies that clearly were in vehicles under the water? And so they worked together twice a day, 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., under the leadership of Sheriff Stanek, because the federal law, the Stafford Act, and the National Incident Management System says that the sheriff is the commander of the response. Because the incident occurred in the water, the sheriffs have the jurisdiction, so that made him the incident commander. Everyone reported to the sheriff in the wisdom tent, and then they all went off and did their things, and then they were back at 6 p.m. at night. And so that's how they coordinated, but he may have much more insight into that. But on those days, that's how we planned it out.
And maybe the bridge incident's not the right example, but just in general, how does the model work so that all of these wonderful organizations, Fusion Center, the DHS working with NGOs, Rebecca and the team here in the city, and NYPD's response, and the FBI, how does that all get together, come together in a uniform model?
Yeah, Michael, I think you're probably, I mean, you're in a position from SCN who uses these services every day across the board, so see if you can.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll start just in my most recent position as an executive in the FBI for the Connecticut office. Part of my job was to know, I needed to know my counterpart at Department of Homeland Security, at ATF, at DEA, all the police chiefs, the Fusion Center, and I knew all of those people. It wasn't overwhelming, and as I said, law enforcement is stretched. So it was never a case of, we have too much help, stop. Every once in a while would people hey, this is our case, what are you doing? But it was rare. So, if you have people that are managing relationships appropriately in leadership positions, it goes very smoothly. And then, of course, again, organizations like I work now, Secure Community Network, Anti-Defamation League, a number of other nonprofits, is again, it's the jobs of those executives to know these people and leverage those relationships.
I would also chime in that I'm going to steal the words of a former NCTC director that said, it's a little bit messy, but it's messy by design. And the reality is kind of under our approach of federalism, the federal government is not going to ever own or operate the fusion centers as a great example. And so you create this environment where there is intentionally a little bit of messiness, a little bit of overlap, but that's by design so that we don't create those cracks, those crevices. And then I would agree. It's really incumbent on those partners to be able to sort of navigate through that messiness because it's obviously better than the alternative. But it was an interesting comparison when he made that comment, and I think it really stuck with me and resonated. But it is messy and messy by design.
Well, and at those brief outs, you'll have all of the partners at the brief outs. And so there will be regular brief outs where all of these different agencies will update each other on what they've learned. They'll share their products. And so, as Kevin said, it's messy, but at least there's a plan to share the information, and it works effectively in many instances.
Good. Go ahead, Miss.
Hi, yes, my name is Michelle Aline. I believe that the Fusion Center could play a major role locally in the urban and rural areas, but the National Registry was one of the first things some of the internal employees had to sign in order to even be eligible for the World Trade Health benefits, right? So there's a National Registry, which is probably run by the post 9/11 bill, the feds, you know, and then there's a national registry, and then it went to a local registry. Like, let me talk about for CUNY. They pulled and had their own registry created so they could work with their Goliath system, the CUNY Goliath system, because it's like 24 colleges. And so who has the registries, and how can, I feel like because what's happening, the memo is not getting around enough in these local organizations that were down there at the time, whether it's the teachers, the nurses, the sheriffs, the law enforcement.
I'm sorry, what was your first name?
Michelle Aline.
Rochelle?
Michelle.
Oh, Michelle, I'm sorry. I heard your question. I don't know it's necessarily appropriate for this panel, but I think we can probably take it offline and address it for you.
Tomorrow.
Fair enough?
Yeah, I'll be here
Go
tomorrow.
ahead.
All right.
Mary. Ms. Fetchit.
Well, I want to commend each of you for your work, and I've seen these organizations grow and really make a difference in how the wheels are turning. Julianne, you brought up, I think, a very important issue that should be thought about is the influx of the media, the volunteers, the agencies that are coming in, the dignitaries. I saw that firsthand when I was in Newtown, and there was a bomb threat when President Obama was coming in. They had volunteer agencies in a small community, and this influx of people, whether they were, mental health gurus or the media, every language you would hear on the street. So I think it's something that has to be thought about, because I know in Newtown they actually had to have some of law enforcement from other communities come in and operate the town, because local law enforcement and the agencies there were so exhausted by working 24/7. And we saw that in New York too. I mean, the concern about another threat where people were working long hours protecting the subways and the streets and guarding the ground zero and the recovery effort and all of that. So I still think that's a component that we overlook when we're in the pre-planning, and how you manage that.
No, I think you ask a really good question or make a statement, and I would tell you this, that I tell people all the time that law enforcement trains, exercises, prepares incessantly, hoping that something bad doesn't happen, but knowing full well that all across our country, including probably the 4 or 5 hours we've been here today, something bad happened somewhere here in the U.S. And local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement had to respond, maybe independently, maybe collectively, in order to mitigate and recover and put things back to normal, if that's one of them. I would also say that people used to ask me all the time, I was a sheriff of a large county, and I had 45 cities in my county. 36 of them had local police departments. Some wore dark blue uniforms, light blue uniforms. We had brown, we had the Minnesota State Patrol that was in our jurisdiction, they're maroon. It didn't matter what color uniform at the end of the day, the response should have been seamless to the residents of my county, and it always was. Didn't matter whether it was trooper, deputy, officer, shouldn't matter. And I think that's what's really important for you and your audience and the folks that are here today to remember, that we have been working on this for a long time. Do we get it right every time? Not even close. But we try, and we learn from the past. We learned, as Julianne talked about, this I-35 bridge collapse on August 1 of 2007. We had learned a lot coming out of September 11th of 2001, as you and I have talked. We learned how to better talk with the families of victims in the Family Resource Center. She talked about, the decision to go from what was rescue to recovery was not an easy thing to communicate to those families. Nobody wanted to hear that, but that was the reality, and now how do we work through this? And you talk about 13 families, and they literally were 13 tables like what's in this room today, and every family had a table. Some had 8 chairs, some only had 3. One table just had a mom. She had lost her daughter. Where was the father? Where were brothers and sisters and other family members? She had traveled from out of town, and they weren't here yet. Red Cross, you know this better than I do. The Red Cross does not do anything until there is some certificate in place. That certificate took a long time to come. And all I'm saying is you and your group of people have had such a profound impact on the rescue and the recovery and the mitigation efforts and the training of local, state, and federal law enforcement in this country. You may never realize it. May never, Mary. But again, the impact you've had has been tremendous, and we appreciate it.
Well, I have the honor and privilege of thanking this fantastic panel. And Rich, as always, thank you for your leadership from the, I'm going to get the Secure Community Network and the great work that you do as well. Kevin from Homeland Security, I have to tell you, we made sure Lauren Frick got here from CTPN. I had to mention that, Lauren. And Julianne, thank you again. Julianne's obviously Rich, former president, one of our former presidents from Link, Julianne, an affiliate. Thank you so much for this. I think the message was clear. This is about, and I think what you said it's a whole of community approach. And it's a whole of community approach relying on the international relationships as well to be able to keep the community safe. And I just want to thank you all for the work that you do. I think, and from our message, when we talk about from a victim's lens, it is very much about a whole of community approach and recognizing that government agencies cannot do it alone. We know that. But the more and more the need to involve civil society organizations like Voices that bring that consistency and continuity to the family members. I want to say thank you very much for that wonderful. Please join me in thanking them for their presentation. Now, to try and keep us on time, technically we had a 15-minute break. But what I'm going to say is please take a stand up for 5 minutes, a bio break, and get back as soon as you can, 5 to 7 minutes. And I'm going to get the other panel in preparation up here.
I'm so nervous. I have notes.
We're going to get started shortly, so can I ask you to take your seats? Thank you. Anyone outside, come on in. Gee, I gave you your shout out. It's Kirkana. Of course, it's the most important piece. Yeah. Oh, be at the front door at 5:25. I'm wearing what I have on. Oh, it's lovely. It's actually, they changed at the last minute to business casual, but I'm just wearing what I want. I'm comfortable. I'm wearing my Skechers. We're good to go. It's my over 60 accommodation. I just wear wider pants. You still look fabulous. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Can I have everyone take their... Shh. Works better than anything else. There you go. I don't know if we need to close. No, there's nobody outside. We don't need to close. Okay, so first of all, now I want to say, usually, as you know, we save the best for last. And yeah, exactly, Daphne, thank you. Yeah. So it is my honor and pleasure to introduce your next three speakers who I have had the privilege of working with, not NENS, only virtually, but Rach and Danielle. So first of all, I better formally introduce them. Inspector Rachel Millett from National Security with the UK government. She is the staff officer reporting to the lead, National Security lead, National Counterterrorism lead for the UK. She has been involved with many of the incidents over the years. And so, Rachel, wonderful to have you here. Then we have Nens Korn, Detective Inspector Nens Korn, who's with SO15, and she actually leads the Family Liaison program for the United Kingdom, but in particular, she is the co-author and developed a very special course called the BOLT program, and she'll be speaking a little bit to that. And last but not least, Danielle Bottineau, who has... I know, we do. I send you too many emails, Danielle. I also chair the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police National Working Group, supporting victims of terrorism, mass violence, mass casualties. So I've chaired that for about the last 6 years, and brought Danielle on board about 3 years ago, and she hasn't stopped since. And I'm just going to say this. So Rach is going to speak about the counterterrorism program in the UK, what some of their challenges are, how they're set up, and what they see as some of the emerging issues. Nens is going to speak to the Family Liaison Officer Program, which is going to give you a couple of specific case examples to explain that and how they deploy. And last but not least, I always say this, when you talk to them about the victim-centered approach and the importance of the continuum of prevention, early intervention, then there's an incident, and then you get to the, either a criminal process or inquest inquiry, and then of course for many responders, but particularly for family and survivors, it's a lifelong journey. And so one of the things is people say, well, Sue, we buy into this and the rest of this. And the next question obviously is, well, tell me how. Tell me how you do that. And so Danielle's going to give an example. It's been developed by the Toronto Police Service, but it's been developed listening to the best in Canada and the best in the world. And interestingly, in our country, similar to the United States, we have some large rural areas, and many of our mass casualty situations and mass shootings have occurred in our rural areas. A couple years ago, we had a mass shooting in Nova Scotia, and following that, not too long after, we had a mass shooting at in James Smith Cree Nation, which is one of our northern Indigenous communities. And so we have to look at all of the issues that come with how can we Canadianize this, that we can scale up to when we do need that. And so I think Toronto is an excellent example. I think one of the uniquenesses to Toronto, and I've had the privilege of kind of looking around the world, one of the uniquenesses to Toronto is they actually embedded into their incident command management structure, and they actually have an immediate action plan for pre-planning around the victim management issues. And that's something when you look at the operationalization of this. I also want to mention there's other members in the audience from the National Working Group, like Jag Dote and a couple others. So I just want to throw it over to you. It's now yours. And Rachel, we're going to start with you.
Thank you, Sue. Oh, this one. So, good afternoon. This is an amazing opportunity to be here today amongst so many fantastic people, to focus on our support and response to victims at both a local and global level. As a UK counterterrorism policing representative and member of Invictim, I feel privileged to be part of something so special and unique, and to have the opportunity to continue to forge and maintain these important relationships by being hosted here in this wonderful city of New York. So it would be remiss of me to not start by thanking some very key people that have enabled me to be over here in New York and ensuring this symposium has been delivered. Firstly, I'd like to thank Mary and Frank Fetchit for ensuring this symposium has been delivered and for their team and continued commitment, dedication and work for the Voices Centre for Resilience. There's been some truly outstanding speakers and presenters today, highlighting the true importance of support for victims and those whose lives have been impacted by horrendous acts of terrorism. Now, Mary mentioned earlier today the Master Weaver, which I've got written in front of me already, and I did chuckle, because she's a key individual and ensures we're connected and networked and gives so much of her time and never sleeps, and that's Sue O'Sullivan. Sue, you are one in a million. And your leadership and dedication to the victim-centred approach is something we are all grateful for. Through our connection, we have been able to forge a vital CTP, that's counterterrorism policing, I'm not going to keep saying counterterrorism policing, a vital CTP relationship within victim, and through this been able to connect individuals across the globe, enabling support to victims internationally. And we now also have enhanced ability for shared learning, for example, with Canadian law enforcement providing opportunities to attend the UK Family Liaison bolt-on training, which I'm sure Nens will touch upon later. Finally, I would like to acknowledge and remember victims of terrorism and those we have sadly lost. You are always in our hearts. So, who are we? Well, counterterrorism policing in the UK consists of 11 regional counterterrorism units and intelligence units. These units collaborate daily to confront the threat from terrorism. They have officers and staff working in a range of specialist fields such as investigations, forensics, digital exploitation, financial inquiries, community liaison, communications, and importantly, family liaison. At the centre of this network sits the Counterterrorism Policing Headquarters, where I work, which devises policy and strategy, coordinates national projects and programmes, and provides a single national counterterrorism policing voice for key stakeholders, including government, intelligence agencies, and other partners. And alongside this headquarters is the Operations Centre, a central command made up of units that provide operational support to the national network. But counterterrorism is no longer something done solely behind closed doors of the security service or the more covert elements of policing. The only way that we will be able to keep the public safe from terrorism is by employing a truly multi-agency, holistic approach that recognises the part that everyone has to play. Whether that's the school teacher recognising the early stages of radicalisation, or the member of the public who spots someone paying unusual attention to security measures at iconic sites. We truly do rely on the eyes, ears, and instincts of the public at large to achieve our goals. This localised connection to the communities we serve is the reason why counterterrorism policing in the UK has decided upon the model that we have. Counterterrorism officers and staff are within regional police forces working to respond to the threat and community concerns locally. And Nens will tell you about how our network of family liaison officers sits within this to support victims and their families. So to set the scene for my colleague Nens, I want to briefly tell you about the landscape that we're operating in and some evolving themes. These must be kept in mind when responding and supporting victims and those impacted by acts of terrorism. We are now facing a more diverse, unpredictable, and fluid threat picture than ever before. Whether we are investigating those at home in the UK who wish to do us harm, or complex transnational terrorist organisations, we must remain agile and innovative, responding rapidly to shifts in our adversaries' tactics and capabilities. And I always find in this type of threat landscape, it is important to ask and encourage others around us when we change lots of policies and procedures, will this and how will this impact our response to victims? Another example in our caseload at the minute is there's been an increasing number of young people. The speed with which young and vulnerable people can be radicalised is astonishing and profoundly worrying. The online and digital environment means that windows of opportunity for us to identify and intervene before it's too late is getting narrower and more challenging. Our focus remains on tackling the diverse threats from self-initiated terrorists and low sophisticated attacks. But while they're referred to as low sophistication, the impact of these types of terrorist attacks has on victims, their families, and the public as a whole is significant. And I'm sure you may have seen in the media in the UK, almost every week in London and other parts of the UK, we see demonstrations and marches. We also recently saw the violence and disorder across the UK following the sad events of the murders of the 3 little girls in Southport. Policing these demonstrations and violent disorder is a highly complex and delicate operation, but we strive to police without fear or favour, protecting the public's rights to protest as well as their right to live without fear or intimidation. Another theme that's worthy of mention is there are more than 200 offenders in prison for terrorist-related offences in the UK, and clearly this is a sign of our success, but not a cause for complacency. The release from prison of convicted terrorist offenders back in society represents a huge challenge, and not just for policing. The perpetrator of the Fishmongers Hall attack in 2019 was believed to have been successfully radicalised following his conviction and imprisonment for his part in a plot against the London Stock Exchange in 2012. He was released in 2018 and was a powerful advocate for de-radicalisation programmes, but he went on to murder Jack Merritt and Saskia Jones and injure 3 others in his attack just a year later. So, on to our communities. Engagement with our communities is critical to ensuring and maintaining trust and confidence. So we do this a number of ways in counterterrorism policing, and I just want to give you a couple of examples of how we do that engagement. So earlier this year, counterterrorism policing hosted the 2nd annual Survivors of Terrorism reception, where survivors from UK and international terrorist attacks attended a reception at New Scotland Yard and were welcomed by our senior officers. This was hosted in collaboration with Resilience in Unity project, a survivors network created by Travis Frey and OBE. The annual Survivors of Terrorism reception was created to bring survivors and their families together to network, to share their stories, and give them access to senior officers responsible for helping protect the UK against terrorism. Our Assistant Commissioner said, "Each time I meet with survivors, I'm reminded of the reason why we come to work at counterterrorism policing, to try and stop anyone else experiencing the trauma that they have experienced, and to ensure that our work to bring perpetrators to justice and support victims is informed by their insights." Another example is our Counterterrorism Advisory Network, which is a national stakeholder engagement forum. It was formed by Counterterrorism Policing in 2017. It's independently chaired, and its members consist of survivors of terrorism, academics, researchers, a variety of faith leaders, and members who reach others through community organisations and groups, all of which are independent from policing. Counterterrorism Policing created the CTAN in order to speak directly and indirectly to those affected by terrorism, so they can be a critical friend and provide feedback on a variety of issues to link to counterterrorism strategy and policy. Consultation events and the contributions of members help to better understand the potential impact of policing activities and policies, and where necessary to make changes to counter-terrorism policing's approach. So this is my final point about our people. And I am going to make a shameless plug around women in national security here, because I think it's really important. So I know there's lots of law enforcement in the audience today, and it must be recognised that looking after our people, their development and welfare needs to be a priority. And putting our people at the centre of all we do enables us to provide the best service and support to the public and those impacted by terrorism. So, as a member of Women in National Security, maintaining and encouraging a diverse workforce representative of our community is vital. Counter-terrorism policing in the UK are working with other international law enforcement partners to establish a programme to enhance the recruitment, retention and career development of women in national security roles. This is on behalf of the Five Eyes. Through partners sharing their experience and personal journeys and the support of our respective organisations, we are now building and establishing a global network which will build alliances, share best practice and generate innovative thinking for women in the national security sphere, as well as develop mentoring and other engagement opportunities, celebrating successes and encouraging positive change within our respective organisations. So why do I mention this? Because being part of Invictim, Linked AA, Women in National Security, and really important forums like today allows opportunity for that shared learning and best practice, and for us to support our people, and importantly our family liaison officers and our network, enabling us to provide the best service. Only last week I shared information from Invictim with our Counter-Terrorism Police Family Liaison Executive Board. And this was for them to further their knowledge on a memorialisation event coming up. So I'm going to hand over to Nens, who has a wealth of family liaison experience on both a local and global level. And he's going to tell you about family liaison in the UK and international case studies. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello. There we are. And here I am. It is so lovely to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me, Sue, Mary. It's lovely to meet you all, and I've heard so many themes today that resonate really strongly with me. My name's Nens Corrin. I'm the Family Liaison Manager at SO15, which means that I have, in common with my strategic lead, Luke Williams, who was here last year, I have ownership of organisational learning, training, continuous professional development. I have ownership of partnership development and maintenance, of deployment processes and protocols, and finally, but perhaps most importantly, resilience and welfare of my team. It's a job worth of, it's a life's worth, actually, of work that we do, and I'm incredibly proud. I hope that that's going to become clear in what I say now. I took on the role in 2020, woefully unprepared. Fortunately, Invictim's own Julia Welby was still at SO15 at that time and held my hand through much of these processes. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about where we came from, where we are now, and what distinguishes us, I think, as a group of individuals and practitioners in family liaison space. And a little bit about where we hope to go at the end. And I will use some illustrative examples of recent deployments that have led to learning that we need to take. Learning will very much be a theme, learning and relationships, because I myself have learned a lot. This very day, I have learned that when Mary asks you for a picture to accompany your bio, don't take the brief moment between your shower and getting on a train. You're apparently much taller partner to take a picture of you. So that's my one phone. Next time. And family liaison started in learning. This is a case that you may or may not have heard about. It's the tragic murder, racist murder of Stephen Lawrence in Eltham in southeast London. It was an investigation which we absolutely hold our hands up. We got completely wrong, and it caused a huge crisis of confidence in policing. Also, personally, Doreen and Neville Lawrence will never get the trust back that we lost from that investigation, and that's hard lesson to learn for us. But the result of it, the phoenix, if you like, from the flames, was that we had the Macpherson report, and within that Macpherson report was the embryo of the professionalisation of the Family Liaison Service, which you know now. And these are some of the tenets that he put forward. He said it was one of the saddest and most regrettable aspects of this case concerns the family liaison between the police and Mrs. Lawrence, and their family liaison starts. A professional body trained to understand messaging, content, processes, that means that when the worst thing and the most tragic thing happens to somebody in terrorism or in any other case, we are there to stand beside them and say, this is what's happening, this is what's going to happen going forward, these are the horrible messages you may want to hear, you may not, we will hear them for you, and when you're ready for them, we can deliver them to you in the way that you want. We can advocate for our families, and that's everything that matters to us, is to be there right there in those worst and darkest days. So what are we? We are used in homicide, we're used in road traffic, we're used, and which is why I'm here today, in counterterrorism. Apart from in the Road Traffic Command, and this was part of the Macpherson report, it was decided that we would all be detectives. So we're investigators in our heart, and our role is investigative, which creates something of an anomaly where there are people that need help, but there is no investigative need for family liaison to be deployed, and I'll give some examples later. We are then not deployed. We are, perhaps arrogantly I say, we're a precious resource, but it takes a lot of training to get to the point of being a family liaison officer. It's very important that we get it right. Flows volunteer for the role. They are checked for their mental health and well-being, and they undertake a week's training to be a family liaison officer, a further 3 to be a family liaison coordinator, and that tends to be rank-based. So from DS upwards, you might move into the role of family liaison coordinator. And in addition to that, we do a CT family liaison bolt-on course, which Sue kindly mentioned. This bolt-on course is really the pilot and the centre of our entire programme. It's an opportunity for our family liaison officers throughout the CT network in the UK, to our Five Eyes partners and people further afield, to come together and learn from each other's experience, and to meet, importantly, our key partners in delivering what we try to deliver for the families. I talk about key partners, and I mean both within our service, so we speak to the Department of Media and Communications and understanding what public interest means and how long it's going to go on for, how we can potentially control that. The forensic management team that physically manage the work that the coroner needs to see to go forward. Our partners in government, in the Victims of Terrorism unit led by Alice House, who advocate for us on a political scale, occasionally intervene for us on a political scale. Our partners as well in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in the murder manslaughter team. So when we have a death abroad that involves a British or joint national, we work really closely with them to make sure that we can still give the families overseas some justice, or some sense of the justice that they should be entitled to. And that bolt-on course is really built to share understanding, but most importantly, as Julianne very eloquently put just now, most of our policies and processes and plans, as we try to put them forward, don't survive first contact, but our relationships do. So we want that moment that we go into search to be able to reach out to people in Canada, in Belgium, in France. I was recently in charge of the Olympic effort for family liaison in the UK, and all around the UK to say, can you help me with this? What can you do with this? And our partners, for instance, in charity-based partners, as the Network Emergencies Trust that I think is online at the moment, when there's an upswelling of community support, it often has a financial component, and the Network Emergencies Trust get that money together so it can be ethically put to where it's most needed, which is mostly to the families. These are key people that we need to know, and we meet and we have a week-long course, and I open it out to anyone around this room that would be interested in it, for whom it would be of value. I'm going to scoot quickly through this. This is our structure. You don't really need to know it, but just except to say that we work very closely with our homicide counterparts and road traffic, and we work really alongside them. So our structure mirrors their structure and links into each other, and we're constantly available for support and advice for each other. Who do we deploy to? And again, I say this may be considered to be a small amount of people considering the amount of tragedy that we've discussed today, but it's always to the bereaved, to the critically injured victims, often to seriously injured, sometimes to people of particular significance. And again, I remind you, this is an investigative role for us as well as a role of support and signposting. And quite often it's people of significance that are the targets of the attack, and therefore we need to understand that in order to prevent future ones, and a family liaison officer might be put in place. And we put family liaison officers or welfare officers, sometimes both, into police officers that are injured. We're unlikely to be able to deploy to lesser injured people and witnesses, although the government is developing policy to manage that side of our deployments. So this is a family liaison incident manager. I'm just going to tease out a few things just to illustrate how we're a little bit different sometimes in the way that we work than others. In a mass casualty incident, we would usually have an SIO and a SIM, so a senior investigating officer and a senior identification manager. They work to slightly different things. So the investigation sits under the SIO, but the SIM manages the work to the coroner to make sure that we've got the right people, and that process of identification is dignified and expeditious according to the precepts that the coroner wants to put forward. Different coroners have different standards, but that SIM relationship is really important for us and for the families that we serve to move efficiently and clearly and transparently forward. I will be the liaison point, or a family liaison manager will be a liaison point between those two senior individuals, usually at DCI or superintendent rank, and going into the family liaison team. And I can potentially be a sterile corridor for information and intelligence as well as the FLCs, because the family liaison officers can't always know everything that's going on for fear of leakage in terms of national security. It's one of the great sadnesses of working in CT that one of the first things that we have to say to our families is, as soon as we can tell you, we will. And that sometimes takes longer than we would like. I'd just show this slide really to illustrate quite how chaotic it can be, and you'll want family liaison officers and family liaison coordinators, everybody, everywhere. And in addition to that, we deploy family liaison officers except in a contact officer role. So they're trained as family liaison officers, so trained to build rapport and understand the process of investigation when they're investigators, but they are deployed to the family of suspects. And that is partly to do with making sure that our investigators have a duty to our other areas of the contest strategy, so prevent, protect, and prepare, to know how this came about. And it's often the families of those deceased by virtue of their own actions or by police action in a terrorist attack that will know most about how it came to be that the radicalization occurred. And it's a vital source of information for us. I would also put a plea in that some of the families, I'm the deputy SIO for the murder of Sir David Amis, but some of the families of the suspects have absolutely no idea about the radicalization of their loved ones, and they're dealing with really complex grief, therefore, and those contact officers can advocate for them, certainly in the local community where, for instance, there might be reprisals against the Somalian diaspora or whomsoever they might be perceived to have come from. So we go to the emerging themes in CT that Rachel so ably described just a second ago. So we have deployed, as of late, to 3 high-profile cases where radicalization occurred in prison. So the idea of rehabilitation took a particularly horrendous turn at Fishmongers Hall, as Rachel has already described. We are dealing with the online radicalization of terrorism and the professionalization of that process. We dealt with the murder of Sir David Amis, and Ali Harbi Ali had been radicalized from 2014-15 before he committed his attack in 2021. So he was sitting on that process of radicalization for a significant period of time in which he'd barely come across our eyes. We had no idea about him, and nor did his family, which is a very worrying position to be in the post-COVID era, where people are married to their screens, and that the information that they're getting is suiting their own vulnerabilities and creating, well, arguably monsters of them. We also have had recent riots in London, created again by disinformation online largely, but an increasingly active, if still fractious, extreme right wing, which I fear is developing. That polarization doesn't seem to certainly be dying down. And finally, and the targeting of iconic personnel, I've already spoken about Sir David Amess, but he's not the first MP to have been targeted. In fact, the third in the recent decade or so. And finally, as a result of the changes overseas, and particularly within the Middle East, we're dealing with a lot of overseas attacks. So the last 3 attacks that we dealt with were pertaining to people overseas. So obviously the Hamas attacks was a full CMD, Crisis Management Division stand-up, that was in play for, I think, an unprecedented 6 weeks. In addition to that, but associated with that, there were 3 aid workers killed in Gaza, trying to get for World Central Kitchen, trying to get aid into Palestine. We helped with the repatriation of those 3 young men to their families. And we also, we dealt with a terrorist attack, and it goes again to a thing that we heard earlier, which is an ISIS-linked group in the Democratic Republic of Congo, went over the border into Uganda on a skirmish, which wasn't unusual, but nor was it usual, and attacked a Jeep. A Jeep was driven by a game ranger called Eric, and in the back he had the Barlows, who were on their honeymoon in their 50s, lovely couple, one from South Africa, one from the UK, who had just gone from the most sublime celebration of their love into an unpredictable and, I'm sure, frightening death. We were able to deploy to Celia's family out in South Africa and into the family out in England, out near Thatcham in Berkshire. Those cases have brought us on to the next phase of what I'd like to very briefly speak about, which is the Justice Overseas project. So we're just starting on the concept of getting justice overseas. We are working with the Foreign Office of the Victims of Terrorism Unit and to try and get a way of getting information from the investigation in Uganda back to the families and give them some agency in all of that process. It is the beginning, it's nascent. We have a number of other projects that we're also working on, including a social media project to try and memorialize sites so that this was indicated by Fegan Murray actually, so that no harm could be built from or created from a social media website. And finally, I'll talk briefly about the psychosocial mass trauma pilot that is going on, that brings together all of the community elements that you've been speaking about earlier, previous victims, the NHS, police, fire brigades, emergency services of all sorts, all brought together in a room to try and get a pilot project, which means that the right help gets to the right people as soon as possible, which will mean training to our frontline officers, training to our family liaison officers, and a way of getting people help the soonest that we can, and in line very much with what Anne was saying earlier. Forgive me for going over time. I'm very passionate and proud of my people. Thank you for your attention.
I'll take my whole 5 minutes for this presentation. Thanks, Nuns. I'm just kidding. Hi, folks. My name is Danielle Botno. I'm with Toronto Police Service, and I've been with the service for about 25 years. And I've been currently in this role as our victim management coordinator for the last 4. To say that I had no idea what I was getting into would be an understatement. Do I know what I'm getting into still? No, I don't. But Sue has guided me, as well as many other people. But I do, as with everybody else, want to say a few thank yous. Mary, Frank, thank you so much once again for allowing me to have a voice in this space. Sue for guiding me along to this space. I'm going to try to give you some, really what we're doing in Toronto. I will start by saying this is working for Toronto folks. There's a couple of reasons why it's working for Toronto. First and foremost, our chief and our upper management I have full support of, and if I didn't have that, I would not be standing in front of you today. They are passionate about this program, and they want to see it succeed, so I have their backing fully 100%. Secondly, prior to me getting into this position, we had a working group who had laid a foundation for myself, who did a lot of research, but they just couldn't get it up and off the ground because they weren't doing it full time, whereas I am doing it full time. And finally, unfortunately, we have our own instances to refer to, and that's really why we have a voice in this space now, unfortunately, but we want to do better. We want to do better by the victims, their families, and everybody involved, and even our own members. So that's really, truly why I'm able to do the work that I'm doing. So just to kind of give you a brief background, it was back in 2015 when really our chief and deputy chief at the time just kind of took a step back saying, wow, this is all going on in the world. What are we doing at home? What do we have in place if something should happen, right? And unfortunately, I don't think we're at if it will happen. It's a matter of when. I think we've lived in a world in Canada sometimes we're a little bit naive, but it's getting closer and closer to home. So as a result of that conversation, our extreme event recommendations came to be in 2017. It was a very lengthy list of what we wanted to pre-plan for and how that looked, but they did have the foresight to include the victim lens. And that was number 50 of the recommendations. And what it basically said, they wanted 3 things to take place. They wanted it to be incorporated directly into our incident management system, which is a standardized provincial management system that we have through the province of Ontario that everybody has to kind of adhere to. Secondly, we want boots on the ground. So when something does happen, how are we going to activate our people? Who do we have in place to support families, to get to the scenes, to have that communication with hospitals? And finally, they wanted a full-time coordinator. So that's me. So we got that happening rather quickly. Unfortunately, when the recommendations came out to when the working group started up, we had a couple of our own incidents happen that we couldn't actually implement the recommendations. First one's being, and I know everybody's heard about it, either the van attack or the Yonge Street incident. This happened in 2018. This individual he was intending on going to downtown Toronto, but he stayed north of a very busy highway in Toronto, but it was still a major busy area for Toronto, Yonge and Shepherd, and he just decided to start jumping the curb and running people down. And up here we had businesses, we had people living, we had people just living their life, folks, going out for lunch. There was condominiums, there was businesses, you name it. That's what took place up there. And that was probably one of our largest homicide investigations that we had because it was a very large crime scene. There were 13 separate locations within the distance of him ramming the first person to the last. There was 10 people killed and there were 16 people injured. Doesn't sound like a lot. Unfortunately, we lost sight as the minutes, the hours, and the days went on. We didn't have the answers, and I'm not passing judgment on anybody because we learned a lot from this. Nobody had the answers for the families that were calling in as to where their loved ones were. What hospitals did they go to? What were their names? Nobody could give them the answers. Unfortunately, we had a second incident a few months later, same year. If you haven't been to Toronto, Danforth is like our Greek town. It was in the middle of summer. Patios were packed. An individual just started shooting, just walking down the blocks and just randomly shooting people as they were enjoying life once again. We had 2 dead and dozens injured. Again, not a large number, right? But we had community that was traumatized. We had friends and families of the deceased and injured. We had our own members that were standing on different points for a long period of time and nobody was supporting them. Again, I'm not passing judgment, but I think we can do better. And that's really why I'm standing in front of you today. So fast forward to when I came in, this is kind of what we've been able to put in place. Again, I have the support, and this is why we are able to make it happen in Toronto. Number one thing was how do we incorporate it into our incident management system? This is historically what our incident management system looks like. So if a major incident were to happen, an incident commander gets put in place. We have incident management teams on pretty much 24/7, 2 weeks at a time. So should something happen tomorrow, we have a team that we can activate. And below that incident commander, we have the investigative chief, the operations chief, planning chief, logistics, and finance. That's been in place for eons. What I'm proud to say that we've taken that a step further and incorporated the victim lens. We now have a victim management chief pillar, which solely deals with the victims at the time of. They are the conduit of communication, what's happening on the ground all the way up. They work very closely with our homicide investigative leads and our major case management leads to make sure that we're identifying and not losing sight of our victims who are involved. And yes, we embrace the circles of impact that was spoken about earlier today. I have those conversations all the time because I think we get so tunnel vision when we go to a scene. I'm a police officer, folks. I get it. We get tunnel vision of those that are injured or deceased. But it's also those that have witnessed it. It's also the people that walked out on Yonge Street that day for their 1 hour lunch, and they witnessed everybody being run down, right? They're victims as well. Furthermore, it's also our own members. We've done a pretty good job on supporting our members. Can we do better? Absolutely. But what this helps to do is that continue to make sure that our members are being supported by the right people within our service. So that was number one. Secondly, we have family liaisons now in place. I'm happy to say we just put through our second class of both uniform and civilian members, so we're sitting at about 50 family liaisons that I've put into an on-call rotation. They're on call for once a week, once a month, for basically 24/7. So should we need them tomorrow, I can deploy them. And we have anywhere from 3 to 4 uniforms and 1 to 2 civilians per team. We also have a 1-800 number, which we didn't have at the time of those 2 incidences, folks. We have a communication center that does a great job that takes in all our 911 calls. We have 81 emergency lines. Every single one of those lines were jammed in those 2 incidences. So no other priority call in the city of Toronto could get through. Why? Because family, friends, loved ones were calling looking for their loved ones, and nobody could give them answers. Like I said, member wellness, I'm going to make sure that they're sitting beside the victim management chief up in the command center or wherever it may be to make sure we don't lose sight of our own members. But a key part, and I will say that it was reiterated quite a few times this afternoon, is our collaboration with the hospitals, right? They learned a lot too from those 2 incidences. But I'm happy to say the inroads that we've made with the hospitals is huge. We currently sit at the table on a weekly basis there's 12 hospital networks in the city of Toronto, folks. That's just within our boundaries. That doesn't include everything else that touches Toronto. I sit with all their emergency preparedness leads, as well as their security teams at the table on a weekly basis, and it's just about communication. Leading into weekends, because as I'm sure New York knows, London alluded to it, we have ongoing protests on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, right? So their business continuity is key, and they've been kind of the target of some of these protests, not intentionally, but they can shut down because a lot of them are on University Ave, which we consider Hospital Row. So we just meet on a weekly basis. We share information. Myself and the lead on that, Maria Henneberry, if you haven't heard from us speak, she's amazing, and really it's just common human decency. We respect each other for being human beings, and if I can share information, I'm going to share information. It's really that simple. And I'm happy to say that we've actually made further inroads and are currently working on a MOU with 5 of our major hospitals so that at the time of a mass casualty or mass victimization, there's none of this, I'm not going to share information with you because you have the uniform on, vice versa kind of deal. That's not going to happen anymore, folks. We have all our legals at the table, as well as 5 hospitals and 5 surrounding other services, because we have all the trauma hospitals in Toronto. So this MOU is hopefully going to streamline that a little bit and make it better moving forward. And then the other piece is our other external stakeholders. I always say we are not the experts in this field, folks, right? We have a lot of community partners that are the experts. And we have to mentor those, we have to foster those relationships, right? And make sure they're at the table at the time of. So as much as we're talking about communication, that communication needs to start pre, during, and after. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of examples for you in regards to how I've actually implemented. So since I've been in this position, there has been a victim management chief, pretty much either for on-call or in-person for every event that we've had. That's generally me, because I'm kind of it 24/7, but I can tap into a few people. But there's going to be the first form that's going to come up here shortly. So this is some of the standardized templates, forms that we get through our incident management system for the province of Ontario. I haven't reinvented the wheel, folks. I've just taken what's there and adapted and what's going to work for us. And so essentially what it is just providing a snapshot of the event that we're going into. But more importantly, if I'm not sitting in the chair as victim management chief, it highlights what we need to do. We need to activate our family liaison officers. We need to engage our community members. And furthermore, where'd it go? It's actually further down, sorry about that. Our 3 trauma hospitals are now providing me with all their on-call pieces for the weekends as we go into them. So if I'm not sitting in that chair, somebody can pull up this incident action plan and have the numbers and know who to call right away. The second thing that we've been working on, I've also included our Victim Services Toronto. They have huge memberships into the community. They work consistently with different community organizations, and they're going to be able to bring them into our FFAC, our Friends and Family Assistance Center, should something happen. So I'll just have the second form put up, folks. Thank you. And the second one, which I've kind of taken the initiative of, and I'm working with our Toronto Emergency Management Office, is basically a Friends and Family Assistance Center analysis. So if I know where there's the event's taking place, for example, this is Carabana. We know Carabana takes place down on Lakeshore. It takes a huge area. Thousands of people come to Toronto for it every single year. Is it a target? Absolutely. Should something happen, where can we set up an FFAC? And essentially, what I've done an analysis of the area. Where can we set that up so friends and family can come to those locations, right, to get that information that is much needed? You heard the stats early from Mary. For every 1 person involved in these mass casualties, 5 to 10 friends and family are going to be searching for them. They're going to go to the hospitals. They're going to go wherever we direct them, and hopefully that's the Family and Friends Assistance Center. So I've put that in place so we're at the ready for that, but I also, part of it is reality, folks. I can sit on and stand and say, what pre-planning have we done, right? We've seen it firsthand with the Mass Casualty Commission, right? I have those answers right now. Is it a perfect system? Absolutely not. Is it better than we were back in 2018? Absolutely. We still have a lot of work to do, but again, I'm thankful for the support that we have with our service, and that I'm pretty sure we're able to push this forward. And I've had opportunities like this sitting in front of you, but I've also been to the UK to sit in on that Bolt course, which, Nens, thank you for letting me be in that space. And again, anybody gets that opportunity, it's amazing. You learn so much. It's hard to go after NENS with their program. I'm loosely based on that, but we're getting there. So it's just one step at a time, folks. But anyways, thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank Danielle, Nens, and Rachel. What a fabulous presentation. I think we all agree. So great for you to come, especially all the way from the UK. And, you know, I think when you hear them speak, you see the network that we've developed and how we're able to rely on each other and share information with each other. So we're not reinventing the wheel, and we know who we can call when we need to. So just in closing, I'd like to end where I began, and that is to, first of all, thank our partners, Linked Alumni Association, and Victim, and the NYPD Shield, and all of our very generous sponsors, Jason, I see you here, and Robert Hafel, who made today and tomorrow possible. Thank you very much. I want to thank FBI Executive Assistant Director Bobby Wells and all of our presenters who shared their expertise and lessons learned. Today we learned about the current threat environment. We learned about building trust and accountability in the media. We learned about the value of public-private partnerships, preventing and responding to mass violence, and last but not least, preparing for the unexpected. And I hope that each of you were as inspired as I was by the commitment of these remarkable individuals and the organizations they represent for their dedication and service in making our communities safe. I also want to thank those of you who are with us online and those of you who are in the audience who also are incredible stakeholders that are doing this work as well, both in the United States and abroad. Our goal today was to bring communities together, and I think we accomplished that, to share lessons learned and the value of public-private partnerships, and to strengthen our collaborations through those partnerships. I want to invite you to join us tomorrow in person or online when those who have dedicated their careers to serving the 9/11 community will update us on the myriad of issues that still impact the 9/11 community and the resources that are still available. So we're going to have a couple of presentations on mental health, building resilience and wellness, the World Trade Center Health Program. The medical doctors are going to be here to talk about some of their research, working with responders and survivors and providing medical and mental health treatment. We have the attorneys that will be talking about seeking justice, and that's the Saudi suit, which might be of interest to you. And then, of course, the Victims' Compensation Fund will have the special master here, along with the many attorneys that are helping survivors and responders through what is a very complicated process in navigating that. And then our last panel is reflecting on the 23rd anniversary. So we'll have some of our longtime partners. Beth Hillman will be here, the president and CEO of the 9/11 Memorial Museum. Jay Winnick, who is co-founder of the 9/11 Day. I'm trying to think who else is on that panel. The medical examiner, it's actually the third medical examiner that we've worked with. Dr. Hirsch, who was our first, I knew him so well that I spoke at his retirement party and his memorial service. So we've had a fabulous relationship with them, and as they're continuing to make identifications, we work very closely. So I just want to thank you, each and every one of you, for being here today and for the opportunity that we have to work together to provide a victim-centered approach and to collaborate on all levels from all of our different perspectives and all of our different working efforts. So thank you, and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow.
That's it.